Chapter 1. Magnolia Harbor. In an old-style building with a slightly dilapidated interior decoration and a tavern layout, noisy noises can be heard from time to time. Through the front door, you can see that there are many people reveling in the carnival, and some are standing on the commission column looking for a suitable commission for themselves. The atmosphere is full of joy. From now on, you are a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. In the depths, an old man with white hair and a short stature was standing on the bar that was yellowed due to the lack of maintenance all the year round, holding a wooden seal in his hand and speaking to a girl. It was an 11 or 12-year-old girl. She has beautiful long red hair and pale skin. Especially her eyes are extraordinarily clear, like pure white gems. If you have to look for one shortcoming, it is that such a beautiful eye has only one eye, and the other eye is covered by a white blindfold. Obviously, this eye has been damaged and has lost its light. I've already joined Fairy Tale. If Grandpa Rob knew, he would be very happy. The girl raised her hand and looked at the dark blue guild seal on her arm that the old man had printed for her. Unconsciously, she recalled the crooked back that blocked the attack for her. There was a hint of loneliness in the clear eyes. And these are all seen by the old man, and he sighed softly, but he was unable to persuade them. He can still solve some magical problems, but the trauma in his mind can only be slowly recovered with time. Immediately, the old man could only point at the people around him with his thin fingers and change the subject. By the way, Urza, you've only just arrived. Many people don't know you yet. Let me introduce you to you. The girl with the card is called Kana. Cigarette Butts, Wakaba. The girl with purple hair, Loki. Macau. And that exhibitionist, Gray. Hey, old man, who is an exhibitionist? Hearing that he was specifically named, a boy in the crowd about the same age as Urza immediately went crazy and started to defend himself. However, as soon as the voice fell, someone immediately dismantled the platform in the next second. President Makarov really didn't say it, and before you say these words, put on your clothes first. Gray, you still don't have a long memory, haha. You be asterisk 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 D. Come and fight. I don't fight with little kids. Ha ha. Wow wow. I'm so P asterisk 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 D. Don't run. Seeing this scene, Makarov's mouth twitched, but he could only help Urza. These guys are like this on weekdays. You don't have to be surprised. Although they are a little strange, they are all good people. Okay. Urza nodded obediently. Seeing this, Makarov continued to introduce the members of the guild, but after a circle of introductions, he was surprised to find that one person was missing. Where's Loya? Didn't I say it? Today is the banquet to welcome Urza to join the guild. Why haven't I seen him? Where else can I go with that guy's character? Naturally, it's in the underground library, where I hide and read books. In recent days, I have said that I plan to publish a book. Macau, who was on the side, held up a wooden barrel cup and said with a look of alcohol on his face, Reading? Reading at this time? There was some surprise on Urza's face. No wonder she had such a reaction. Reading books is actually normal, but in this carnival atmosphere, there are still people hiding in the underground library to read. This could not help but make her curious. Yes, this guy is virtue, Makarov said with a headache. As old as you are, he is the only boy in the entire guild who likes to read books. He likes books to such an extent that sometimes he doesn't even care about eating time. It stands to reason that it is a very good thing to love reading books. People can acquire a lot of knowledge in the ocean of knowledge by being able to learn, especially for mages. In the current magical world, due to the difference in physique, everyone has more or less magic power stored in their bodies. But even if there is such magic power, not everyone can use magic and become a magician. Guide. At this time, there are two choices. One is through hands-on teaching, and the other is to learn magic from books. Due to the times, the latter situation is more common. Even those who have mastered magic can improve their magic understanding and coping ability by reading other magic. In the past, Levi was the only person in the guild who liked to read, but now there is one more Loya. At first Makarov didn't feel anything, even a little happy. After all, people in the guild like to sabotage too much, and they always like to fight when they have nothing to do. They really need someone who likes to read to mediate and change the atmosphere. It happened to be with Levi, a man and a woman, and it was easier to mobilize the atmosphere of reading in the guild. However, this idea has changed over time. Makarov found out that Loya loves reading books so much. Read any book, whether it is magic principle books or ordinary geography books, even children who understand basic magic classification books, and finally publish their own books in magic books. Is this still a fairy tale guild member? Does this still look like a member of the fairy tale guild? Makarov's mood is as if his parents were strong warriors, but he gave birth to a mage. Direct genetic mutation. Although not unacceptable, the impact is indeed a bit huge. At times, he was a little worried that he would read like a nerd. Loya. Hearing Makarov's words, Urza couldn't help but be a little curious about the Loya in his mouth. At this time, Makarov suddenly spoke again. Urza, if you have any training problems, you can ask Loya. He is average in strength, but has unique insights into magic. Some problems can be solved for you. Loya is indeed a bit unreliable, but even Makarov has to admit that after reading a lot of books, Loya's understanding of magic is better than him in some aspects. Okay, there are only some, no more. Makarov said firmly in his heart. Then I just have a magic question. Can I ask Loya for advice? Urza raised her head, revealing that uneasy, yet clear, power-hungry look in her eyes. After so much ordeal, she longed to be stronger than anyone. Only by becoming stronger can she protect the people she wants to protect, and she no longer wants to lose anything. Looking at Urza's determined eyes, how could Makarov refuse? I see. I'll take you to find him. You just joined the guild, and just happen to be familiar with the guild. Okay. Asterisk. Chapter 2. Follow me. Makarov walked towards the back of the wine cabinet with little Urza, passed a simple magic circle, and entered a portal. The entrance to the underground library is a bit special. You need to verify the seal of the guild to pass. Those who do not have a seal will trigger a magic circle and sound an alarm. This caution is naturally related to the books in the library. Since the establishment of the Fairy Tale Guild more than 100 years ago, it has collected a large number of magic books, including some rare magic. In the magical world, magic decides everything. Every magic book is the foundation of the guild, and outsiders are naturally not allowed to enter. Of course, people in the guild can come and go as they please, although the conditions for joining the Fairy Tale Guild are very simple. Snapped. Walking into the entrance, Makarov snapped his fingers, and along with the sound, the magic crystal lights on the wall illuminated the stone steps in the corridor one by one. The underground library is not deep, and it takes about 20 or 30 steps to get there. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a beam of light was projected from outside the door, causing Urza to narrow his eyes subconsciously, and then slowly opened his eyes after getting used to it. And the moment she opened her eyes, she immediately froze in place. After opening the door, the long and narrow vision instantly opened up. A magic crystal lamp is inlaid on the stone wall, and the bright light is projected on the rows of bookshelves. There are countless books listed on the books, and the text on each book can be different, most of which are words that Urza has never seen before. Looking around, there are books everywhere. Even on the ground, thick stacks of books can be seen everywhere. The moment he opened the door, Urza felt like he was in a sea of books and felt his own insignificance. It's just that within this library, there are some things that are incompatible with it. A book bed is placed in the middle, padded with books, and a little bit of breadcrumbs. The moment he looked at the book bed and the crumbs, blue veins appeared on Makarov's forehead. This guy is messing around again. The existence of the underground library has been going on for 100 years. The original library is not that big. Considering some special books, he has not rebuilt it in order to hide the books. But within a few days since Loya came, he used the soil modeling magic he just learned to expand the library on the ground, and at the same time, he kept moving books into it. No, he could only transfer those magic books to avoid Loya's contact. The above problems, considering that Loya is a member of the guild, can be ignored. But now living directly in the underground library, this is completely intolerable to Makarov. Even if the guild is regarded as home, it is not like this. However, considering the presence of little Urza, the face-conscious Makarov still suppressed his anger and said, "Loya, come out and meet the new guild members." Hearing this, Urza also raised his eyes subconsciously and looked around, wanting to know what the boy who was addicted to books looked like. It should be a gentle boy with a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Urza thought so. However, the library was quiet, and there was no movement in it. Makarov shouted again, "Loya, where are you hiding? What's wrong with the big boy?" The situation remained the same. Only Makarov's voice kept echoing in the spacious underground library. This puzzled him a bit. Strange, I clearly feel his magic is in it. In a low voice, Makarov led Urza into the house. As soon as he stepped down, a strange magic circle instantly appeared under his feet, and at the same time it burst into light. Makarov's eyes widened, and he immediately saw the source of the magic power he felt. That is behind a pile of books, a figure is meditating. Oh, the old and the young suddenly began to sway from side to side. Seeing this, Makarov's face changed suddenly. He was about to step back when he pulled Urza, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, that kid set up a sleeping magic. Urza suddenly felt the world spinning. Although he was pulled by Makarov, he immediately went to the side. Boom, the sound of something falling. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, Urza couldn't help but look up for the sound. On the pile of books in front, the books fell one by one until they completely collapsed, and a slender figure was exposed under the magic crystal lamp, which also illuminated the handsome face. A pair of dark eyes like a black hole, shining with wisdom and vicissitudes of light under the light. She had seen such eyes before. Just like Grandpa Rob, the eyes of the wise are unique. Make her feel a little at ease. Urza slept. I slept for a long time this time. It was also the longest sleep he had ever slept since he left that sinful place. In the dream, she returned to the land of sin, returned to Grandpa Rob's side, and listened to him telling herself about the magical world. Until when she escaped, Grandpa Rob blocked the attack for her and died. She escaped alone and came to a guild and joined the guild where Grandpa Rob once stayed. Met a lot of people and saw a boy with the same eyes as Grandpa Rob. In a daze, Urza saw the pair of eyes again, but this pair of eyes was a little more agile at this time, and there was a reprimand in his ear. B******************* D. The wings are hard, aren't they? Now even the president dares to plot against it. Then, Urza heard a wrong voice. I'm not at a critical juncture in researching new magic. Am I afraid that others will disturb me? If I am disturbed at a critical time, it is very likely to interrupt my thinking and cause a dangerous situation. When I'm down, old man, won't you take me to beg Grandma Poliasica again? And don't you all celebrate up there? Who is a normal person who comes to the underground library at this time? Old man, I'm not saying that you are not normal. Please don't get angry. Don't be angry. Don't stop. Don't jump. Don't do it. Boom. A crisp brain collapse sounded. The boy lay on the ground holding his head. Makarov clapped his hands and said angrily, "Do you think I'll still listen to your explanation? Research new magic? Maybe I will harm someone again. Forget it. I don't want to talk about you. Remember to restore everything in the library on the ground within 1 day. And wake up Urza right away. She wants to ask you some magic questions. Teach it well. If the teaching is bad, don't blame me for doing it again." Humph. Makarov snorted coldly and turned away. When he went out, he stumbled and almost fell, which made the old man have a blue vein on his forehead and gave the boy a fierce look. I forgot to withdraw it. I'll put it away. Sir, walk slowly. Chapter 3. Hey, it's obvious that I'm doing good deeds too. Isn't it bad to have a free librarian? The old man is really hard to serve. Sent Makarov away. The boy standing in front of the door sighed softly. With this sigh, Urza, who was still lying on the ground, was able to open his eyes and saw that the boy was complaining about Makarov again. Loya is so tall. This is Urza's second feeling for Loya. Without waiting to hear more, tiredness struck again, and his eyes slowly closed. After all, she was only 11 or 12 years old, and she didn't even have a complete grasp of magic. It was hard for her to hold on for so long. But even so, she could still hear the increasingly clear footsteps. I didn't expect the fairy queen to be quite cute when she was a child. It's not like she will only fight and kill in the future. I don't know if the dragon blood in her body has awakened. She's here, but she can study it well, and space magic can't be missed. It's a good research object. Fairy queen? Dragon blood? What does it mean? Urza suddenly understood the feelings of the others in the guild. The feeling of getting along with Loya is indeed very unusual, and words that she does not understand always come out of her mouth. Is this the way a knowledgeable person speaks? And the next second after thinking like this, suddenly a strange magic power was injected into her body, which relieved the drowsiness in her mind and slowly woke her up. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, Urza saw a pair of big eyes looking up and down at him. The distance between the faces of the two is only less than 10 centimeters, so close that even the fluff on their faces can be clearly seen. What? Seeing this, Urza crawled backwards in a panic. In the panic, he hit a bookshelf directly. Some books slipped off the shelf and fell towards Urza below. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Urza clenched his head and squatted down in fright. It's just that a few seconds passed, but she still didn't feel the pain of being hit, so she raised her head. I saw a white magic circle suspended above her head, emitting light, blocking the falling books. Immediately afterwards, a magical scene appeared, and the book shrouded in light automatically returned to its original position. Urza's eyes froze when he saw this scene, and at this moment, Loya's voice came slowly. This is psychic magic. It controls the magic factor in the atmosphere with its own will, and condenses the magic power to achieve the magic that can move as you want. How is it very good? Okay. Urza nodded slightly, then added after a pause. It's amazing magic. Cough, cough. While speaking, Loya stepped over the books on the ground and walked in front of Urza, clenched his fists, and coughed a few times before reaching out to her. Hello, Urza. Let me introduce myself now. My name is Loya. I'm also an orphan. I was brought back by the old man. Now I'm a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. I joined a few years before you. Now I'll pull you up. Don't mess around after you get up. Obviously, it was you who moved first. Urza thought to himself, but held Loya's outstretched hand and stood up slowly. But after getting up, Urza found that Roy had no intention of letting go. Instead, he took a step forward and looked at her body up and down with curiosity in his eyes. What are you? Although she is still young, she still knows about other things about men and women. Being held by the hand of a boy who had just met, and being stared at like this, Urza's white and tender face instantly turned red, as if he could squeeze out moisture with a single touch. She thought about breaking free, but it was useless. Loya's hand seemed to be thin and weak, but it was extraordinarily powerful. It wasn't until Urza's hand was gripped that it hurt a little, and she let out a little moan before Loya came back to her senses and quickly let go of her hand, smirking. I'm sorry, I accidentally pinched you and hurt you. Are you okay? I'm not, it's okay. Urza held her hand and spoke timidly. This pain is nothing compared to what I have suffered in the past. By the way, the old man told me just now that you have something to do with me. Well, I want to learn magic about some magic cultivation, but I can't master the magic very well, and I can't release magic every time. Can you teach me how to control magic? Having said this, Urza looked at Loya with anticipation. First sleep magic, but then mind power. Even if she just met the other party, she could intuitively see that the other party was very proficient in magic. Do you control your own magic? That's easy. Loya lowered her head in thought and said slowly. Before that, I'll show you some interesting things, which can be considered as compensation just now. Interesting stuff? Urza questioned. Well, don't be distracted later. Loya smiled lightly, revealing the smile of a sunny boy. But if a friend who knows Loya well is there, he must know how he has done something bad. But Loya's smile at this moment seems to have a wonderful infectious power. Under the projection of the light, it was deeply imprinted in Urza's mind, lingering. When she came back to her senses, she found that she had been staring at each other, and her face was slightly red. The next second, a snap of fingers sounded from Loya's hand, and the magic crystal lamps around them went out one by one. With the disappearance of the lights, the entire underground library fell into a dim state. Endless darkness struck, and the pitch-dark environment reminded Urza of the past. This time, just as there was another moment of panic on her face, Loya's voice came again. Don't be afraid, I am here. The voice was very light but full of calmness, which slowly calmed down the restless heart. Immediately afterwards, a light appeared in front of her eyes. It was a strange symbol, and then the second, third, a series of symbols emerged, forming a whole. The magic symbols were lit up one by one, and the brilliance of magic bloomed in the library. As the last magic symbol was lit, the entire magic circle was finally completely closed, forming an endless hole, which turned into a bright and symmetrical mysterious pattern. Urza felt that his vision was in a trance, and the rows of bookshelves in the underground library trembled like flowing water, twisted, and various colors blended together, as if he was in a multi-layered space. But soon, the distorted environment was restored. She was surprised to find that she and Loya were still standing there, but the surrounding environment had changed. A road split into the middle of the bookshelf, and a portal appeared in front of the road. Through the portal, a more spacious hall appeared in front of her, with all kinds of strange things placed in it. There are skeletons of different shapes, strangely shaped stones, and a whole bunch of strangely shaped magic wands. But the most eye-catching thing was the huge white tooth that was 3 or 4 meters long, exuding terrifying magic power in the center of the suspension. Its powerful magic power spreads to the entire hall and illuminates everything. At this moment, Loya's unique and charming voice rang in her ears. "Welcome to my secret base. House of Requirement. Asterisk. Chapter 4. So beautiful. Girls are generally irresistible to beautiful things, let alone a little girl like Urza. You must know that before joining the guild, her past world was in darkness for a long time. How often did she see such a gorgeous picture? She couldn't help but took a step forward, suddenly remembered something again, turned her head and glanced, and the boy who was about her age waved his hand slightly, indicating that she could watch it at will. The girl walked down the steps, looked at everything around her with curious eyes, and stepped forward. Each item has a label on it, and even detailed instructions. She can understand the name of the item and its purpose without asking Loya. Transformation Magic Stone, Fire Attribute Magic Crystal, Acceleration Boots, Wind Chime Glasses, Magic Motorcycle. A lot of magical things. For a while, Urza was a little confused, and there was a smile on his lovely face. In front of Urza, who has just come into contact with the magical world, everything is full of mystery. After discovering that these are real objects, he couldn't help but turn around and ask Loya, "What kind of magic is this? It can create so many things." "It's not magic." Loya grinned. "Everything is real. There was originally a small room here. It was expanded with the magic of earth modeling. Many magical lines were engraved on the walls to stabilize the surrounding walls. After that, I used phantom magic to cover up the entrance, plus hundreds of millions of details. You don't understand it after all. All in all, this is my secret base. Everything inside is a collectible that I have collected. It is said that it is a house of responsiveness, which is essentially a treasure house. It is filled with all kinds of magic props, as well as magic tools, which Loya collected little by little in 3 years, and then took such a name." While introducing, Loya suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly became serious. "By the way, about the secret base, it belongs to the two of us. Only you and I know it. Don't tell the old man. The same is true for other people. Otherwise, I will definitely be scolded." "Are these not allowed?" Urza's face became nervous when he heard Loya's words. "It's okay. As long as you don't say it, no one will know." But Urza hesitated, bowing his head and pinching the corner of his shirt with his little hands. The person who brought him to join the guild, President Makarov, gave her a family and was kind to her, and she didn't want to deceive the other party if she could. Just as Urza hesitated, Loya continued. "It's okay. It's not a big deal. Anyway, few guys in the underground library will come over. If it weren't for me, let alone here, even the books on the bookshelf outside would be eaten ashes." Loya said brazenly. Although Urza was still young, he felt a little weird, but after careful consideration, he couldn't find anything wrong. Even so, President Makarov's kindness made her hesitate. Seeing that Urza's insistence was starting to loosen, Loya grabbed her uneasy little hand, stared straight at Urza's clear eyes, and continued to bewitched. "Moreover, I also believed in you, and let you in as a companion. If you want to say it, I will be very sad if you lose this secret base. As long as you don't tell others, I will tell you how to enter the House of Requirement. In this case, this is a secret base for the two of us." "A secret base for the two of us." Urza's heart skipped a beat, and he repeated Loya's last words. It is undeniable that this time she is really moved. Every child wants to have a secret base with their own world and space. This is the same for both boys and girls. Especially after experiencing the dark world and the death of Grandpa Rob, Urza gradually closed his heart and naturally longed to have such a secret base. At the same time, I saw Loya grabbing his little hand and staring at him all the time. With a blushing face, she lowered her head and nodded lightly, unaware of Loya's excitement, the tricky smile on the corner of her mouth. Great. From today, the two of us are companions. Urza blushed even more when he heard this, but also asked curiously, "Aren't we comrades from the beginning?" It stands to reason that the two have been companions since Urza joined the guild. No, not the same. Loya shook her head, denied Urza's words, looked her in the eyes, and said seriously, "Now we are close companions. We share common secrets with each other. When we are in danger, we can help each other and communicate without reservation. This is the real companion." Real companions? Urza's eyes suddenly lit up, and there was a bit of longing in his cowardly eyes. "Can we really do this?" It's okay." Loya nodded seriously. Immediately disregarding Urza's advice, he dragged Urza to play in the room of requirement and experience different magic tools. But that wasn't the happiest thing for Urza. What really made her happy was when Loya gave her a shiny crescent moon pendant as a testament to her friendship. This is the first time she has received a gift from someone other than the book from Grandpa Rob since she was a child. All day long, the smile on his face never disappeared from Urza's. This is her happiest time. It wasn't until it was late, and after being reminded by Loya, she reluctantly left the House of Responses and returned to the original underground library. It was at this time that she suddenly remembered that she had something to do with Loya. Wait, the magic thing. However, before she could talk, she was interrupted by Loya. "Don't worry, it's not too late to teach tomorrow. Anyway, I'll stay here and wait for you. We're good partners, aren't we?" Okay. The simple-minded Urza was naturally unable to resist Loya's rhetoric. After a few words, both behavior and voice completely followed Loya's words. After playing for a while, Urza also returned to the top. Under the arrangement of Makarov, he stayed in the girls' dormitory and was taken to a room by the dormitory's Grandma Hilda. Lying on the soft bed, Urza just felt like a dream all day. Joining the Sorcerer's Guild, I met a lot of friends, and I still met Loya, a big boy who was completely different from the others, and also shared a secret with him that belonged to both of them. Thinking back to Loya's smile and all the magical things in the House of Requirement, Urza can't help but look forward to the early arrival of tomorrow. And yet, Urza didn't know. From now on, she has completely fallen into Loya's clutches. Asterisk. Chapter 5. The banquet is over. Loya did not go home, but returned to the underground library. After setting the entrance blocking magic, he slowly walked to the center of the library. "Untie." The voice fell, and the picture in front of him was like a stone falling into the lake, and ripples appeared and slowly spread. After a while, the entrance to the House of Requirement appeared in front of him again. Loya lifted her foot and walked in, to the empty shelf where the white tooth was previously stored. A smile appeared on his slightly immature face. Things that have been in preparation for a long time can finally come in handy. The voice fell, and an extremely terrifying magic power descended on Loya. The magic power is so strong that the objects in the entire hall vibrate violently, and the ground under your feet cracks directly. And this is just the beginning. After the first magic power appeared, the second and third magic powers followed, and such a terrifying vision continued to evolve and strengthen. After more than a dozen magic powers appeared, the ground under Loya's feet could no longer carry his magic power, and all shattered into powder. Under this superimposed magic power, Loya's temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. The dark eyes have faded away the superfluous emotions, like a detached god, watching everything indifferently. If an outside magician saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. Therefore, the magic power that is present in Loya at this moment, each magic power is different from it. Ordinary mages can master one or two magical powers of different attributes. It is not impossible to become an A-rank magician by adapting to their magic characteristics, and even S-rank is not impossible. And Loya alone has many magical powers with different attributes. However, Loya herself knew that her current self was not the limit. He closed his eyes and said slowly in his heart, "System panel." In an instant, in the emptiness of the spiritual world, a blue virtual panel appeared, which clearly listed the power that Loya currently possesses. Superbrain System, Host, Loya, Brain Development, 30%, Level, S-Class Mage, Mastered Magic, Magic of Light, Meditation, Engraving of Magic Circle, Chanting Magic, Psychic Magic, Modeling Magic, Phantom Magic, Stun Magic, Ancient Magic Book, etc. Loya is not from this world. 3 years ago, he crossed into this world in an accidental explosion, and his body changed back to the appearance of an hour. When he first came, Loya was in a panic. Not to mention the unfamiliar life. Even the body has become smaller, and it is undoubtedly extremely difficult to survive in an unfamiliar environment. Especially when he learned that the world he was in was a fairy world, he felt even more uneasy. Knowing everything about fairy tale, he knows very well that this magical world is full of dangers, and it is definitely not the peaceful country he was in before. Light and darkness are opposites. Regular guilds and dark guilds often fight, and Loya can hear riots from time to time. Fortunately, although Loya's body has become smaller, her consciousness is still mature. With my own wisdom, I don't say it's comfortable, but I barely survived, and I'm going to wait for a while before thinking about learning a magic or two. But sometimes, fate is so wonderful. By chance he met Makarov. Seeing Loya's wit and agility, Makarov took him back to the Fairy Tale Guild and became a member of the guild. After learning that Loya wanted to learn magic, Makarov asked him to go to the underground library to choose a magic and learn it by himself. And at this time, Loya opened his own gold finger. Superbrain System. As the name suggests, it is a super intelligent computer that can help Loya develop brain power and increase computing power. The way to develop brain power is also very simple. That is to learn magic, to master magic. The more proficient in magic, the stronger the development of brain power. In the first year, the super brain unlocked to 13% opened the ability to never forget. As long as he has seen something once, it will be imprinted in his mind and will never be forgotten. With this ability, Loya recorded all the magic in the underground library in his mind. Even if it's because you don't understand magic well, it's good to keep it in your mind first. After all, it's not enough to learn more about magic. When you understand magic, you will naturally use it. Based on this, Loya now has more magic than he can count. It's a pity that the fairy ball in the underground library has been hidden by Makarov. Otherwise, Loya wouldn't have learned other magic, and a single super magic is enough for him to study for several years. In the second year, Ultrain unlocked to 24%. At that time, his brain power was further developed and strengthened to achieve dual purpose or even multi-purpose, further strengthening thinking ability and speed. In the third year, Ultrain unlocked to 30%. Now that he has mastered more magic, he has begun to understand the essence of magic and understand the characteristics of magic. Even decompose magic to understand the principle of essence. The more magic Loya masters, the more the super brain develops, and the faster he learns magic, forming a perfect cycle. But the good times don't last long. When learning magic reaches a certain level, Loya encounters a bottleneck. That is to find that after learning new magic, he can't develop super brain. And if you want to continue to develop super brain, you must learn advanced magic. Since then, he will look at his companions in the guild. In the name of sparring, and using the power of the system, Loya will smash the magic of the entire guild. Learn. After studying it over and over again, I also mastered the magic attribute. That is, the magic attribute. It also includes Makarov. This method is indeed effective, especially after learning Makarov's light magic. It has directly increased by 5%, and after learning the magic of the current guild companions, it has returned to its original state. But now, Urza is here, and the joyful learning journey can continue. Future Fairy Queen, since childhood, he has awakened powerful magic and extremely rare space magic. A single space magic is enough for Loya to smash for a long time. Not to mention that Urza has the blood of the Dragon Queen in her body. However, in order to learn Urza's magic, there is a premise. That is, she needs to master magic instinctively. So Loya deliberately has a good relationship with him and stays by her side. And isn't it also a very fulfilling thing for the queen to cultivate something? Thinking of this, the corners of Loya's mouth also raised slightly, and he gently waved away the magic power and left the room of requirement. The moment he stepped out, everything behind him returned to something as before. It seems, what just happened never happened. Asterisk. Chapter 6. The next day, the early morning sun shone through the clouds and through the glass scattered inside the house. When it was just dawn, Urza got up early and made the bed, put on the crescent moon pendant from Loya, ate some bread, and ran towards the guild excitedly. She had made an appointment with Loya yesterday. Today, teach yourself how to control your own magic and learn how to use your magic. Thinking of being able to control magic and magic with ease like Loya, Urza had a faint expectation in his heart. President Grandpa is early. Pushing open the guild door, there were not many people in the guild just before dawn, but Urza still looked at Makarov sitting at the bar. Makarov was a little surprised. Urza, why did you come to the guild so early? How is it? Are you still used to the dormitory environment? Grandma Hilda is very kind and helped me solve a lot of troubles. Grandpa President, is Loya here? Loya? That guy didn't see him all day last night. He probably read a book and fell asleep again. That's what he is. Makarov had a headache. Although he reminded him many times, the guy continued to smile every time. Even he couldn't do anything about him. But how can this be done? After all, it is his own child, and Makarov can only let him go. What are you doing to him? Makarov remembers that the two had only just met. Why does it seem from now that the relationship between the two gives him a good companion who has known each other for a long time? Okay. Urza gave a small smile. Loya said yesterday that he was going to teach me magic. That's it. Makarov was thoughtful, and the next second he showed a cautious expression. By the way, Urza, I have one thing I want to remind you. You and Loya can learn magic, but remember one thing. Don't be deceived by this guy on the surface. In fact, this guy is full of bad water. What? The innocent smile revealed a hint of surprise, and Urza obviously didn't expect Makarov to suddenly say such a thing. Loya, is he bad? Urza gripped the pendant on her chest with a nervous look on her face. When she first joined the guild, Loya was the first to accept her companion, and she also gave her a gift of witnessing friendship. Naturally, she was very attentive. It's not yet that level, but he likes to pull people to experiment with various magics and research new magics. His curiosity about magic is too strong. Before you came, many people in the guild were almost driven mad by him. Back then, Makarov remembers it to this day. On a sunny morning, Loya used a harmless smile in the guild hall, asking himself to help experiment with a new magic he had just researched, in the identity of the guild president and 10 wizard saints. With the mentality that a child can study magic, Makarov readily agreed to the request and tried Loya's magic. However, in the next second, the magic power in his body lost control in an instant, and the magic power was leaked out in full view of the public, and the whole person fainted and lost face in public. Before he passed out, he also saw that Loya looked at himself very calmly, and then he muttered to himself and left without caring. Since then, Makarov has been afraid of Loya. The strength is not strong, but the magic researched is so strange that even the Holy Ten himself is a little scared. If he harms himself, it's okay. Loya finds other members of the guild, and the whole guild is disturbed for a while. From the beginning to the end, Makarov never thought that his missing behavior would bring a big trouble to the guild. Loya's intense curiosity about magic made him recall the previous president. Among the 4 founders of the Fairy Tale Guild, the most qualified and known as a genius by the world, Prishido. He has been studying the true meaning of magic all his life, looking for the person who guides the abyss of magic. Because he is worried that Loya is too young, he may lose his mind and lose himself in the process of studying magic and touch the taboos of life. Out of the responsibility of the guild leader, Makarov issued a separate ban, so that Loya could no longer find anyone to experiment with magic, and then the situation in the guild improved. Even so, Loya still studies magic in private. But as long as the ban is not violated, Makarov will turn a blind eye and let Loya mess around. Urza has just joined the guild, and he has awakened his magical power early. His talent is amazing, and he is a rare good seedling. What's more, this is the child entrusted by his former guild companion Rob before he died. It was necessary for Makarov to remind her that after being trapped by Loya, she was still speaking for him. Oh, that's how it is. Urza breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Makarov's words. With a pure mind, she can't see so many things. As long as she is sure that Loya is not a bad person, she will be relieved. Immediately, after saying hello, he walked towards the entrance of the underground library on his own. Walking down the stairs, Urza returned to the underground library. Huh? What about people? Gently opening the door, seeing that there was no one in the underground library, Urza frowned slightly, so he looked around for Loya's figure. After a while, she saw Loya behind a pile of books. However, just as she was about to walk over, her footsteps suddenly stopped in place. Urza found that the originally smiling face was full of concentration at the moment, and the dark and agile eyes were very calm, as if a god was looking down at a human being, looking at the two white magic stones in his hand, without any emotional fluctuations. With a pure white quill, I painted some mysterious lines. The quill is surrounded by different light spots. Each light point represents the magic power of different attributes, exuding different rays of light, and it pours into his hand quill little by little and merges into the magic stone. As time passed, more and more spots of light flowed into the philosopher's stone under Loya's pen. And the magic stone, with the formation of the lines, the light is getting stronger and stronger, illuminating the entire underground library, which is extraordinarily dreamy. Urza, who was watching from the side, saw it like this, and gradually looked a little absent-minded, and bumped into the books on the ground. It was also at this step that the eyelashes trembled, the focused and calm eyes regained their agility, the surrounding light spots disappeared little by little, and the magic stone in his hand returned to its dim appearance. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. Urza, aware of his own bad things, stood in front of Loya, his smart eyes filled with unease. Chapter 7. You came. Seeing this, Loya put down his feathers and got up, and smiled softly. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Is it really okay? Urza asked cautiously again. In this regard, Loya still explained very patiently. Well, in fact, even if you don't take that step, I have already completed it. I was just doing the final inspection. Seeing that Loya was not faking his expression, a smile appeared again on his flustered face. What did you just do, Loya? Why are there so many spots of light on your body? Did you say this? Loya picked up the two magic stones in her hand. I'm making a magic tool, a small communication magic stone. In the case of infusing magic power, even if the distance is thousands of meters, I can project my phantom on the other end to gather. When learning magic encountered a bottleneck, Loya did not learn blindly, but changed other ways. Find other ways to develop your own brain hole and adjust your mentality at the same time. After trying many ways to adjust her mentality, Loya found that the way to make a magic tool works best for her. There are two processes in making a magic tool. One is to forge containers, and the other is to draw magic circles. The former is simple. Anything can act as a container, and the latter depends on the compatibility between magic and containers, as well as the commonalities between magic and magic. A slight miscalculation may lead to the collapse of the magic circle, or even directly destroy the container, which is extremely forging to test brain power. For example, this small magic stone of communication brings together 3 magic circles of phantom, chanting, and communication. To superimpose the 3 kinds of magic, Loya has tried thousands of times before succeeding. There are many more. Most of the things in the room of requirement are made by Loya, and there are some failures. Loya put one of the magic stones in Urza's hands, while he held the other magic stone and poured magic into it. The magic tool that had just been made shone brightly at the moment when the magic power was injected. At the same time, the magic stone in Urza's hand instantly released magic power, and a small figure about the height of the palm appeared. And this figure is actually Loya himself. It's amazing that projections can actually appear, Urza said with shock in her clear eyes. The phantom Loya in the hand has shrunk a lot, but it is very clear, and with Loya's movements, the projection is also moving, lifelike. It's not difficult to stop the small communication magic stone, but a wizard who is proficient in the 3 magics of phantom, chanting, and communication can do it. The disadvantage is that it needs to consume the internal magic power. Once the magic power is exhausted, it needs to rely on the magic power of the messenger itself. But compared to Urza's shock, Loya's face was still a little dissatisfied, because in his opinion, This magic tool still has many problems and shortcomings, which can completely reduce the consumption of magic power. But even so, it's already very powerful. Urza shook his head, looking at Loya's eyes with more and more adoration. Although she doesn't understand how magic tools are made, it doesn't prevent her from seeing how strong Loya's talent is. In the past few days, she has seen several kinds of magic in Loya. Sleeping magic, modeling magic, psychic magic, phantom magic, etc. have mastered so many magics, and now she knows how to make magic tools. This ability is completely beyond her imagination. You must know that she doesn't talk about magic now, even if she has not fully mastered the magic power, but Loya has mastered so much, which makes Urza feel shocked. Seeing that adoring gaze, Loya also enjoyed it very much. After all, this is the worship of the future fairy queen, and not everyone can enjoy it. It's nothing. These are all I learned through books. You can do it too. No, it should only be a certain level of understanding of magic. Anyone can do it. Hearing Loya's words, Urza was very excited at first, and finally slowly depressed. But I can't even control my magic power now. How should I learn magic? It's simple. I'll teach you how to meditate first. But before I teach you, I want to ask you, do you know where the magic tools in the human body come from? Loya raised her palm and released a magic ball of light, emitting faint waves. Faced with this question, Urza was silent for a while, then shook his head. She only knew that magic was a force that could be used to release magic, and she didn't know the rest, so she asked, how did the magic come about? The so-called magic, roughly speaking, is the magic factor, the mysterious power that exists between nature and every creature. There is magic in every cell of the human body. With the consumption of energy in sports, battles, etc., the magic power in the body will also be consumed together. When the magic power is consumed, the human body will automatically absorb the magic power factor in the air to restore its own magic power. This is the fundamental source of magic in the human body. Your own body is like a container. If you master your own will and body, you can control any magic power. The stronger the will, the more magic power can be mobilized. Loya explained, this is the general view of the world, and the conclusion drawn after his repeated research is also the most detailed explanation at present. Can meditation help me control this magic power? Well, that's right. This is my modified meditation method. In addition to helping you achieve your ultimate spirit and better control your magic, it can also help you improve your physique. The so-called meditation method is to concentrate the mind, bring the state of the self to the state of no self and no desire to perceive the magic. This method has existed in this world for a long time, but this method was fine at the beginning of cultivation and was abandoned later. Compared to such a gradual improvement method, mages are more willing to let the body tend to the limit through fighting and physical fitness, let go of the body, and directly perceive the magic of nature. This method works, but in Loya's view, it is simply vulgar and vulgar. A wizard should look like a wizard. Using physical exercise to improve one's strength, that's what a magician is. Therefore, after acquiring a large amount of magic, the existing meditation method was improved. In addition to the original will training effect, it could also use the magic factor in the atmosphere to temper cells and improve the strength of one's own body. Although the speed is slow, it is better to be stable, and quantitative change promotes qualitative change. Even as long as you are used to the training method, you are exercising even when you eat and sleep, and the quantitative change promotes the qualitative change. Asterisk. Chapter 8. Come on, I will use magic to tell you the cultivation method, so that it will be easier for you to understand. Loya opened her arms. A seemingly light curtain opened directly in both hands. Text symbols and various magics are constantly beating on the light curtain to store this large amount of information. Ancient documents, ancient magic, a rare brain-developing magic in the world of fairy tale. Taking the human brain as the core of the reserve, expanding the knowledge reserve, releasing magic when necessary, searching for all knowledge, and intelligence compressing magic, which belongs to intelligent magic. It has special effects such as mind link and implantation magic. It was the magic that Loya took from the magic market at a cost and a lot of time. Very convenient. Found it. A few seconds later, Loya found the magic, touched the light lightly. A magic force appeared, and condensed on his fingertips, and lightly tapped on Urza's smooth forehead. The next second, Urza felt an inexplicable message flooding into his mind. It's just that now her attention is not on this, but on Loya's handsome face. At such a close distance, she could even feel Loya's breathing. Her face was slightly red, and her mind couldn't help but think about it. Don't think about it, take it well. Okay. Being caught by the little tale, Urza's face turned even redder, but he closed his eyes after listening to Loya's words, absorbing the message from Loya. Soon, with concentration. In a short while, the mind sinks in an instant. Because at the moment of contact, the feeling she got was really amazing. Under the pull of Loya's magic power, the magic power in her body also followed by itself, entering an ethereal state. At the moment of entering the state, the world becomes quiet in an instant, isolating everything from the outside world, and all that can be felt is the fluttering soul and the balls of light. With the control of her mind, more and more light spheres around gathered into her body. Outside, because of the gathering of magic, a red light also appeared on Urza's body, wrapping his body. When she opened her eyes, those flawless eyes instantly burst into an infinite surprise. Magical power has emerged in her hands. I have the magic. I have the magic. Look, Loya. Well, Urza, you do have a talent for magic. Looking at Urza's performance, Loya also showed a satisfied smile and praised without hesitation. Although there is a reason for his own traction, but he is actually just giving her a way to control it, and at the same time guide it with magic power. It's more that Urza needs to comprehend it himself. The results are clear. Urza is worthy of Urza. The use of meditation is mastered in just a few breaths. Thinking, Loya said again, "This is just the beginning. Your way of mastering magic is a bit rough. You should do this." Okay. Urza nodded happily, and the admiration in his eyes grew stronger. After seeing Loya's wonderful abilities, she doesn't think it's her fault, but more that Loya teaches well. 10 minutes. Under Loya's more careful guidance, Urza quickly mastered the meticulous use of magic. In the process of teaching, Loya also understood why so many teachers like smart students. It feels so comfortable to know this. No need to explain too much, just get it. These are for you. Seeing that Urza could easily control the magic power, Loya entered the House of Requirement and took out a pair of armor and a silver magic sword. This armor is engraved with a magic circle that resists ice and fire, and the magic sword has the ability to avoid fire and break ice. Although it is not the best, it also took me all night. By the way, this small communication magic stone is also given to you. Even if we are separated, it is easy to communicate. Urza majored in dressing magic and needed a magic tool for support. Long before, he had prepared them, all of which were the highest masterpieces created by him. Loya. Urza stared blankly at the armor and blade that Loya handed over. Unconsciously, the clear eyes were slowly covered with a layer of water mist, blurring the vision. Slowly, the water mist turned into big teardrops. As if they were off the thread, they couldn't stop falling. Seeing this, Loya panicked. "Don't cry. If someone came in suddenly, I thought I made you cry." Putting down the things in his hand, Loya coaxed in a hurry, reaching out and gently wiping the tears that fell. But the more so, Urza's tears fell faster and faster, and her voice was a little choked up. "Well, I'm so happy. First sharing the secret base, then teaching magic, and now with a pair of armor and blades." At this time, she could no longer describe in words how moved Loya felt in her heart. Makarov's reminder was completely ignored by her. "These are nothing. When the strength becomes stronger in the future, I will build better equipment for you, so don't cry." After some good persuasion, Urza finally stopped crying, but the red eyes and eye sockets told the previous inner fluctuations. Invisibly, the relationship between the two has drawn a little closer. "Come on, try the armor I gave you." Loya handed over the armor again. "Okay." With a flash of magic power, Urza changed into silver armor and held a magic sword. At that moment, Loya seemed to see the figure of the future, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile. "Looks like my eyesight is pretty good." The armor fits well, although Urza is still growing. It is enough for her to use for a while. "Urza, you try to use magic to activate armor and magic, and then tell me your experience and how magic works. I want to learn from your magic." "Good." Urza tilted her head and gave a sweet smile. Urza agreed almost without hesitation to Loya's request. So now for her, apart from the dead Grandpa Rob, Loya is the person she trusts the most and the person who treats her best. Loya shared so much about herself, telling her that her magic was nothing. Thanks, Urza. Loya smiled and thanked, and the corners of her mouth raised an imperceptible amplitude. Finally got it. After spending so much effort, it finally came to fruition. Urza then begins explaining what she understands about dressing up magic. And Loya, of course, listened carefully, remembering everything in his mind. And as Urza revealed the magic operation of the dressing magic, Loya's eyes flashed with a gleam, and his mind was still racing. Parsing begins. A streak of blue data flickered in Loya's eyes. Within the sight of these eyes, everything around is transformed into a stream of flowing data, whether it's a book or a bookshelf. That's all there is to it. Even Urza himself and Loya himself have become data forms in these eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Ding. According to the information provided by the object Urza Scarlet, combined with the existing information, start the data comparison and extract the magic power of the object for analysis. The analysis is successful. The magic is a space attribute, and it has the ability to open different spaces. Mastering this magic requires 50% of the current mental power and 30% of the magic power. Whether to choose to study 50% mental power and 30% magic power? It's a bit unexpected. I thought it would be less. It is indeed a rare space attribute. Hearing the news from the system, a look of surprise appeared in Loya's eyes. The super brain system is like an artificial intelligence. In addition to developing brain power, it also has the ability to assist learning. With Loya's brain as the core, it can automatically learn magic. But this is not completely free of cost, but transformed by consuming one's own energy. Based on the information he had obtained before, he guessed that if he wanted to master Urza's magic, he thought that 20% of his mental power and 10% of his magic power would be enough. One is that Urza has just awakened and doesn't know much about magic and magic. The weaker the research object, the easier it is to study. The second is that he already has good attainments in magic, which can reduce consumption to a certain extent. However, he was obviously wrong in his estimation. Space-type magic was more complicated than he had imagined. But think about it. The ability of the space attribute has the wonderful ability that other attributes do not have, and it is an extremely rare ability in any world. And the more complicated the magic, the more challenging it is for him, and it is more conducive to brain development after learning it. Without thinking much, Loya made a choice directly. Yes, learn magic. Ding. Start automatic learning now. As Loya's voice fell, the system immediately responded. The next second, Loya entered a wonderful state. The brain's thinking began to run rapidly, analyzing Urza's magic. At the same time, mental strength and physical strength are also rapidly depleting. Loya's breath is rapidly weakening, but his understanding of magic is growing rapidly. Ding. Finished learning. Have mastered the magic, as well as its magic characteristics, and obtain magic. Different space magic. Different space magic. You can open up an accompanying space by yourself, which can store all items except living creatures, and as the user's strength improves, the range of the accompanying space can be expanded. Can be deduced. Brain development. 32%. The wonders of space magic appeared in Loya's heart, and Loya also mastered this rare magic invisibly. As if blessed, Loya slowly opened his eyes. He turned his palm into a knife and slashed through the air in front of him, slashing all the surrounding air. I saw half of his hand disappear directly, and then reappear. Loya felt that the magic power in his body was rapidly draining, and he also vaguely felt that his consciousness seemed to be able to communicate with another dimension. Carefully releasing his magical perception, Loya directly sees a pitch-black space. At the edge of the space, there is a thin layer of barrier to isolate the surrounding, and within the barrier is the space that he can open up at present. Not too big, but not too small either. About a few hundred cubic meters. And Loya can feel that he can expand this space at any time. Nice magic. Loya sighed inwardly. Although it is only possible to open up different spaces at present, it will be enough for Loya to study for a while, as there will be further possibilities in the future. This can be seen from the direct increase of 2% in direct brain development. The later the development of the brain, the more difficult it is. After mastering the magic, it directly increases by 2%. It is conceivable that the complexity of space magic, and this is not the limit, with the further development of the different space, it can go further. If it is just used as a mobile reserve, I am really sorry for the word space. This can be seen from the last 3 words of different space magic, deductible. But at this time, it is obviously not the time, and it will not be too late to deduce it later. After opening up the different space, Loya put the previous small communication magic stone in his hand, and with the urge of his mind, he put it into the different space, and then took it out. The other side, seeing the small communication magic stone disappear and reappear in Loya's hand, Urza on the side was completely stunned. Loya, have you mastered dress-up magic? Urza's immature face was full of surprises. She didn't expect it at all. She just told the magic theory of dressing magic, and Loya was able to directly master this magic. Yes, all thanks to Urza. There was a gentle smile on Loya's face. Urza shook his head when he heard the words, and said seriously, "It's not like this. Being able to learn such magic is completely Loya your own talent, and it has nothing to do with me. And I should thank you even more for teaching me how to meditate, and giving me my armor and magic sword. For doing so much, I will never forget these things for the rest of my life." Loya was taken aback for a moment. He thought that what he had done these days could establish a deep friendship with Urza. It was unexpected that Urza remembered all this so clearly and said it in such a serious tone. Thinking of this, Loya felt a little guilty and shook his head with a smile. No, since Urza has become a member of the guild, and the new task, it is naturally my companion, my family. Isn't it normal to pay for your family? And I also hope that you can become stronger and become a powerful female wizard. Well, I will definitely learn magic. Urza's eyes were firm again. Seeing this scene, Loya breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to affect Urza's original trajectory because of his appearance. Although the current Urza is also very cute and obedient, he prefers the strong-willed fairy queen in the future, and that is what Urza should have. However, while Urza is still young, some ideas can be instilled in advance. Thinking of this, the smile on Loya's face became even wider, like a strange kid who kidnapped children. Come on, I will teach you well, but don't let it go. When you become stronger, you can definitely remember our friendship. By the way, it's best to help me find more magic. Any magic is fine. The more the better. And Loya. As Loya was talking, a calm voice with infinite anger suddenly came from behind, making his body instantly stiff and turning back slowly. Looking at the huge figure that had swelled to cover the roof, Loya showed a trembling smile with white teeth. Yes, Mr. President, when did you come? Just here, what do you think? Oh, asterisk. Chapter 10. Boom, boom, boom. After a fat beating, Loya hugged the big bag on his head and lay on the ground in pain. Failed. Almost forgot that the old man can fly. At the door, the magic circle set up was useless to him. It is estimated that what I said just now has been heard, and it is over. Like Loya thought, he was screwed. I asked you to teach Urza how to control magic. Who asked you to teach this crooked way? And you actually made Urza cry. I think you are really itchy if you don't fight for a day. Makarov was furious. Urza, he is a very fancy seedling, the mainstay of the future guild. If he is taught badly, he will feel distressed. Hey, it's none of my business. I didn't bully her. If you don't believe me, listen to Urza's explanation. Seeing that the old man's eyes became more and more bad, and he continued to work, Loya, who was lying on the ground, quickly waved his hand to explain. One blow from the 10 wizard saints was enough to keep him on the ground for days. Hearing this, Makarov was stunned and his anger subsided, and immediately cast a questioning look at Urza. Real. It's true, Loya didn't bully me, and he gave me a lot of things, as well as this small communication magic stone, which were all given to me by Loya. Seeing that Loya was in deep crisis, Urza quickly explained for Loya, and showed the armor and magic sword that Loya just gave her. It really is. Looking at the equipment on Urza's body, the hand that was about to fall suddenly stopped in midair. Loya breathed a sigh of relief. However, Just at the moment when he relaxed his vigilance, the fist that was in the air suddenly fell again. Boom. There was a small bag on the original big bag, like a gourd, and the pain was so painful that the eyeballs were about to fall out. I didn't say it, didn't I do it? Why are you beating me? Loya held the big bag in both hands and screamed in pain. Humph, do you think I'm as innocent as Urza? Makarov said angrily. And the last time I asked you to help me get a small communication magic stone, you pushed 3 and 4, and now you will give one directly when Urza comes, and also give you the armor and the magic sword, and say you have no bad intentions? On purpose. This is definitely intentional revenge. What bad thoughts? Obviously, it was in revenge for not making him a small communication magic stone. Loya wailed in pain. But even so, he didn't dare to fight back, let alone fight back. Because he believes that if he talks back now, Makarov will definitely bully himself again. Thinking of this, Loya couldn't help crying and sighed that love will change. Back then, when I first joined the guild, I was also treasured and regarded as the hope of the guild, so I could learn whatever magic I wanted to learn. After that, because of the small mistakes of 100 million points, it slowly fell out of favor. Now, as soon as Urza joins, he is left behind. He really likes the new and hates the old. At this moment, Makarov heard Loya's mind and promised to beat him again. A billion-point small mistake? Is that a small mistake? Almost blowing up the guild, this is still a small mistake. If you consider that Loya is a member of the guild, Makarov is also old, and the violent temper of his youth will not kill him. Loya, are you all right? Urza is much better than Makarov. Seeing that Loya was beaten to the ground, he stepped forward to help him up and asked in a low voice. Before Loya could speak, Makarov said coldly, "Don't worry, don't look at this kid so unscathed. In fact, the skin is very rough and the flesh is very thick. These punches will be fine in a few hours." Although his personality is a little weird, and the magic he studies is a bit fancy, even Makarov has to admit that Loya's talent and strength are really good, and it's not inferior to Urza at all. At the beginning, Makarov was quite surprised, thinking that he had picked up a magical genius. But a genius is indeed a genius. It's a pity that the way back is crooked. He has learned all kinds of magic, and he has also learned to make magic tools. He doesn't listen to any advice. In Makarov's view, specializing in a single magic with Loya's talent has long been an extraordinary achievement. Thinking of this, the more Makarov hated that iron was not steel, he was angry when he looked at Loya. The angry expression scared Loya directly behind Urza, while hesitant to feel sorry for his brother. Urza also looked at Makarov with a pleading expression. Seeing Urza's pleading eyes, Makarov had no choice but to give up. "Forget it. I will bypass you this time. And remember to bring me a small communication magic stone." In the end, it's still for the magic tool. Loya disappeared muttering, "Okay. Yes. Guaranteed to complete the task by tomorrow." Humph. After dealing with Loya, Makarov's eyes shifted to Urza, her eyes to be precise. "Urza, come with me to the eastern forest outside the city. Polyusica has made a prosthetic eye that can restore your light, and can now help you restore it." "Really?" Hearing this, Urza's eyes burst with surprise. Although her companions in the guild and Loya are very kind to her, but with only one eye left, she still has a little low self-esteem in her heart, and she still longs to be a normal person like everyone else. Urza thought and passed, but halfway through, she suddenly stopped in place. "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Makarov asked in surprise. "But I just promised Loya to practice magic. Can I go again tomorrow?" Although he was very eager in his heart, after all, he promised Loya's business, and Urza didn't want to break his promise. Loya shook her head and said, "Urza is fine. You can finish the prosthetic eye first, and then come back to practice magic. And don't we have a small communication magic stone? We can communicate at any time." "Really? Okay. I'll be back when I go." Urza, relieved, continued walking towards Makarov. Before leaving, Makarov gave Loya another cold look. He had lived most of his life. How could he not see that now Urza has been eaten by Loya to death, and even the important thing of pretending to be a prosthetic eye was pushed back? One can imagine how much Loya holds in Urza's heart. It's only been 2 days, and it's already so intimate. If it's a little longer, I'm afraid it won't be more fascinating. But having said that, Makarov has no plans to stop it. The two of them are still young now, so it's good to remind them a little, and the child's affairs will be solved by the child, so he won't intervene at his age. And he also believed that the clever Loya knew what to do. Immediately, Makarov walked out of the underground library with Urza. With the departure of the two, only Loya was left in the underground library, and he, who was alone, could no longer suppress the joy in his heart and laughed. Space magic has been obtained, and finally I have mastered the second powerful ability. Loya has learned a lot of magic, and it can be used in a variety of ways. But there are only two kinds of magic that can really be used. One is Makarov's light magic, and the other is Urza's space magic. Two god-level magics, any one of which is thoroughly understood enough to surpass the average S-level magician. Asterisk. Chapter 11. Urza and Makarov are sent away. Loya turns around and enters the room of requirement, specializing in more uses for space magic. As the research progressed, a difficult problem was placed in front of him. How to control space. Loya sat cross-legged on the ground, thinking. Originally, according to his idea, since he obtained space magic, he should be able to manipulate the space at will, but expand the space, try space transfer, space distortion, space jump. But after trying again and again, he found that space magic was more complicated and stronger than he thought. Would you like to try to increase the output? Thinking about it, Loya gave it a try. Taking a deep breath, condensed the magic power with the fingertips, and slashed against a magic crystal. The calm space instantly burst into ripples, which opened little by little under Loya's control, and as the space was pulled, the magic crystal under the space was gradually elongated, showing a wonderful state. Every millimeter of lengthening consumes a lot of Loya's mana. A few seconds passed, and when it stretched by almost 10 millimeters, Loya had already spent most of his magic power. You must know that after repeated training and mastering a lot of magic, Loya's strength has undoubtedly reached the strength of an S-rank magician, and even exceeds that of ordinary S-rank magicians. Under such circumstances, it was only 10 millimeters longer, and at this point, no matter how powerful he continued to release his magic power, he couldn't expand, as if he had reached the limit. After holding on for a while, before running out of magic power, Loya withdrew the magic power, and without the support of the magic power, the original space quickly returned to its original state, and the same is true for the magic crystal. Seeing this, Loya fell into thought again. It seems that the research direction is wrong. The results were poor, but he didn't see a problem with his strength. According to his memory, although space magic is rare, it is not without. Many people have the ability of space attribute, such as the teleportation magic of Mest, the twisting magic of Six Demons Midnight, and the absolute territory of Minerva, the future sword-biting tiger, etc. The above people can control magic in an easier and even simpler way. Loya's strength is no less than him now, and even surpasses them. Therefore, the current situation has nothing to do with the amount of magic power. So aside from the amount of magic power, what remains is the depth of understanding of space itself. Space, in Loya's cognition, the probability of this term is itself an objective form of material existence, which is expressed by length, width, height, and size. The different space magic that Loya now masters is to cut in through a gap, release magic power, and open up the space. So if you can't directly distort the space, abandon the pulling plane, and use points and lines instead, will it be easier? Thinking of this, Loya has some thoughts again. Take a magic crystal to replenish the magic power, completely replenish the magic power, and prepare to start immediately. However, before starting, Loya said silently in his heart, "System, start the deduction mode." Ding. Play mode is on. Start to detect the energy in the host body. The current energy state is 99%, and the energy is sufficient. Each database is ready, and the estimated reasonable time is 5 minutes. Thinking boundaries have been broken through. Boom. Almost instantly, a large amount of virtual data throbbed on the surface of Loya's eyeballs. At this time, he only felt that his brain was running at a high speed, entering an extremely ethereal state, as if he could understand everything in the world. Even though Loya has experienced countless times in the past 3 years, this feeling of breaking the boundaries of thinking still makes him indulge in it. Play mode, another function of the superbrain system. Breaking the limit of thinking, The brain's running speed is increased by 100 times, so as to deduce skills. In this state, Loya will be able to clearly feel everything around him, and even time is slowing down. Really look down and see everything from the perspective of the gods. However, there is also a price for this. That is, a lot of consumption of mental power and magic power. That is, energy conversion. There's only 5 minutes left, and we have to speed up. Feeling that his own power was passing by like a tide, Loya did not dare to waste the slightest, and concentrated his mind on the space in front of him, and began to perform high-intensity deductions. Magic can be deduced, but it doesn't work every time. The higher the level of magic, the more times it needs to be deduced, not to mention the space magic. Therefore, before the deduction, Loya has to confirm the approximate range every time, in order to further increase the success of the deduction. Call out. The magic falls, tearing the peaceful space apart. Loya starts a new attempt. This time, he is not obsessed with pulling the space, but breaking the surface. The magic power was released again and condensed the tip of his right finger and lightly tapped on the magic crystal. This time, Loya did not stop there, but raised his other hand and tapped on the space at the other end. The left hand also has magic power, pulling the space on the left, stretching in both directions at the same time. Controlling 2 points of space at the same time requires a lot of mental power consumption, in addition to using one heart and one mind for 2 purposes. The required magic power is also doubled, and Loya feels that his magic power is passing frantically. In this state, let alone 5 minutes, it is a problem to support for 2 minutes. Thinking of separating out a third mind to release mind power magic, and ingesting magic crystals to supplement his own magic power. With the dual support of spiritual power and magic water, Loya also completely let go of his hands and feet and cast space magic. And at this moment, a miracle happened. The originally sturdy and unshakable space began to be pulled and twisted. And the magic crystal contained in the space also changes with the distortion of the space. The range is not large, about 10 centimeters, but it is 10 times higher than before. Such progress is undoubtedly huge. Sure enough, it was the wrong direction. At this moment, Loya has some enlightenment in his heart, and his understanding of space is also deepening rapidly. Space is real, but it exists as a whole. Previously, his initial operation was not just pulling one face, but pulling the whole at the same time. But the space itself is very solidly connected. How can it be said that it can be twisted by twisting? And so there were, at first, awkward results. Now, Loya is a two-way release, which determines the scope and base point, reduces the difficulty, and achieves the effect of space distortion. However, it is simple, but only Loya knows the real difficulties that need to be overcome. It can be said that now he is equivalent to creating a new magic on the basis of the original, and now he is only 12 years old. At the age of 12, there is no one else to create new magic, and it is still a high-level space magic. If such news spreads, how many people will be shocked? 5 minutes have passed. At the moment of exiting the deduction mode, Loya's entire body instantly lost his strength and fell directly on the ground, almost fainting directly. The consumption of the deduction mode is too terrifying, but relatively, he has gotten more. Space magic. It can open up space, distort light, bend and bounce objects. With the improvement of the user's strength, it can expand the scope of the control space. Brain development, 33%, asterisk. Chapter 12. Urza is unhappy. After confirming progress in space magic, Loya stayed on, researching space magic in the room of requirement, experimenting again and again. In addition, in order to deepen his understanding of space magic, he also tried to draw the space magic array on the magic device, trying to open up a new space on the magic device, that is, the space magic device. Magical props that exist in various mythological adventure stories and can freely reserve items. Although the fairy tale world is also a magical world, when Loya came to this world, he had never heard of any space magic tool. More magic wands, magic swords, magic shields, magic four-wheel drive vehicles, and other extremely unimaginative magic tools. Of course, this has a certain relationship with the scarcity of space mages. Space mages, it's time to learn magic, and more for combat. No one can put their minds on this. Considering that he has mastered space magic and has a certain degree of understanding, Loya should be able to make space magic tools. So as before, after Loya refined the magic, referring to the previous method, he imprinted the space magic circle on the container. But the idea is beautiful, the reality is cruel. The moment the space magic circle was drawn on the container, that is, the fusion between the magic circle and the container in the last step, an accident occurred. At the moment of fusion, the container exploded because it couldn't hold the magic circle, making Loya disgraced. However, Loya is also a stubborn temper. As long as he decides what to do, he will never give up. He will never give up until he has fiddled with the space magic tool. In the next few days, Loya didn't take a single step out of the room of requirement. When designing this house of requirement, he had long considered living. There are all the necessary facilities in it. Not only food is sufficient, but there is even a shower room and a steam room, all of which use magic crystals as energy. Enough, Loya lived here for the first half of the year. Although it is not as convenient as the original world, the existence of magic tools has made up for the gap to a certain extent, which is the main meaning of the existence of magic in Loya's opinion. Magic serves people. Fighting for a high or low level is simply too superficial to be superficial, no different from a barbarian. Again and again, keep experimenting. Loya can't remember how many magic stones used as experiments shattered in his hands, and the broken magic stones almost filled the ground, submerging his knees. Again, Psychic brought in a new magic stone. Loya, who was holding a quill pen, took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and slowly started writing. And as the pen was written, the magic beam appeared on the tip of the pen, and the first symbol was carefully drawn, injected with magic, and a faint brilliance bloomed. The second, third, and fourth symbols appear one after another, all in one go. These have been calculated countless times in Loya's mind before writing. Familiarity is almost deeply imprinted in my mind. The symbols continued to fall, and Loya's writing speed became faster and faster, without the slightest deviation in each step. In a few breaths, a space magic circle is about to appear in his hands. And now, it's just the last step of fusion. With a precipitation of mind, Loya is very careful, draws the last stroke, and the magic circle is completely completed. This time, it was almost the best Loya could do. Looking at the beating magic circle, a smile appeared on Loya's face, but in the next second, a voice sounded. Kachadash. Cracks appeared on the magic stone, and they continued to spread. In just a few seconds, an intact magic stone in Loya's hands has turned into a crumb. Another failure. Loya did not continue to try to imprint the magic circle, but thought about where there was a problem. Could it be because of the container? The time to make the magic tool has lasted for a year. Many experiments in making magic tools and magic, coupled with the power of the superbrain, made Loya firmly believe that there is no problem with the way he imprints the magic circle. Then the problem can only lie in the compatibility of the container and the magic circle. The magic stone that Loya uses now is an extremely versatile material with its own magic power, which is relatively stable, but the quality is relatively low. As a small messenger, the Sorcerer's Stone is undoubtedly a very suitable material. But now it seems that simple magic seems to be insufficient to carry a high-level space magic array and open up new spaces. Maybe it's time to replace it with a new container. Although Loya is sometimes very persistent, he also knows that it is useless to blindly drill into the horns, and he needs to think slowly. And I've been in the room of requirement for several days. If I find myself staying here, I might be scolded by the old man again. Immediately, Loya got up and prepared to go out. Just as he was about to get up, the entrance to the room of requirement was opened, and a figure ran in. Only 2 people knew how to get in. Who else but Urza? Loya, I'm back. The clear voice is like a smart lark. After hearing Urza's voice, Loya smiled and raised her head, looking in the direction the voice came from. Looking up, Loya was stunned the moment she saw Urza. At this time, Urza had removed the white blindfold, showing a complete face, and put on a white long skirt. Beneath the long crimson hair, a pair of clear eyes flashed with light. Those white, tender, and attractive long legs. Even the white long skirt is slightly pale, and it looks like a beautiful embryo. Look at my eyes are healed. After regaining his normal visual ability, Urza was also very happy, and trotted all the way to Loya. Congratulations, Urza. Seeing that Urza has regained his sight, Loya is also sincerely happy. Although he deliberately approached Urza in order to obtain magic, he also regarded Urza as a true companion in his heart. Seeing that Loya was also happy for herself, the smile on Urza's face became more and more happy. But it seemed to be recalling something. The happy face quickly faded and replaced with a serious expression. His eyes stared straight at Loya and said, "By the way, did you forget something? Matter?" When asked suddenly, Loya froze in place. I didn't expect that Urza would suddenly ask such a question, and looking at her appearance, she seemed angry. He tried immediately. A matter of practicing magic? However, the voice fell. Urza's face became more and more unhappy. Lu Mei frowned slightly, making Loya subconsciously feel bad. Strange, what's going on here? Obviously Urza is just a child, and even the magic power has just been mastered. How can it give him a sense of oppression all of a sudden? Could it be that this is a natural queen's aura? Thinking of this, Loya thought seriously again. The time he was in contact with Urza was only 2 days, and then Urza was taken away by Makarov, and the real time to get along was actually less than a day. After thinking about it, Loya had a flash of light. In the next second, take out the small communication magic stone that was thrown in the space. Asterisk. Chapter 13. As predicted, the light of the small communication magic stone prompting information has been flashing wildly. Urza has also been in the eastern forest outside the city for the past few days that Loya has been hiding in the room of requirement. Installing a prosthetic eye is not something that can be done in a short time, and it takes a certain amount of time to adapt and adjust. She has been in Polyuzica's treehouse these past few days because Polyuzica doesn't like humans. After installing the bandages, she was left alone to recover. When she was lonely and bored, she suddenly recalled the small communication magic stone that Loya gave him and wanted to say something. But the message was sent, and without exception, they all fell into disrepair. Thinking of the time when her eyes were in the dark, Urza's eyes became more and more unfriendly, and she looked over with resentful eyes, making it clear that she would not forgive unless she gave her a reasonable explanation. "What's the matter with you? Don't reply to my messages." Hearing this, Loya also broke down in a cold sweat. Apparently, he was so addicted to space magic these days that he didn't notice it at all. Urza is not like this. Listen to me and explain that I didn't do it on purpose. I have been studying magic tools these days. Seeing Urza's eyes getting worse and worse, Loya quickly explained, telling Urza what happened in the room of requirement for the past few days. "Really?" Urza said suspiciously. "Really? More real than real gold." Loya's right hand is sworn. I have to say, Urza is too oppressive now. Could it be that the removal of the blindfold will release her original character and restore her nature? Okay, I trust you. After an explanation, Urza chose to believe in Loya. At first, she didn't think Loya would lie to herself. Second, she also saw a large number of magic stone fragments under Loya's feet, indicating that Loya was really doing what he said. Thinking of this, Urza asked curiously, "What kind of magic tool are you doing?" She wondered what magic tool could indulge Loya, who was so much smarter than herself. Space magic tool, used to open up a separate space and act as a reserve magic tool. Considering that Urza might not understand, Loya explained it in detail. In addition to being a small communication magic tool, the magic stone can also open up space? Urza looked surprised. Some can't believe that little things can open up space. Of course it can. Loya explained. In theory, any magic can be imprinted on the container, but the premise must be that the container is hard enough to carry magic. I have experimented many times just now, and I failed every time. Now I'm going to go out and change the materials to see if I can improve the probability of success. How about you? Do you want to go out with me and go to a nearby magic market? Magnolia is a seaport city, and it is a must-pass city for going inland, so the traffic is very convenient. Here you can find the magic ingredients that Loya needs. Really? Urza heard Loya's invitation, and a pair of smart eyes instantly flashed with joy. As for the fact that Loya had not heard from him before, it was immediately forgotten. Of course it's true. Let's go. And let's go out quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome if the old man finds out here. Without thinking, Loya took Urza's soft little hand and walked out the door. Seeing Loya holding her hand directly like this, her face flushed slightly, but this time she didn't break free and let him hold her away, completely losing her mind. Climb the steps and walk out the door. Just as he was about to walk out of the door and come to the area where guild members may appear, Urza, the frightened bunny, immediately broke free from Loya's hand. The little girl is still quite shy. Loya also smiled lightly, without objection. Take it slow. Although the relationship between the two has been established very quickly, it is not good to take too many steps at once. It's easy to arouse Urza's disgust. And isn't this feeling of conquering little by little more challenging? Let's go. Okay. Urza responded softly, read, and followed behind Loya. After a few days, Loya had forgotten how long she hadn't breathed the fresh air outside. For a time, my mind was also awake a lot. Snapped. But at this time, a figure with a cup falling to the ground sounded in front of him. Following the voice, Wakaba, who was rolling a cigarette but in front of him, stared blankly at Loya, his eyes filled with disbelief. The next second, a screaming voice shouted out from his mouth. No, Loya is out. What Loya came out? Maybe some strange new magic has been researched. What's the matter? Didn't he stay well in the underground library? It's like a stone throwing waves into the water along with Wakaba's shouting. The voices in the entire guild quickly spread, and everyone's expressions changed. Some people who were drunk and blushed directly sobered up. Everyone seems to be avoiding the plague. The entire guild is jumping around and disappearing in front of Loya. In such a situation, Urza's eyes were full of dullness. What's happening here? It's just a small situation. Maybe it's too surprising. That's how it is. Loya explained with a blushing embarrassment. Urza, don't listen to his nonsense. But in the next second, Makarov's voice came slowly from behind. Did you forget what I told you? This guy likes to find and experiment with new magic, but many people in the guild have been psychologically shadowed by him. He has been hiding in the underground library on weekdays, and suddenly there must be no good. Is experimental magic so serious? Urza was stunned, looking at Loya as if he was meeting him for the first time. The tall image began to collapse in an instant. Urza naturally didn't forget what Makarov said about Loya, but what she didn't expect was that it would be so serious. Old man, can you not frame me? I'm just talking with them to promote friendship. It hurts my heart that you doubt me like that. Seeing Makarov's touch and Urza's reaction, Loya immediately quit. Can the matter of experimenting with magic be called persecution? That's called love among peers. Hee. Makarov didn't answer. His slightly cloudy eyes flashed a shrewd sneer, which was the best answer. Tell me, what the hell is going on here? You don't want to do anything wicked with Urza. Back to the topic. Makarov turned to look at Loya and said, his eyes revealing a hint of caution. It's like telling Loya, don't try to deceive me, I don't know you yet. Loya, asterisk. Chapter 14. Buy materials for making magic tools? Don't I remember that you only moved a lot of materials into the underground library last month? There was a hint of surprise in Makarov's eyes. Loya came out of the underground library only a handful of times, not necessarily a few times a month. And every time he entered materials, he asked him for help, using his identity and personal connections as the president to gain some convenience and better resources. Loya explained, those materials are outdated and can't be used. I'm going to add some more advanced materials. Please help me, President. Makarov looked contemptuous. Humph. Why didn't I hear you scream so nicely on weekdays? Also, what are you going to do? You actually use advanced materials. Shouldn't it be some aggressive magic guide? Like the level of the sorcerer, the magic tool is also graded. But the same is very rough. There are only 2 levels. General magic tools and S-class treasures. Loya's level of magic tool making. Makarov is very clear that it is much better than those self-proclaimed magic tool makers outside. Ordinary magic materials fall into his hands, and they can far exceed the vast majority of good goods in the outside magic market. Seeing that Loya has a certain talent in this direction, Makarov didn't stop it and helped him a few times. The reason is also very simple. Divert his attention and reduce his harm to the members of the guild, otherwise the guild will be blown away. But now, in order to make a magic tool, it is rare to get out of the underground library and even plead for mercy. Makarov was keenly aware that Loya must be preparing something. Hey, Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. President, I'm going to try to make a space magic tool that can store things. You shouldn't stop me. Oh, space magic tool. Makarov nodded. The next second, he looked at Loya with wide eyes and said in surprise, "What? A space magic device that can store things?" Okay. Makarov was a little speechless at the start, but Loya nodded patiently. After all, there is something to ask the old man, and when it's time to whisper, you still have to whisper. After getting Loya's confirmation, Makarov's breathing became quicker, and his eyes looking at Loya became hot, causing Loya to get goosebumps. What's the matter? Old man, there seems to be something wrong with your eyes. Makarov did not answer Loya's question, but asked, Are you sure you can do it? It is feasible in theory, but it depends on practice. Loya said, although he has a systematic existence, the probability of successful production is very high, but under normal circumstances he will never speak very full. And isn't it just a space magic tool? Loya knows the scarcity of space magic tools, but is such a big reaction necessary? You speak lightly. Makarov glared at Roy when he heard this, and his face calmed down. Space magicians are already scarce, and there are not necessarily a few among a million magicians, not to mention none of them can make magic tools. There are not many space magic tools in the entire magic world now. If you make a space magic tool, your status will instantly become a magic tool master. Loya's talent is good, but it's limited to things related to magic, which doesn't mean he knows everything. At least in terms of vision, Makarov dumped him several blocks. As the head of the Wizards Guild, the top wizard of the Kingdom of Fury, his knowledge is extremely broad, and it is because of this that he was shocked by Loya's talent for making magic tools. What? Space magic tool master. As soon as Makarov's voice fell, some voices sounded around him. Don't think about it. It's natural that the person who just ran away is running back now. Loya, can you give me a space magic tool? I want it too. And I. A large number of people rushed over and surrounded Loya. He hooked his shoulders directly towards Loya, like a good brother, and all the previous fears were forgotten. There is no way. It's so tempting to have a space magic tool that can store things. This is for them who, as mages, often have to go out to perform tasks. The space magic device can save them a lot of things and perform tasks better, which is completely irresistible. Wakaba, Loya, I treat you well on weekdays. If you have good things, don't forget me, brother. Loya, Macau. Yes, don't forget Loya. I usually take good care of you, and we won't take your money for nothing. I will give you any orders in the future. Loya, Gray, and me. Loya, we grew up wearing a pair of pants. You can't pull me down. Loya, good guy, looking for a more outrageous reason than the other. Especially this guy Gray, the most outrageous. When two people grow up wearing a pair of pants, please put them on first. What are you anxious about? I haven't done it yet. Loya said helplessly. It's just like this before it's researched, and if it's really researched, don't you entangle yourself every day? What? It hasn't been done yet. It's gone. It's boring. It's a waste of time to do the task. When the other companions heard the result, their excited expressions faded away in a blink of an eye, and most of the crowd that had crowded left at once. However, when did you know space magic? At this moment, Makarov suddenly remembered a very crucial question and looked at Loya in surprise. He doesn't know much about the process of making a magic tool, but he also roughly knows the conditions and requirements for making a magic tool. He must have the same magic and a very unique way of writing. As far as he knows, although Loya has learned a lot and mastered a lot of magic, it definitely does not include space magic. Urza taught me. Although I have mastered the fur, I can only open up a little space, but it is enough to make a magic tool. I see. Makarov wasn't too surprised either. Loya specializes in the talent of magic. He knows it. As long as he wants to learn, there is no one he can't learn. He has even learned his own light magic, and no matter how difficult space magic is, it is not necessarily difficult for him. After thinking for a while and weighing the pros and cons, Makarov said with a ruthless expression, Loya, don't worry about the materials and costs. Leave it to me. I will help you solve it. Including your previous losses, you must make a space magic tool. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Makarov knows how much a space magic tool is worth, but I know more about the significance of a magic tool master who knows how to make space magic tools to a magician's guild. With the master of the magic tool maker, the status of the fairy tale guild in the magic world can be greatly changed. It's fine to be mean on weekdays, but for Loya, for the guild, what's the point of a little blood? Old man, are you sure? Loya looked a little surprised. You must know that trying to make a magic tool, the loss of failure in the middle, is extremely amazing. This can be seen from Loya's previous situation in the past few days, which is almost horrific and can act tragically. At this time, the Fairy Tale Guild was not the first guild in a few years. Due to the shortage of talents, the current operation of the guild is average, and the funds are in short supply. Many of the guild's appliances and furniture have been in disrepair and have not been well maintained. The wooden floor at the entrance is even worse. Taking another sum of money out, it can be said to take a great risk. Of course, if he succeeds, the old man will benefit a lot. After all, if you have yourself, the guild's attractiveness will also increase, which will greatly change the lonely situation of the guild. Yes, that's how it is. Makarov gritted his teeth. Father. When Loya heard Makarov's words, there was a hint of emotion on her face and a hint of emotion in her eyes. Sure enough, love will not disappear. Looking back on her previous misunderstanding, Loya felt deeply regretful and guilty. But just when he stepped forward and wanted to say something, he heard Makarov's eyes change, and the conversation suddenly changed. By the way, it's not completely free. After researching the space magic tool, remember to help me get one too. Together with the previous small communication magic stone, it has helped you so much. You won't even be able to help with this. Otherwise, don't expect me to help you. Loya, never mind. Anything that helps is fake. The purpose is not to obtain the treasured space magic tool from his hands. My children are being squeezed these days, and it really deserves to be you. Loya gritted his teeth and stared at Makarov. Makarov said happily, "That's not true. After all, I have crossed more bridges than you have crossed. By the way, I almost forgot that you basically don't go out." Not only did he get the space magic tool, but he also played with Loya. Naturally, he was in a good mood, and he spoke a little lightly. So what if the talent for magic is high? It's not that he was squeezed to death by himself. So, full of anger at Makarov, Loya led Urza out of the guild gate. Then where did we go next? Leaving the guild, Urza asked. After arriving at Magnolia, she went straight to the Fairy Tale Guild and spent most of her time healing in the Polyusica treehouse. The huge Magnolia, she didn't know where is where, let alone where the magic material market is going. Before, there was a good seafood restaurant in the east. It is said that the sea urchin and lobster there are good. Hey, aren't we going to buy magic tool materials? Why where? Simple Urza is full of puzzles. It's the same. When you have enough to eat and drink, it's not too late to buy again. Don't worry about money. Loya packed up and picked up a gold card with a smile on her face. Makarov is indeed a bit deeper in the routine, but he will still give what should be given. Although he said that he often made magic tools, and he lacked money, it was better to spend other people's money than his own, not to mention that he was tricked by Makarov. How can you do it without spending a little more? Anyway, Makarov used a personal gold card instead of using the guild funds. Whatever Loya spent was counted on Makarov's head alone. This is not good. The president gave us his card. This is to trust us. Loya, we should not do this. Compared with Loya's black belly, Urza's heart is much kinder. Seeing that Loya is going to spend with Makarov's gold card, his face suddenly turns pale. Being watched deeply by the future queen, even though Loya had all kinds of thoughts in his heart, he could only sigh deeply. Okay, I know. No need for the head office. Well, that's about the same. Loya took the initiative to correct evil, and Urza also showed a smile on his face. Then he took out another card from behind and handed it to Loya's hand. You are this. This was given to me by the guild leader, saying that it was the gold card that Grandpa Rob had left in the guild, and now he gave it to me as a legacy. There is still a lot of money in it. Loya, you can spend it if you want. I will also perform tasks in a few days and work hard to make money. You don't have to worry about money. Urza's innocent face had a lovely smile. Loya looked at the card in his hand, and the innocent smile slightly moved in his heart, sluggish for a few seconds, and then shook his head gently. Am I being fostered? Urza's inner integrity is clear to him. Always take chivalry as a guideline and implement it throughout his life. But what he didn't expect was that this will has taken root since childhood. Thinking back on his actions, Loya can't help but feel a little childish. No need. Since it is the relic of Mr. Rob, you should put it away. But, hearing this, Urza was a little anxious, but before she could finish speaking, Loya stopped her. Besides, do you really think I'm short of money for making magic tools? The needs of magicians for magic tools are similar to the needs of people in the world for mobile phones. There is a powerful and beneficial magic tool, which can make the magician play more combat power in battle. For example, the future Urza, even with powerful magic, still needs the help of armor and magic sword. Therefore, every master of magic tool restraint, in any guild, is very popular, and it can attract more magicians to join the guild. It is for this reason that Makarov, knowing the huge cost of making a space magic device, still spared no effort to help Loya. On weekdays, he would also sell some magic tools in exchange for gold coins to support his magic tool practice. Okay, hearing this, Urza finally felt relieved. Let's go. I'll buy you some clothes for you on a rare trip. Hey, don't worry. Don't use the old man's, use mine. But shouldn't you buy things like clothes? What's the matter? Aren't we good friends? If we are good friends, it doesn't matter if we send some gifts. Asterisk. Chapter 16. Magnolia East Market. Loya walks around with Urza and buys some clothes for her, including some intimates. Along the way, Urza's face was blushing and he didn't dare to look up. He let Loya lead him around and wandered around until about the same time, when the two of them went to the magic market. So many people. As soon as he stepped into the street, Urza was stunned by the scene in front of him. The streets were crowded with people. The sound of hawking, bargaining, and clamor is endless. The stalls are one after another. Some sell magic potions, some sell small monsters, some sell magic wands, and some sell antiques. There are all kinds of them, which are dizzying and dazzling. Looking at the sea of people, it was so crowded that some people walked on tiptoes, and among these people there were some ordinary people who didn't even understand magic. It's very lively. This is the magic market. I remember when I first came here, I was also scared. Loya walked over to Urza's side and said with a smile, "This is a world full of magic." After the Second Commercial War, the connection between various kingdoms and various wizards became more and more close, and magic seemed to have become a part of people's lives. Because of the existence of magic tools, even ordinary people can freely use magic. Until now, people have become completely accustomed to the existence of magic. A life without magic is completely unimaginable. Well, it's really lively. Urza nodded. Suddenly, I understood why Makarov took a fancy to Loya so much, and even handed over his personal gold card to Loya. Because in front of her, she saw that two people were fighting for the right to purchase a magic tool, and they made a big shot. However, he was soon arrested by a patrol who arrived. Although the existence of magic tools is convenient for people's lives, it also has dangers. It must be controlled strongly, otherwise it is easy to cause major chaos. Let's go. It took a little time just now. If it's too late, it may be too late. Go? How to go? Looking at the crowd of people in front of me, let alone squeezed in, even standing in place is a bit difficult. Don't worry, I have a way. Loya gives Urza a wink. When you change your hand, you take out the same prop from the space you just opened up. What is this? Urza asked curiously. I have to say that Loya has made so many magic tools that she can't remember them at all. Phantom Philosopher's Stone. Urza grabs me. Don't let go when I'm running. Run. Urza's head was full of question marks. I saw that Loya directly injected magic power into the magic stone in his hand. Boom. The next second, smoke erupted from the roof in the distance. A monster with a height of 30 or 40 meters, all covered with scales, and eyes as big as a bell, landed on a roof and roared at the people below. Many bricks fell. Monster! Monster! Run! What's going on here? How come monsters suddenly appeared? The sudden roar frightened a lot of people at once, and the crowded crowd dispersed to make way for the wide road. Gone! Before Urza could react, Loya stretched out his arms and hugged Urza's small body, golden magic power all over his body. As soon as they stepped on their feet, the two of them changed their shapes and traveled through the street. After a while, he stopped in front of a luxuriously decorated portal. How exciting! Arriving at the destination, Loya looked at Urza with a flushed face and grinned. Urza nodded blankly. In addition to being horrified, at this moment, she finally understood that the other members of the guild were so afraid of Loya. In order to disperse the crowd, he directly released the Phantom of Monsters to intimidate others. This kind of behavior is no different from the Dark Wizard. If it was seen that it belonged to Loya, there is no guarantee that the two of them would be arrested. But just when she was still in fear, she found that her tender white thighs under her long skirt were caught by Loya's hands, and a white steam instantly rose from her head. Then, can you let me down first? Oh, forgot. Loya pretended to have just found out, and put Urza down. Okay, the thighs feel really good. One word, delicate and smooth. Too bad the time was short. Come in, we're here. Where is this place? Lucky Merchant Guild. Compared to other magic shops, the transactions here are more stable and the quality is better. While explaining, Loya handed out the gold card of the president and showed it to the waiter for inspection. There is actually a guild in business? Urza was surprised. It's natural, there are wizards' guilds, and naturally there are merchants' guilds. Our Lucky Business Guild is one of the best in Fiori, specializing in the trading of magic materials and magic items. We only do business with the Magician Guild, beautiful lady. Before Loya could speak, a blond man in a suit approached not far away under the awe-inspiring gaze of the waiter, explaining to Urza with a smile while walking. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am the branch manager of the Lucky Business Association. After speaking, the blond man turned his head to look at Loya, his eyes filled with joy, and he bent over to Salat. Lord Loya, long time no see. Are you here to sell magic tools or buy materials? Buy materials. Seeing the other party, Loya just nodded, and her tone was much calmer. Urza, hey Loya, are you such a frequent visitor? It's okay, it's just an ordinary customer. Every time I need materials, I borrow the president's gold card to buy it here. Loya said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the blond man quickly explained. How can your excellency Loya be an ordinary customer? You are our VIP. You don't need to borrow your Lord Makarov's gold card every time to buy, or I will give you a special platinum card now. The blond man was very enthusiastic, but Loya still refused. No, it's too expensive, I can't afford it. Hearing this, Urza is really stupid if he can't see it again. He turned his head and whispered to Loya's ear. What exactly is going on? Hearing this, Loya reluctantly conveyed it with recited words. The reason why this guy sent the gold card is actually because of my ability to refine magic tools. Every time I want to invite me to be the honorary elder of their Chamber of Commerce, help them refine magic tools, and even want to be the designated purchaser, because I was too annoying, so I refused. Too much affection. That's it. Urza nodded, looking at Loya even more admiringly. You must know that Loya is about the same age as himself, but now even such a business guild is asking Loya to make magic tools, which is too powerful. Well, since your excellency Loya refused, we can't force it, but the door of our Lucky Business Guild is always open for you. I don't know, there's something I can do to help. Loya has always refused, and the blond man is not easy to force, he can only give in. But even so, there are still some etiquette. There's no way to win over Loya, but you can't go wrong with a deal to build some friendships. There are indeed some things that need your help. Immediately, Loya handed over the list of materials needed for this trip. Asterisk. Chapter 17. A deal. Loya got all the required materials, and left the Lucky Business Guild with Urza satisfied, and returned to the guild to return the gold card to Makarov. When he saw the single-digit amount on the gold card, Makarov's eyes almost went out, and he looked at Loya in disbelief and trembled. You've spent all your money? 30 million Js are all spent. What's all gone? Loya licked her ear with her little finger, flicked her nails, and said casually, Isn't there some left over? And I didn't spend your money indiscriminately. It was all used to buy materials. You shouldn't care about me because of this little money. Hey, after all, he was still a child, and he didn't hold back his revenge mentality. Loya sighed inwardly. No way. He admits that he is a child. It was promised that Urza would not use Makarov's gold card to eat. But that didn't mean he didn't spend it all. Even if you buy too many materials, you can keep them for later use. Then you can't use that much. Makarov's forehead throbbed violently. That's 30 million J. A full 30 million J. He has worked so hard to save for a long time. According to his estimates and plans, It would cost at most 10 million J to support a space magic device, and now this fraction of food has become a problem. However, no matter how angry Makarov was, there was nothing he could do. Before leaving, he opened his mouth wide and promised Loya's full support. If you say it out, you can't go back on your words with the water you pour out, so that the president's face will be lost. Makarov regretted it. If I knew I shouldn't mess with Loya in the first place, it's too late to say anything. Be sure to get me a space magic tool, or be careful, and I'll beat you. With deep dissatisfaction, Makarov turned his head and left with the gold card. I'm afraid that if I look at Loya one more time, I can't help but do it. Seeing this, Loya didn't think about Makarov's threat, and the smile on his face even grew a little thicker. In fact, he has a high probability of making a space magic tool, and its value will exceed 30 million J without any accident. Makarov still earns it overall, but he is happy to see his shriveled appearance. After all, who is Makarov who always continues to bully him with his strength and identity? Is it still himself if he doesn't take revenge? With a happy mood, Loya walked to the room of requirement in the underground library and started a new round of research. Now that the material is available, the experiment can continue. The mystery of space is really exciting. The silver light flashed, and a silver-white silver block with a smooth surface and glittering light appeared. Magic mithril, a relatively rare magic material. The texture is moderate. Although it does not have magic power, it has strong magic power compatibility and stability. A piece of magic mithril the size of an ordinary palm is at least 700,000 J, which is equivalent to the income of ordinary mages working for 2 or 3 months, and the cost is expensive. Before that, Loya used a 10,000 J magic stone as a magic container. If it weren't for Makarov's extremely generous support, Loya would be reluctant to buy it. But even so, a large amount of purchases plus the discount of the gold card, as well as Loya's special status, cost 50 J per piece, and 30 million J only exchanged for 60 pieces of magic mithril. Looking at the 60 pieces of mithril, Loya couldn't hold back his excitement, and released his mind power to ingest the magic crystal, just to prepare for a big fight. Loya released flame magic and remelted the magical mithril into a ring shape, which was easy to carry. After setting the magic mithril, take the quill and start the most crucial step to draw the magic circle. Loya has failed hundreds of times at this step. Now he can only rely on the problem of materials. Call. Take a deep breath and pull down your mind completely. The magic power emerged, condensed on the tip of the pen, and gently left a floating light spot in the falling air, which then elongated and meandered, drawing one wonderful pattern after another. As soon as the pattern was formed, Loya quickly began to draw the second one. Based on previous failures, Loya has become more and more proficient in drawing space magic circles. From start to finish, there was no pause, even faster and faster. Invisibly, the mastery of space magic is also slowly increasing, and the space magic array is drawn in a short time. However, after the drawing, Loya did not stop writing, and continued to draw the magic circle, and this time the magic circle was different from the space magic circle, and the pictures and texts of the magic were modeled impressively. The combination of space magic and modeling magic was something that Loya came up with on a whim. Loya found in previous attempts that while space magic is stable due to the characteristics of space, it also has a hint of instability. This instability lies in the fluctuations that arise when new spaces are opened up. This volatility is extremely destructive, which is why the Philosopher's Stone cannot bear it. To this end, Loya thought of modeling magic. Modeling magic is to create specific objects with magic power and change them into various shapes of magic according to the operator's own will. The changes are endless. As Gray's Master UR said, it is the most free and can show the operator. One of the magic of character. Through the underground library and other companions, Loya has mastered the modeling magic of fire, ice, wood, soil, and other attributes. The understanding of modeling magic and the vast majority of modeling wizards have truly grasped the essence of the word modeling. So, Loya wondered if other objects could be modeled, so the space could also be. Space is in shape, otherwise there is no such thing as opening up space. If you can use the control of modeling magic to limit the fluctuation of the open space, then it is possible to greatly improve the probability of success. So Loya tried it, and it turned out better than he imagined. There is no repulsion effect during the superposition of the space magic array and the modeling magic array, and even stabilizes the stability of the space magic array to a great extent. At the moment when the drawing was completed, the ring made of magical mithril showed no cracks. Injecting magic, the magic circle just drawn is instantly activated, and a space of about 10 cubic meters appears. 10 cubic meters is not much space. Compared with the space created by Loya himself, it is even too small to compare. But it means something completely different. He succeeded. The fusion of space magic and modeling magic. And it was a one-time success. The corners of Loya's mouth lifted slightly. Taking this opportunity, he saw the future development direction of space magic. If it is improved to the extreme, it will be of great benefit to him at present. Thinking of this, Loya continued to try again. Although it was successful, it did not mean that his curiosity was satisfied. He can produce 10 cubic meters now. So is it possible that 20 cubic meters, 30 cubic meters, or even hundreds or 3,000? The magic road never has an end. Yes, there are only those mountains that have been crossed. This is precisely the magic of magic. Asterisk. Chapter 18. X778 Comfortable times always give the illusion that they are passing by quickly. Many times, people are in such unknowing silence, and a year and a half has passed. In this 1.5-year period, fairy tale has also happened a lot during this time. Like the original trajectory, Natsu also joined the guild that year. With a strong nature, as soon as he joined the guild, he looked for people everywhere to challenge. Even if he lost several times, he still stood up again tirelessly and challenged again. No, as soon as it was dawn, this kid stood at the door blocking the entrance to the underground library and shouted at Loya excitedly. "Loya, I'm going to duel with you. I'll definitely fight you today. No matter what reason you say, I won't believe it." "That's right. Give him a good lesson and let this guy know how good you are, Natsu." Before Loya could say anything, Max, who wasn't busy enough, was already coaxing him. "Natsu, Loya's previous excuses were all perfunctory and deceiving you," Gray said. "Macau, Natsu believes in yourself. Beat Loya hard, and if you beat him, you will be the strongest mage in the guild. No, it's the #1 mage in Fiori. Hey, aren't you tired? Fight me every day. I have something to do now." Loya had a headache. You must know that he just had a new idea in his mind and was eager to experiment, but he didn't have the time to stay here and waste it. "I don't care. I'm going to fight you," Natsu insisted. "Forget it. Since you are so insistent, it's not impossible." "What?" Loya promised. It actually agreed. Hearing Loya's answer, the people around him were stunned. In the past year and a half, Loya often hid in the underground library to study magic, and basically did not do anything, and did not experiment with magic on people. Even if someone is looking for him to fight or do a mission, he mostly finds a reason to prevaricate it. You must know that they used to be worried, afraid that Loya would find him to experiment with magic. The sudden change made everyone a little uncomfortable, so much that they thought that Loya had lost interest or weakened. I never thought that this time I would agree to Natsu's request for a battle, which attracted many people to watch the battle for a while. They haven't shot for a year and a half, and they are also curious about what Loya's strength has become. Great, I'm on fire. Natsu was also surprised by Loya's reaction, but it all turned into excitement in the next second. After joining the guild, he has also heard the legend of the devil before Loya, and such a strong man deserves to be called an opponent. Thinking of Natsu, and ready to start. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. With flames wrapped around his right hand, Natsu charged directly. But at this moment, Loya blocked his face with one hand. Etc. Woo dash. With his feet slashing a long path on the ground, Natsu almost fell, so he said angrily, "What's the matter? You shouldn't regret it. Since it's a battle, how can you do it without a lot of money? If you lose, I want to study your dragon-slaying magic," Loya said. In fact, Loya also considered studying the Fire Dragon Slayer magic on Natsu. Dragon Slayer magic, ancient lost magic, the most top-level magic among the many magics in the fairy tale world. However, considering the existence of the Fire Dragon King Igneel in his body, he is not good at attacking Natsu. But now that he took the initiative to send it to the door, there is still a lot of trouble left. Ro, hearing Loya's request, Natsu, who was in a hurry to fight, agreed without much hesitation. Anyway, they are all guild companions, so it doesn't matter if they learn and analyze each other. As for the other members of the guild, there was no strange reaction, but they took it for granted. After all, Loya's thirst for magic can be said to be famous. A genius who really likes to study magic. At the same time, Loya is also a person who does not see the benefit and does not make a move. It is not normal to raise such a condition. Very good. Then let's fight. Don't regret it later. Loya got the promise and looked at Natsu with that signature smile on the corners of her mouth. For a time, many old people of the People's Guild shivered, because they knew that even though a year and a half had passed, whenever Loya showed this smile, the nightmare that had been deeply imprinted in their minds was recalled again. However, they know that it doesn't mean that Natsu, who just joined, is the same. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Boom. As soon as he stepped, Natsu rushed over again. Seeing that he was about to hit, Natsu had another excited expression on his face. However, in the next second, a few magic stones suddenly appeared in Loya's hand, one of which bloomed with magic power, and the magic was activated instantly. 3 magic circles appeared around Natsu. Natsu, who was rushing out, suddenly stagnated in the air. Fist and Loya were only 10 centimeters apart, but they couldn't get closer. Losing control of his body, Natsu began to struggle. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change this reality. He couldn't shake his fist. What is this? Why can't I move? It's not that you can't move, it's just that your speed has been slowed down. Now yours is still moving. Loya explained with a smile. Boom. Loya disarmed the magic, and Natsu was free again, including the fist that was about to fall. The next second, another magic stone flashed, and a magic trick appeared in front of Loya. Boom. It's like punching the wall. The falling fist was not only blocked, but the flames and power even bounced directly on Natsu's body, which bounced several meters away, causing Natsu to roll on the ground in pain. Wow, what is this? Loya smiled and said, reflecting the magic circle, it can reflect the attack of any energy body and block some physical attacks. Super Brain System. Host. Loya. Brain Development. 40%. Level. Holy 10th Level Mage. Mastered Magic. Space Magic. Meditation. Magic Circle Engraving. Chanting Magic. Psychic Magic. Modeling Magic. Phantom Magic. Stun Magic. Ancient Magic Books, etc. A year and a half. Loya has basically completely mastered space magic and has created a space magic tool with a larger capacity. Based on this, other space magics are multiplied, such as the Lock of Space, superimpose the structural characteristics of modeling magic to strengthen the stability of space. When the space is stabilized, the person inside will be slowed down infinitely, and from the outside it will appear as if time has stopped. In addition, different space magics such as space distortion, space folding, space reflection, etc. have also been researched. These magics are engraved by him on a special magic stone. With the further deepening of space magic, the development of Super Brain has also increased to 40% at once. Don't look at the improvement of only 7%. The deeper the Super Brain development, the higher the difficulty. A space magic that can increase by 7% is enough to surprise Loya, and his strength has thus crossed to the level of the 10th level. Any wizard who can become 10 wizard saints has explored a kind of magic to a level that ordinary S-level wizards cannot reach. Loya reached this state when she was 14 years old, and if she said it, she would be able to stun the eyes of countless people. And this is not completely researched space magic, such as space transfer, broken space, etc. Just now, under the magic of space, even Natsu, who is carrying a speaker in the future, may not be able to hurt himself, let alone the future. It's not fair. You have too many magic tools. After several shots, the young Natsu was already tired. What? Are you not convinced? Loya smiled slightly. The magic tool in his hand was still urging. You must know that the magic tool is also a part of the magician's strength. Not to mention the real battle will not consider these. Winning is everything. Damn it. Boom. 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 Unable to admit defeat, Natsu got up again and kept attacking Loya, but the result was no exception. Not only did he fail to hit Loya, but he injured himself, and he fell down after a while. Then, Loya said indifferently, "You lose." The voice fell, and there was an uproar in the audience. Although most of them were optimistic about Loya at the beginning of the battle, they didn't expect Natsu to be defeated so quickly. What I didn't expect was that Loya only used the magic tool from the beginning to the end and played Natsu with applause. This method convinced the people around him that he could not provoke Loya. Otherwise, Loya would be smashed to death with a magic tool before he could even take a shot. Humph. If you are willing to admit defeat, I will tell you the dragon-slaying magic. Natsu's face was full of unwillingness, but he also knew that he was indeed defeated. It's just that I didn't even touch it, and I lost so easily. It felt as uncomfortable as swallowing a fly. Looking at his frustrated look, Loya smiled helplessly. Don't show such an expression, Natsu. You still have a lot of potential, and you won't necessarily beat me in the future. And I don't want your magic in vain. After that, I will create a space magic tool and give it to you as compensation. And you can ask me if you encounter anything you don't understand during your cultivation in the future. Really? Natsu's eyes suddenly lit up. The people around also stared out, and they hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Loya, why don't you think about me for a while? My magic is actually pretty good too." "What kind of magic is your magic?" "It can only change into flowers and plants." "You don't want to fight at all." "My magic is advanced." For a time, the entire guild began to compete for the magic tool from Loya. Without him, since Loya made the space magic tool a year ago, it is logical to become Fiori Premier Magic Tool Master. Any magic tool that comes out of his hands is a fine product without exception. What's more, there are only a handful of space magic tools. Loya is considering creating a space magic tool for everyone in the guild. At that time, Makarov specially reminded him not to give it away in order to avoid people in the guild from becoming dependent on the magic tool, and for fear of being targeted by some people with intentions. Therefore, in the case of Rare, the space magic tool has been fired to a high price of nearly 100 million by the magic world. During that time, many business guilds almost stepped on the threshold of the fairy tale guild in order to get the space magic tool. But even at such a high level, Loya still has no plans to make a big deal. So far, there are only 3 space magic tools, and all 3 have masters: Loya, Urza, and Makarov. Now Loya took out a space magic tool in exchange for Natsu's magic. Why aren't these people crazy? That is a magic tool worth 100 million. Hey, you can't be like this. Loya has promised me. You can't rob me. Seeing so many people vying for it, Natsu suddenly became anxious. He knows the space magic tool, a magic tool that can easily store items. There are currently only 3 people in the entire guild who own Loya, Urza, and Makarov, which are extremely rare magic tools. When he was holding the space magic tool, Makarov showed off for a while. "Loya, you are bullying people again." Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded behind Loya. Looking back, a crimson figure appeared in front of him. Who else could this figure be besides the beautiful Urza? Chapter 19. Loya's Thoughts. Learn Fire Dragon Slayer Magic. A year and a half has passed. The little girl who often followed behind Loya grew up a lot. The face is more and more delicate. The long crimson hair flutters in the wind, and the heroic appearance, and the long white legs that Loya never forgets, are also more and more slender. Of course, not only in appearance, but also in terms of strength, he has made rapid progress under Loya's training. A person has completed dozens of A-level tasks perfectly and several S-level accompanying tasks. His strength is very close to the S-level, and he is the backbone of the future guild. Similarly, in terms of personality, she is becoming more and more like the original fairy queen, and she is no longer as foolish as she used to be. With Urza's arrival, the people who had been booing before immediately quieted down. "Urza, please don't frame me. It was obviously Natsu who took the initiative to find me, and I have refused several times. And you ask Natsu yourself." The moment Loya saw Urza, her face panicked, and she quickly explained. The next second, however, Natsu's reaction was unexpected. I didn't do it. Loya was bullying me." Natsu's head was shaking like a rattle. For the sake of the space magic device, it's okay to be a dog for a while, but that doesn't mean he's going to die. At this time, admitting that he took the initiative to ask for a fight, Urza will definitely not let him go. Looking back at the first time I challenged Urza, the image of being taught a hard lesson is still fresh in my memory. He didn't want to experience that kind of fear a second time. Hearing Natsu's reaction, Loya was dumbfounded. He didn't expect him to shirk his responsibility so quickly and hurriedly said, "Urza, don't listen to his nonsense. He wasn't like this just now." "It's true. I didn't do it." Gray and the others were booing just now. Hey, Loya, don't talk nonsense. You can eat food indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. Once again named, Gray jumped right off the bat, quickly disassociating himself. "Enough. Do you think I can't see it?" At this moment, Urza rolled his eyes. After a year and a half of growth, she also grew up slowly under Loya's teaching, and she understood more and more things. Especially Loya. Others don't know the details of Loya. How can she who has the closest relationship not know? "Hey, it's obviously not like this Urza before. You must know that I have built several sets of armor for you." Seeing Urza's reaction, Loya suddenly felt a little stuck. Looking back on Urza at the time, she was so innocent and cute, but now that she's grown up, it's not easy to lie. "How dare you talk about this?" Hearing this, Urza glared at Loya again. "You must know that in the past, Loya took advantage of her unpreparedness and secretly took advantage of herself several times. For example, building armor. Saying that to help build armor, you need accurate data, but every time it is an excuse to measure your body. Before and after, he made a dozen pieces of armor abruptly. If it wasn't for her refusal, Loya would love to come once a week." Looking back on the ambiguous picture of the two of them getting along now, a blush appeared on by Nun's face again, and he gave Loya a stern look, which was instantly charming. At this moment, Loya changed the subject. "By the way, I plan to learn from Natsu's dragon-slaying magic. Urza, you should come along too. You can also listen to dragon-slaying magic. It may not be useful in the future." "What? I want to learn too." Urza was caught off guard by Loya's sudden intention, and he didn't expect Loya to ask her to study with him. "Fire-type magic is something I'm not good at, so even if I learn it, I won't be able to master it." After pondering for a while, Urza voiced his concerns. "Magic is not something that can be learned casually. The magic you learn also needs to fit your own magic attributes. Learning magic indiscriminately may also lead to danger. Don't worry, I have my reasons for letting you do this," Loya said confidently, not taking the problem in the slightest. "Natsu won't mind if you come." "Uh-huh." Natsu nodded. One said it, and two said it. They are all guild companions, and it is not impossible to share. What's more, Loya just promised that he can ask him for questions about his magic in the future. And Dragon Slayer magic didn't want to be learned. He also learned it with great difficulty under the guidance of Igneal. Urza didn't say much after hearing Loya's decision. Loya is really unreliable sometimes, but it is undeniable that his wisdom will be above everyone else. And she also believes that Loya will deceive others, but will never deceive herself, let alone hurt herself. Urza smiled slightly and put her hands on her chest. Under the armor is a white crescent pendant. Into the underground library, Natsu began to explain the knowledge points and mysteries of dragon-slaying magic. Urza was at a loss, completely incomprehensible, almost no different from a book from heaven. But this is also normal. Dragon Slayer magic, also known as lost magic. Lost magic is called lost magic because it is difficult to master. In addition to having a certain magical talent, it also takes a lot of time, and it cannot be learned in a short time. Not to mention Dragon Slayer magic. The vast majority of Dragon Slayer is the first, second, or third, fourth, or fifth generation. Either learning from dragons, transplanting magic crystals, or swallowing giant dragons are all mastered in a special way. There has never been anyone who has really learned dragon-slaying magic from humans. The reason why Loya dares to learn is as long as he has a system. Since the development of Ultrain broke through 40%, the analysis ability has been further improved, and the analysis ability of brain operation has more than doubled. No matter how difficult dragon-slaying magic is, Loya is confident that he can master it. On the other hand, under the strong memory, Loya completely remembered its contents in his mind. Just after Natsu finished telling the dragon-slaying magic, Loya closed his eyes slowly and meditated in his heart. Parsing begins. Ding. According to the information provided by the subject Natsu Dragoniru, Combined with the existing information, the data comparison is now started, and the magic power of the subject is extracted for analysis. The analysis is successful. The magic is a killing attribute, and it has special effects attached to the attack. Mastering this magic requires 35% of the current mental power and 65% of the magic power. Whether to choose to study 35% mental power and 65% magic power, it is really offensive magic. Magic has different biases, and the consumption ratio of learning is also different. Judging from the results, there is no doubt that dragon-slaying magic is completely offensive magic. Mastering this type of magic will consume more magic power. Yes. Without much hesitation, Loya directly chose to confirm. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Ding. Start automatic learning now. The next second, the brain's thinking began to run rapidly, analyzing Natsu's dragon-slaying magic, and the mental and physical strength were also rapidly consumed. Loya's breath is rapidly weakening, but his understanding of magic is growing rapidly. Ding. Finished learning. Have mastered the magic, as well as its magic characteristics. Get magic. Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Used to convert one's own physique into that of a dragon, with the ability to swallow, absorb the energy of the same attribute, restore physical strength, and enhance strength. Disadvantages. With the improvement of strength, the body will be transformed into a giant dragon. The power of the dragon will destroy the semicircular canals of the human body, and taking transportation will cause dizziness. Can be deduced. Brain development, 41%. In an instant, a new power emerged from Loya's body. Under this power, Loya's magic began to undergo this transformation, becoming more pure and more terrifying. But that alone, Loya will not be satisfied. System, start the deduction mode. Loya said inwardly. Master the system and have supercomputing power. In addition to allowing him to open up 100-fold thinking, optimize and deduce magic with him, but also analyze and reconstruct magic to eliminate shortcomings. This is the meaning of the existence of superbrain magic. He is a perfectionist. Dragon power is indeed the most powerful power, but if there are obvious flaws in this power, it will even affect Loya's own strength. No matter how strong it is useless. And with the breakthrough of the superbrain, the essence of magic that he can see through has become even more powerful. Then let me see the essence of dragon-slaying magic. Ding. Play mode is on. Start to detect the energy in the host body. The current energy state is 50%. The energy is average. Each database is ready, and the estimated reasonable time is 3 minutes. Thinking boundaries have been broken through. Boom. The thinking beyond the limit fell on Loya. There is still a huge gap between 33% and 40% of 100-fold thinking, and the gap is further expanded under 100-fold. Invisibly, the world is once again transformed into data. Compared with the previous space magic deduction, what Loya has to do this time will make up for the shortcomings of dragon-slaying magic. Loya fell into deep thought, analyzing the Dragon Slayer magic. Outside Urza and Natsu also felt the change in Loya. Urza, who had been with him for a long time, could see at a glance that Loya was thinking about important issues. She had seen the same situation many times in the past year and a half, so she signaled Natsu not to disturb, and the two gently exited the underground library. This continued for about 3 minutes. After reaching the limit after 3 minutes, Loya opened her eyes and her body fell into a weak state. However, even so, the corners of his mouth were still slightly raised. It has to be said that after using the system's learning ability, the deduction mode is started immediately. Whether it is magic or spiritual power, it is a great test. Luckily, it was a success once. Fire Dragon Slayer magic, modified used to convert one's own physique into a dragon's physique, with the characteristic of swallowing the same substance, and can absorb the energy of the same attribute to restore physical strength and enhance strength. Brain development, 42%. Under 100-fold deduction, Loya removed the stun effect of Fire Dragon Slayer magic on vehicles. Since the Dragon Slayer magic is too advanced, Loya's current ability can only remove this shortcoming temporarily, and the Fire Dragon Slayer magic itself cannot be further deduced. There are only 2 ways to go further. The first is to develop the superbrain to a higher level and force the deduction with more powerful computing power. The second is to master other magics, increase knowledge reserves, and improve magic through integration and reference. However, in the current situation, the Fire Dragon Slayer magic is enough, and it has also improved the progress by percent, which is quite good. Loya rested for a while, and used the residual magic power to absorb the magic crystals with the use of psychic magic to supplement the vacant energy in the body. Loya, what's the matter with you? You look weird. The two people outside walked in after hearing the movement inside. As soon as he came in, Natsu asked straight to the point. Loya's situation just now really scared him. At that moment, his temperament changed. It was like a different person. What? It's just a deduction of dragon-slaying magic in the brain. As expected of dragon-slaying magic, compared to ordinary magic, it is much more esoteric. Loya, who had almost recovered, said with a look of admiration. Of course, this is magic comparable to dragons. Although he was a little surprised by Loya's reaction just now, Natsu also had a smug smile on his face when he heard those words, and said with a hint of pride in his tone. After all, the magic handed down by Igneal, the Dragon King, is naturally the strongest magic in Natsu. Well, Natsu, I've optimized your magic a little bit, and now I'll pass you a copy. After all, it came from Natsu, and if it wasn't for his trust, Loya wouldn't be able to get such magic. In all due respects, he should be given a share. Previously, different space magic was derived from space magic, and Loya also considered giving Urza a copy. After thinking about it, he gave up. Urza is more accustomed to melee combat, and combined with the armor's ability to burst into a powerful force. Teach her space magic, but put the cart before the horse. But this time is different. Fire Dragon Slayer magic, change, is just a simple fix for a small flaw, and there is no conflict with Natsu's magic itself. As for Urza, he has better ideas. What? Natsu instinctively raised a question mark. Before he could think about it, Loya's fingers radiated light, and they tapped his forehead. In the next second, a huge signal came into his head. Natsu's eyes rolled, and he fell into a deep sleep. Loya, what's going on? Seeing Natsu fall, Urza asked worriedly. Loya explained. It's nothing. Just pass the improved magic into his mind and wake up later. After speaking, he turned his attention to Urza. Urza, haven't you always wanted to be stronger? Now is your chance. Become stronger? Urza was stunned for a moment, and then said, You mean this dragon-slaying magic can make me stronger? Okay. Loya nodded, unlike other dragon slayers. Although Urza is good at dressing up magic, he is a magician with the blood of a dragon. His talent is far beyond that of ordinary people, and he is more suitable for learning dragon-slaying magic than anyone else. This power has been hidden in Urza until the future cannot fully show. In order to stimulate this power, it is undoubtedly necessary to draw the dragon-killing magic. So Loya took the initiative to ask Urza to study together. Asterisk. Chapter 21. Loya does not expect Urza to learn dragon-slaying magic to stimulate this bloodline power. Only a little bit of transformation stimulation is enough. Dragon power combined with dressing magic. The achievements Urza can achieve will far exceed the combat power of the original and even become stronger. This is the path Loya envisions for Urza. Good. Urza nodded. For Loya, she has unreserved trust, and it is this trust that Loya asks for her opinion. And after so many things, she also yearns for more power to protect the guild, protect her companions, and catch up with Loya's footsteps. Others don't know Loya's strength, but Urza knows very well how far Loya has come in the field of magic, far beyond his imagination. It's just that Loya usually keeps a low profile and doesn't mean to show it, so Urza will say more. Now that a rare opportunity is in front of her, she will naturally not give up. She didn't want to be Loya's vase all the time. She wants to really stand by Loya's side. Relax, I'll guide you. With permission, Loya did not hesitate to use the ancient document magic again. The Fire Dragon Slayer magic, modified, is selected, and it is decomposed to remove the fire attribute, leaving only the operation of the Dragon Slayer magic. Adding some of his own understanding within the scope of his abilities, transmitted to Urza's brain together. And in the next second, boom! A crimson magic power erupted from Urza's body like a volcanic eruption. The strength is so strong that the entire underground library is shaking violently, spreading out along the ground. What's happening here? The whole ground is shaking. Is there an earthquake? It's scary. No, it doesn't seem to be an earthquake, but something happened underground. The sudden shock caused the entire guild to fall into chaos. Many people thought that there was an earthquake, but after sensing the magic power, they soon discovered that the source of the vibration was the ground under their feet. This was also noticed by Makarov, who was resting in the pavilion. The moment his power erupted, he was awakened directly, thinking that he was attacked by a powerful enemy, and ran down in a hurry without caring about the others. After arriving at the lobby, immediately asked the guild. What happened? Why is there such a big movement? I don't know. The source seems to be from the ground. Underground? Underground library? Is that kid Loya doing something? Makarov's face was serious, and he thought of Loya subconsciously. You all quickly withdraw from the guild. This magic is not something you can deal with. Without thinking much, Makarov gave the president's order and immediately turned around and rushed towards the underground library. At this time, Loya's mood is complicated. In his mind, he just let Urza get used to the dragon-slaying magic first, stimulate a little power in his body, and then slowly adapt. Never thought, he still underestimated this power. This comes from the power of the most powerful race 400 years ago. Even if it's just a little bit, it's far beyond ordinary S-rank mages. Not to mention Urza has a complete bloodline. The power of the dragon is too powerful. Even a young Urza can't control it, and the magic output becomes more and more huge with the passage of time. The power of the dragon is not something that ordinary people can bear. During this period, the magic power continued to erupt, but Urza's state was weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Magic is related to the vitality of the body. Once the magic is completely exhausted, it means that a person has stepped on the end of death. Loya shot without hesitation. This time, instead of borrowing the magic tool, he used his own power completely. The lock of space. Open humming dash. The invisible space power radiated out, spreading the entire underground library. With Loya as the center, this piece of space is directly locked, and at the moment when the space is locked, time seems to stand still. Smoke, books, or scattered rubble all freeze. The bursting power was also momentarily stagnant in front of this power, and was directly frozen, like a miracle. At the moment when the space froze, Loya's fingertips shot a magic power, which disappeared into the crescent pendant from Urza's neckline. After being injected with magic power, the crescent moon pendant instantly burst into a strong light, and the burst of crimson magic power was instantly suppressed and traced back to Urza's body little by little. Outside world. Following Makarov's order, the others who quit the guild looked stunned. What happened? That terrifying power disappeared again. It goes without saying that the old man must have done it. The strength of the old man is still the same as before. These guild members stayed away from the guild one by one, unable to see what happened. After the president broke into the ground, the terrifying magic power disappeared after a while. Isn't this the result of their 10 wizard saint shot? But Makarov knew. From beginning to end, he never made a move. For a time, the speed of the foot speeded up a little and rushed all the way down to the underground library. However, after rushing in, Makarov was dumbfounded. At this moment, everything in the underground library is calm. Apart from the confusion, there is no trace of it. The only thing that can be seen is Urza, who has fallen asleep, Loya, who is holding Urza, and Natsu, who is lying on the ground not far away, just woke up with a really confused face. What the hell is going on here? What happened to Urza, and what happened to the magic just now? Without stopping too much, Makarov directly asked Loya about the past. No way. Natsu still looked confused, and asking him was the same as asking him in vain. This is just a little accident. Loya hugged Urza with one hand and touched the back of his head with the other, hesitating. Be serious and tell me the truth. What the hell happened? Seeing that Loya was still trying to fool the past, Makarov's face instantly turned serious. It's fine in normal times, but when it comes to the children of his guild, he can't be sloppy at all. Seeing that the old man was so serious, Loya, who knew that he would be in trouble if he was not serious, immediately became honest. Actually, That magic power just now belonged to Urza. It took him a minute. In addition to blocking the space, he told Makarov exactly what happened. What? You said that you taught Urza the magic of dragon slaying and channeled the potential in her body. And when I heard the fascinating magic just now, when coming from Urza, Makarov's face also changed instantly. The magic power just now is so great that even I have some lingering fears. According to his thoughts, he thought that Loya was doing some magic experiment to create a big basket, which caused a magic explosion. Unexpectedly, it came from Urza, who was only 12 or 13 years old. Out of an abundance of caution, Makarov further confirmed. Are you sure that magic is Urza's? I confirm, an old man. Did you feel that magic power very similar to Urza's magic power? Seeing that the old man seemed unimaginable, Loya reminded him again. After being confirmed, Makarov could no longer suppress the shock and joy in his heart. Asterisk. Chapter 22. Unlike Loya, Urza's impression in Makarov's mind is that he is a very good child, but his heart is limited to becoming the Holy Ten. But now, judging from the magic power that just erupted, let alone 10 wizard saints, it is not impossible even to become a king-level wizard. Thinking of such a rare seedling in the guild, why wasn't Makarov excited? Excited for a while. Makarov even forgot to punish Loya and violated the ban on experimenting magic on guild members. What's wrong with me? Why did I pass out? At this time, Urza, who fell into a coma in Loya's arms, also slowly woke up from the coma caused by the lack of magic power. As soon as she woke up, she immediately found herself lying in Roy's arms. The two were skin to skin, and Makarov was still looking at him not far away. The shyness in his heart caused a blush to appear on the slightly pale face. Thinking about it, she was about to get up from Loya's body. However, due to the consumption of too much magic power, she fell back into Roy's arms before she could get up completely, and the two collided with each other in an instant. Loya reassured, "You have consumed too much magic power now, and your body is still too weak. Take a good rest first, and it will not be too late to get up later." Right? Urza, take a rest first. Just tell this kid Loya what you want to do. You don't need to do it. On the other side, seeing Urza wake up, Makarov is also worried. That cautious appearance, as if treating his own granddaughter. The discriminatory treatment made Loya roll his eyes. But it's quite normal for Makarov to have such a reaction. Comparable to the potential of the king, Urza is almost a certainty to become 10 wizard saints, and Makarov naturally needs to pay more attention to the hope of the future guild. Urza was a little shy in his heart, but when he heard Makarov say this, he could only obediently lie in Loya's arms, slowly recovering the magic power in his body. The other members who had been waiting hard outside the guild couldn't hold back their curiosity and poured into the underground library. The president is here. What happened to the magic power just now? Did Urza make it? Is Urza really that strong? As soon as you walk in the door, I saw a few people in the underground library. However, the next second focused on Urza lying in Loya's arms. There is no way. Loya and Natsu looked completely fine, not like they had made such a thing. All that's left is Urza. Urza's growth this year. All are obvious to all. The strength is extremely amazing, and the potential is amazing. Soon, after Makarov's mouth confirmed that Urza did it, everyone's eyes became more and more shocked. In Makarov's description, they can even see the appearance of a powerful female 10 wizard saints in the future guild. This is too strong. How can I defeat her in the future? In addition to being shocked, the two living treasures, Gray and Natsu, were heartbroken. You must know that this year, they were abused by Urza. In order to catch up with Urza's footsteps, the two of them worked hard to cultivate. But now Urza has improved so much all of a sudden, facing such terrifying magic power, let alone fighting. Even if you want to stand, it is very difficult, let alone shoot. Just when everyone was lamenting Urza's potential, a tall figure stepped out from the crowd with 3 figures and stood in front of Urza. This figure is none other than Laxus, followed by the 3 affiliated Thors. At present, the guild is most likely to become a reserve member of the S-rank Mage. But now it seems that his position has been replaced by Urza. But even so, Laxus's eyes did not show any cowardice. Instead, he looked at Urza, who was lying in Loya's arms. You are very strong. When you recover, let's have a fight. Wodash. The voice fell, and the audience was in an uproar. No one thought that Laxus would suddenly challenge Urza at this time. No wonder people reacted like this. You must know that Laxus has always been a high-profile person on weekdays, relying on his talent to ignore anyone in the guild. And now he is taking the initiative to challenge others, which is naturally extremely shocked. For a while, everyone couldn't react. Laxus, don't you see Urza is weak now? And hearing Laxus' words, Makarov's face was very ugly. He is not against the challenge of members of the guild. Learning from each other can enhance each other's strength and deepen friendship. But Laxus' challenge was clearly aimed at defeating Urza, purely to prove his strength. Now Urza is not in good shape, and to challenge at this time is to take advantage of others' dangers. This is not the quality of a magician. It's a pity that facing Makarov's lesson, Laxus didn't mean to correct his mistakes, and his face even showed a look of disdain. Weak? No, I can see her strength. Among the entire guild members, only she is worthy of being my opponent. The rest are either trash or clowns. Being challenged by me is equivalent to getting my approval. She should be happy. Laxus is proud, but it does have this arrogant capital. He has had powerful magic in his body since he was a child, and later transplanted the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystal, and he possesses Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. From the very beginning, his strength far surpassed that of other peers, reaching the level of an S-rank mage. The reason why he has not yet become an S-rank is that Makarov did not allow him to participate too early, otherwise he would have become an S-rank mage by now. Hey Laxus, what do you mean? Who are you looking down on? Don't think that you can look down on others because you are strong. We are also practicing well. The naked ridicule made the faces of the people present very embarrassing. Immediately, one by one, they began to retort. But in the face of these rebuttals, Laxus, who is the target of public criticism, is still unruly. Trash is trash. No matter how hard you work, it's still trash. For example, some people only know how to hide underground to make magic tools every day. What kind of achievements can a guy like this have? It's no different from a coward. Asterisk. Chapter 23. Okay, that's straight up by name. Loya felt a little innocent, and even though he didn't do anything, he was under fire. However, he also knew why. Because of being Makarov's grandson and being viewed by others with tinted glasses, Laxus can't get a real evaluation. In addition, the fact that his father Ivan was expelled from the guild by Makarov deepened the estrangement between the grandfather and the grandson. Over the past few years, because of the fact that he has become a master of magic tools, Makarov has put his mind on himself to a large extent, so he even hated himself. Well, however, just holding back like this, not saying anything is not his character. Thinking of this, Loya was ready to speak. However, before he could speak, someone had already come one step ahead of him. Enough, Laxus. If you want to fight, I'll be happy to accompany you at any time. Supporting her weak body, Urza stood up from Loya's arms. Even though her body was weak, her eyes were still very firm and powerful. She can accept others to challenge her, even insult herself, but never allow others to insult her companions. Especially the first Loya to accept himself. She doesn't allow others to insult him. Are you in a hurry? Loya didn't expect you to hide behind women. Laxus sneered. Enough, Laxus. Do you want to be kicked out by me? Hearing this, Makarov couldn't bear it any longer and scolded Laxus sharply. Challenges of a vile nature like this are absolutely not allowed to happen to me. Okay, if you don't fight, you won't fight. Anyway, it will be the S-level assessment soon. If you have the strength, see you at the S-level assessment. Laxus is arrogant, but that doesn't mean he's stupid. He knew very well that it was obviously a foolish act to provoke Makarov's dissatisfaction under the current situation, and some trash fish didn't need his words. The only person who can really be regarded as an opponent is Urza. As for Loya on the side, he was completely ignored by him. After a high-profile declaration of war, Laxus took the three Thors out of the underground library. Looking at the leaving back, Makarov also burst into a wry smile. Sorry, Loya, Urza, that's how Laxus is, and I hope you don't mind. It's okay, President, I don't care, and you don't need to apologize. Facing Makarov's apology, Urza hurriedly persuaded him. She is also clear about the estrangement between Makarov and Laxus, but these are Laxus alone, and have nothing to do with Makarov. What's more, Makarov didn't help bring her to the guild, and now he is still wandering, not to mention meeting so many guild partners, let alone encountering Roy tenderly. Yes, President, this has nothing to do with you. Laxus is just impatient for a while, and it will be good to enlighten him after a while. Loya comforted. The old man really likes to bully himself every day, but mostly for his own good. Every time he was in trouble, he would still spare no effort to help himself and truly treat him as a family. As for Laxus, he's just a rebellious kid in his youth, and Loya doesn't bother to pay attention to him. Nah. Loya stood up. It really doesn't work. I'll beat him with my fists and enlighten him. It's not necessarily sensible. Swish dash. The voice fell, and everyone's eyes turned to Loya. There was silence for a moment, and the next second, the underground library burst into roaring laughter. Forget it, Loya. It's okay to bully Natsu and Gray with your strength. Don't be like Laxus. Your strength is a proper S rank. You can't be an opponent without using a magic tool. If it's Urza, there's a little chance. It's been a year and a half, and Loya hasn't fought with his own hands for almost 2 years. Most of the time is spent researching magic in the underground library, and more is showing the talent on magic tools and magic. The only time I did it was the battle with Natsu just now, and I still borrowed the magic tool. The performance is a little mediocre. No one would think that he has such a powerful magic. After all, it is already so strong in making magic tools. If it is to surpass them in combat, is it still human? I appreciate your kindness, Loya, but leave this to me. Makarov shook his head. Like everyone else, he doesn't see Loya as a Laxus opponent. Although his relationship with Laxus was poor, as the guild leader, he knew very well how powerful Laxus was. After seeing Urza's powerful magic, Laxus still stepped forward to challenge, which was naturally his confidence. However, Loya, who has never been interested in anything but magic, is willing to stand up and speak for him, which is barely comforting his inner loneliness. Loya, all right, is this how I feel in people's minds? Forget it. Anyway, I'm not someone who likes to take the initiative to make trouble. Since I've said so, let it be natural. By the way, Loya, come with me. Loya was thinking when Makarov called out to him suddenly. Good. Although Makarov didn't know what Makarov meant, Loya took the initiative to follow him. As for what the others should do, after walking out of the underground library, the two of them walked all the way to the empty clock tower on the roof of the guild. Makarov turned his head and looked at Loya with a serious face. Old man, you want to ask about Urza's magic? Seeing Makarov's serious face, Loya immediately saw what the old man was thinking. Well, that's right. Makarov didn't deny it, just admitted it. Urza's magic is so out of the ordinary. There may be something wrong with her body. I think you should know something. Normally, the magic of the human body is inherently fixed. With the growth of the human body, the magic power will increase slightly, but even if it increases, there is still a certain boundary, which is the limit that the human body can achieve. This limit is also the dividing line between geniuses and ordinary people. The closer to the limit, the stronger the talent, and vice versa. But Urza is obviously only a 13-year-old child, and no matter how talented he is, it is impossible to inspire such terrifying magic. Just like Laxus, he almost died because he couldn't bear the magic power of his bloodline inherited from his childhood. Urza really has that kind of magic power, and it is absolutely impossible to live until now. Without the help of external force, just learning a dragon-slaying magic to do this is really beyond ordinary understanding. Some contemplation, all Makarov could think of was that Urza's body was different from ordinary people. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Really, being a 10 wizard saints is not easy. Hearing Makarov's question, Loya couldn't help but sighed at the old man's eyesight. Although the research on magic was insufficient, he could not fully see it, but at a glance, he could directly see the problem of the magic power in Urza, which was enough to illustrate the insight of the old man. It should also be inherited blood. Thinking of this, in the face of Makarov's question, Loya also told the truth. Makarov, a respectable elder, is the president who truly regards the members of the guild as his own children, and there is no harm in revealing some secrets to him. Genetic bloodline? Makarov was surprised. The problem with Urza, according to his original thoughts, might have some powerful existence in his body, but he did not expect it to be his own blood at all. It's just that the magic power that surpasses the Holy Ten almost reaches the magic power of the Heavenly King. What level do parents need to reach in order to inherit such a strong bloodline? Okay, Loya nodded. As early as the first time I saw Urza, I felt this special power in my body. Because it's too special and mysterious, I haven't helped Urza activate that power until Natsu arrives and discovers. The strengths of the two are similar. Makarov took Loya's words and said, the dragon-slaying magic used by Natsu uses the power of dragons. But this is obtained by learning magic. When Urza just learned dragon-slaying magic, such terrifying power erupted in his body. Then there is only one answer. Urza's parents are most likely dragons. Urza, who has inherited this power, is the descendant of the dragon. Otherwise, how could it be possible to stimulate the power of dragons immediately after learning the dragon-slaying magic? When he thought of this, when he came to this guess, his eyes were already shocked beyond measure. He has no doubts about this result. Loya has been specializing in magic for several years, and his knowledge in the field of magic has already surpassed his own. Since he said this, it is no accident that the result is like this. Beyond that, there are indications that Urza is indeed a descendant of dragons. But the point is, dragons were extinct hundreds of years ago, so where did Urza come from? Makarov was shocked and also had a headache, because this situation is completely beyond his grasp. This matter must be kept secret from anyone, including Urza himself. After thinking for a long time, Makarov said softly. In this regard, Loya also nodded. In fact, Makarov doesn't need to say more, he knows what to do. He didn't want something to affect Urza's growth. Otherwise, he could have said it together with other things. However, just when Loya thought so, Makarov suddenly said coldly, by the way, when you approached Urza, I'm afraid it was because of her specialness. Loya broke out in a cold sweat. This? No, I just wanted to take care of the newcomer back then. It's not as complicated as you think, old man. Humph. Do you think your lies are clever? Makarov smiled dismissively. It's okay for Loya to lie to Natsu and Gray, those two stupid boys. People who know his nature won't believe him at all. At least everyone knows that there is nothing that interests Loya other than magic, including making magic tools. If it weren't for the principle of the engraving of the magic array, he wouldn't touch anything made by the magic tool. Girls or something is even less likely to attract him. Otherwise, he would have already attacked the other girls in the guild. Among the many guild members, Loya was the only one who made him worry the most. The level of trouble is far worse than even Natsu and Gray combined. I don't care what you're thinking, but Urza, you must take good care of me and never let her have an accident. Urza's origins are indeed a bit special, but no matter what her status was, Urza was still a member of the guild. This is his child, the child who was saved by his former friend. Makarov wanted to keep Urza safe no matter what, and kept this secret hidden. Don't tell Urza these things until the right time. Hearing that Makarov was so serious, Loya's face became serious too. You don't need to tell me, I know. Okay. Makarov nodded as well. Loya really made him feel very uneasy on weekdays. He often made a big mess when experimenting with new magic, and he needed to be cleaned up by him. But his Shinshing was reliable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Urza to him to teach from the beginning. I also hoped that, with Urza's hand, Loya could learn magic well, but unfortunately it was useless. Otherwise, an S-rank mage would have appeared in the guild long ago. Thinking of this, Makarov's mood, which had just calmed down, flared up again, and the more he looked at Loya, the less pleasing to the eye. Boom! Dash! The fist fell, screams sounded, and a meat bun appeared on the head. Sure enough, this is much more pleasing to the eye. Old man, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me again? Loya screamed in pain. It's nothing. I just want to punch you. Loya, I'm afraid it's not a serious illness. Could it be that magic practice to a certain extent will lead to insanity? He didn't even have the awareness to guard against the sudden attack. And when normal people talk about such a serious topic, who would suddenly act? What? Do you have an opinion? Don't forget, I haven't asked you to settle the account this time, so you dare to have an opinion. Seeing the resentful look in Loya's eyes, Makarov gave him a cold look. However, not to mention that I almost forgot. I warned you at the beginning that you are not allowed to experiment with magic on your guild companions. If you violate it, you will be banned from entering the underground library for a month. To take advantage of the ban, you can also do tasks, and you don't need too many tasks. Just 10 tasks are enough. If you don't complete the task, you won't want to enter the underground library for the rest of your life. Don't look at me like this. I won't open the back door for you this time. By the way, since you joined the guild, you haven't done a few tasks. You stay in the underground library every day to study magic. As a magician, you can't even go out the door. What kind of magician is this? Take this opportunity to go out and travel and increase your knowledge all at once. Don't thank me. Guide the guild members on the right path. This is what I should do as the president. Loya, asterisk. Chapter 25. Makarov always does what he says he does. Since it is forbidden to enter the underground library, it is naturally forbidden to enter. After the decision was made, the filter target of Loya was added to the enchantment of the underground library immediately. Once entered, a reminder alarm would be triggered. It also says that Loya and dogs are not allowed inside. If it is simply forbidden to enter the underground library, Loya's main position is actually the room of requirement. Generally speaking, he is experimenting with magic in the room of requirement. First, the location is hidden, and there will be no outsiders to disturb. There are enchantments on the surrounding walls of the house. When experimenting with magic, it can isolate the power from spreading. The second is that there are a lot of materials in it, which can be used at any time when needed. But the key is that if you want to enter the room of requirement, you must pass through the underground library. Unless he has mastered the ability to teleport in space, Loya can't avoid the exploration of the enchantment at all. With Loya's ability, breaking a small barrier is naturally no problem. But the key point is that Makarov requires himself to complete 10 tasks that are at least A level in a month. Even if Loya can crack the barrier, it is useless. Loya, who had nowhere to go, could only lie down on the guild table in a daze. Seeing such a scene, Urza on the side couldn't help but feel a little distressed and said, "Why don't I go and plead with the president? After all, it's me who took the initiative to ask to learn magic. If the president knows, he may not be able to lift your ban." 1. To complete 10 A-level tasks, and to complete 1 A-level task in 3 days. Isn't it difficult for a strong man? It's useless. Even if you know, the old man will definitely not agree. Loya said helplessly. Anything that violates the ban is fake, and the real reason is not to drive out of his underground library and do tasks. Then what? Urza asked. She knows very well that Loya's interest is in researching magic, and she is not interested in tasks at all, let alone the S-rank mage assessment. Humph. Isn't it just doing tasks? What's so great? If you want to do it, you can do S-level. What's the point of A-level? Boom. A punch hit the table, and Loya sat up straight. The loud roar immediately attracted the attention of many people. S-rank? Loya, you don't know how to study magic. You study to the point of losing your mind. Not far from Macau, holding a wooden barrel and a cup, Lockie said puzzled. Yeah. Have you forgotten that except for S-rank mages, others can't accept S-rank commissions? With your IQ, it shouldn't be unexpected, right? Don't say whether you have the strength or not. Don't think about these evil ways. Loya, you should honestly do those 10 tasks. You will still have a chance to work hard. Max said. Makarov's punishment is known to all. In the eyes of everyone, Loya's strength is average. But with his wisdom and the endless variety of magic tools, there is still a good chance to complete 10 A-level tasks. Loya is probably out of his mind. Taking on an S-level mission, he's afraid he doesn't want to eat shit. That's right. That's it. Loya, forget it. Such scenes are naturally indispensable, the two living treasures of Natsu and Gray. This time the S-rank mage assessment definitely has nothing to do with them, but this does not prevent the two of them from getting down on Loya. Both of them have been played by Loya before, and they have always kept this hatred in their hearts. There are exceptions to everything. S-rank doesn't necessarily have to be an S-rank mage to be able to take it. In the face of all kinds of sarcasm, Loya was not angry, but asked instead, "Or let's make a bet on whether I can take on the S-rank commission. If I lose, I can make a special magic tool for each person." Huh? Is there such a good thing? You must know that although Loya will send some magic tools to everyone in the guild on weekdays, but there are all kinds of magic tools, which may not be suitable for themselves, but their own magic. But now, as soon as Loya agreed to customize it, everyone in the guild focused their attention. Custom magic tool? So it means that the space magic tool is also possible. Are you sure it's custom? Any magic tool? Including the space magic tool? Someone asked. Yes, any magic tool will do. Loya nodded to confirm. Tear. At this moment, the audience gasped. Immediately afterwards, everyone's eyes flashed, and almost saliva remained. Space Mage. A space magic tool worth 100 million. Explain in advance that the means of stealing will not work. Wakaba asked. Although he couldn't resist the temptation of the space magic tool, out of caution, he still needed to confirm it further. After all, Loya really wants to trick people, that is, without blinking an eye. At the beginning, the President Makarov was planted in his hands once, and he lost all face and almost committed suicide by hitting the wall. Although, with Makarov's strength, it is impossible to die by hitting a wall, but it also shows how strong Loya's ability to deceive people is. Guaranteed to be within the rules and take over the task from the old man properly. Loya patted her chest and said, then her face changed, and she said again, but if I take over the task, you all have to promise me a condition, the kind that is unconditional, including experimental magic. The voice fell, and the people who had fallen into madness also regained some sanity, and some people's eyes swayed a little more. Although it was right to want to get the magic tool from Loya, and the probability of them winning the bet was high from the current situation, but Loya's reaction always made them a little uneasy. They didn't think that Loya was so kind. For a time, he started to choose to quit, leaving some daring guys behind. Gray Wakaba Macau. Originally, Natsu also wanted to stay, but considering that he had already reserved a space magic tool from Loya, there was no need to take any risks. Yes, there are still a few people who are a bit daring. Loya said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. We've already done it. Macau shouted. That's it. That's it. Whether to gamble or not. Gray and Wakaba urged. From their eyes, it seemed that Loya had already won. Repent. There is no word for regret in my dictionary. Loya grinned, causing Macau, Gray, and Wakaba to suddenly regret. But at this point, there is no way back. As a man, how could he back down? Good. After confirming the betting conditions, Loya did not go directly to the second floor to find Makarov, but looked at Urza on the side. Urza, come with me to pick up the S-class mission. Macau, Gray, Wakaba, etc. Isn't it that you took the task? Why is Urza picking it up? Gray panicked when he heard this, and said quickly, you must know that Urza has shown amazing strength. Although it is not S-class, it completely surpasses S-class. If I really want to take Urza with me, maybe I can really follow. Yes, you are cheating. Macau roared loudly. Scam? I don't have to. The corners of Loya's mouth twitched slightly. We talked about taking the mission, but it doesn't seem to say how many people will take it. Remember not to forget. What? Macau, Gray, and Wakaba wailed. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Cough, cough, cough. What? You want to take an S-level commission? Makarov, who was taking a tea break in the attic, almost choked on Loya's request. After a little relaxation, he refused directly and mercilessly. No, no. Although he said that he wanted to take the opportunity of Loya to make a mistake this time. He wanted him to go out for a walk and open his eyes, but it did not mean that Makarov was willing to see Loya in danger. In this regard, Loya advised, Old man, this is what you asked me to do, and now I regret it. Don't tamper with my meaning. I asked you to be in A rank, but I didn't ask you to be in S rank. The reason why the S-level mission is called the S-level is that it means that there is a greater danger, and it is possible to lose life. In Makarov's view, with Loya's strength and wisdom, and with a large number of magic tools, it would be no problem to deal with an A rank at once, but an S rank entrustment is absolutely impossible. No matter what you say, I can't agree. Rules are rules. Only S rank mages in the guild can take it, and no one else can take it. Makarov has a hard attitude. Put on a look like you don't listen to what you say. But this time Loya is bound to win. How could he be easily persuaded to quit? So Loya said, although the old man is the rule, there are exceptions to everything. Do I seem to have the courage to take risks? You have it, and you have a lot of courage. If you don't have that courage, how could you take the initiative to take an S-level mission? Makarov looked contemptuous. Loya, there seems to be nothing wrong with that. Etc. I came to persuade Makarov, but now I am persuaded by him. Ahem, don't worry, old man. I came well prepared this time, and I'm fully prepared. I plan to carry out this mission together with Urza. You shouldn't worry about her strength. Urza too? Is that so? Hearing Loya's words, Makarov's face also showed a hint of surprise, and immediately turned his eyes to Urza beside Loya and asked. Urza's personality is not like Loya's. Although he is still young, his personality is extremely mature and stable, and he does not seem to be someone who will actively violate the regulations. Well, I have also been doing the task for a year and a half. A-level delegation is no longer a problem for me, so I want to try to take on the S-level task. Urza nodded. In fact, even if Loya didn't say it, Urza still wanted to take on the S-rank mission. It's just that the chivalrous way in her heart told her that it was illegal, so she kept it down. Also, this is her first time on a mission with Loya. For a long time, Loya has been hiding in the underground library, and he has been invited several times to perform tasks together, but he has not agreed. This time, it was rare that Loya took the initiative to invite, and she agreed without thinking. Of course, in addition to this, there is also the trust in Loya's strength. With Loya around, Urza believes that even an S-rank commission is not so rare for him. Hearing that Urza agreed, Makarov's hard heart began to shake. He knew Urza's strength. The magic power that broke out a few days ago has far exceeded him in an instant. Loya's wisdom combined with Urza's strength. If these two are combined to perform S-rank missions, it is not entirely impossible. On the other side, seeing Makarov lost in thought, not as firm as before, Loya continued. Old man, the S-level assessment is coming now. I just took this opportunity to let Urza sharpen this strength. You must know that only by fighting can people grow up. What's more, my strength is not weak. You don't believe me, but you won't even believe the magic tool I made. Hearing Loya's words, Makarov's mouth twitched. A person who hides in the underground library every day said that only fighting can make people grow. Those who don't know will believe it. However, although it is a bit outrageous, Loya's words are not without reason. And with Urza's strength, it's more than enough to do S-rank tasks, but it's almost a grind, which Loya can make up for. Thinking of this, Makarov also has a decision in his heart. I can promise you, but there is a premise. You must make a medium-sized communication magic device so that you can maintain a communication connection at all times. Otherwise, I will not allow it. A medium-sized messenger. The advanced version of the small communication magic device covers a wider range, and the coverage area can be used for calls even if the distance is hundreds of kilometers. Basically, it is used by major guilds for communication. Anyone is worth more than 10 million J. No problem, it's just a small matter. The medium-sized communication magic device is to increase the engraving of the magic circle. There is nothing in itself, so the process is a bit complicated. In essence, it is just 3 magics of phantom, communication, and recitation. At the level of Loya's manufacturing magic tool, it is naturally possible, and it is very easy. After all, even the space magic device has been made. Can a small, medium-sized communication magic device still stump him? Hearing Loya's request, Makarov almost rolled his eyes. 10 million J is considered a trifle, and Loya can say it. To a certain extent, Loya is more comfortable and free than himself as the president. However, with the medium-sized communication magic tool, he can rest assured that the two of them will take on the S-rank mission. Within a certain range, even if there is an accident, he can quickly rush over. Putting his hands together, Makarov stood up from the reclining chair. With Loya and Urza, they went to the second floor to select an S-rank request. There are not many S-class commissions. There were only 2 or 3 cards. Makarov took them all out and let the 2 choose by themselves. With just one glance, Loya quickly picked one out of them. Go to the village of Aslat and deal with a snake-shaped demon hidden in the church. Reward 500 J. The mission requirements are simple and the rewards are generous, but the bounty that follows is automatically ignored by Loya. In Loya's current situation, gold coins have completely become digital. On the other hand, in the information in the commission, the word devil deeply attracted his attention. Loya, who knows everything, knows that the so-called demons are not made of resentment at all, but the defective products left by Jalal when he experimented with the R system 400 years ago. He never thought that the first time he received an S-level commission quest, he saw a quest about demons, but it also aroused his interest. Some powerful demons will follow the guidance of the Book of End and join the command of Hades, but there are still some demons who have not joined them at all. Therefore, there are still some demons sleeping on the world, hidden in the wild and not yet exposed. Loya has a great interest in these wild demons. If you can gain new powers through them, then Loya's power will become even stronger. Asterisk. Chapter 27. Drive away the demons from a slat village. Loya, are you sure you want to carry out this mission? Makarov frowned when he saw Loya's chosen mission. This is not only because of the lack of strength of Loya and Urza, but also because of the lack of experience of Loya and easy to be deceived by others. After all, sometimes, no matter how strong the strength is, it may not be able to solve everything. Don't worry, President. Urza and I can complete this task, right, Urza? I have no problem with Loya's choice. Urza nodded in response. That's it, President. Loya also understands Makarov's concerns. If Urza was doing it alone, he would definitely not choose this task, but with him, there is no danger. However, in Makarov's eyes, he doesn't think so. He believes more in Urza's strength. Since you are all so confident, let's go and see. Remember, during the execution of the task, if you encounter difficulties and dangers that cannot be solved, you must be the first to give up the task, and your personal safety must be the main priority. Speaking of this, Makarov's face suddenly became extremely serious. For any sorcerer guild, the success rate of entrusted tasks is very important, and it will affect the trust of other clients in the guild. Therefore, many sorcerer guilds and dark sorcerers who accept private work must try their best to complete the task, even if there are casualties. But in Makarov's eyes, the lives of guild members are more important than anything else. In front of tasks and guild members, he would choose the latter without hesitation. Even with the infamy, Makarov didn't care. Don't worry, President. If this task is really beyond my ability, I will give up. Urza said seriously. Then let's get ready now. Go. Day 2. After accepting the entrustment, Loya waited for Urza at the agreed place early. After almost waiting for a group of time, I saw Urza pulling a large cart of luggage towards him from afar. Although he said that he was already prepared, he couldn't help but be shocked. In other words, we are here to do a task, not to move. There is no need to bring so many things. It's fine to do the task, prepare a little more, and this is the first time we have done an S-level commission. Urza said with a serious expression. The space magic device is already full of equipment, and it has to be found in the space. It is too troublesome. If you drag it directly, you can take it without walking. Urza said proudly. Hearing this sentence, Loya's eyelids couldn't help but jump a few times. By the way, I almost forgot that her Lady Queen is also a shopaholic. With the improvement of space magic, he increased the capacity of the space magic tool to 500 cubic meters. Filling the 500 cubic meters, how many things should be loaded? No wonder it is said that it is more convenient to drag. Urza asked, by the way, how should we go? Don't we need to make a train? The location they agreed on was in the park, so shouldn't they go to the station? This time the journey is not too long, just fly over it. Fly. Urza blinked. She didn't remember what kind of flying magic Loya mastered, let alone flying with a big truck of luggage. It seemed a little unrealistic. Thinking of this, Urza looked alert. Loya, who saw her thoughts, was very helpless. Don't worry, I won't leave your luggage. Snapped. With a snap of his fingers, a small steel boat appeared in front of Loya with a length of more than 10 meters. The sudden appearance of the boat startled the tourists in the park and made Urza's eyes widen. What a beautiful boat! Seeing this, Loya explained with a smile. A small magic airship, suitable for short-distance sailing, is a relatively convenient tool. Used. Having said this, Loya has to praise. Although he can't see most of the magic tools in this world, he has to admit that the magic airship is indeed a very good invention, which facilitates the journey. The multi-layered design uses more than a dozen types of magic. In order to purchase the design drawings of the magic airship, Loya also spent a lot of money in exchange for it. But even so, due to the amount of magic required, Loya could barely reproduce a small magic airship. Okay, hurry up and get on the boat. Don't be long-winded. Remember to bring your luggage up. However, just as Loya was explaining, her Lady Queen had already boarded the ship and entered the cabin, leaving Loya standing there stupidly. Urza knows Loya's character very well. Anything is fine. Once he talks about magic tools or magic, he can talk to people for a long time, and it can be annoying to people. The best way to deal with it is to ignore it and cut off his explanation. Seeing Urza's appearance, Loya could only sigh helplessly. It's rare to go out once. Can't you just listen to my explanation? Board the airship, turn on the energy system. The next second, the magic circle appeared below the magic airship and then slowly rose. However, although there are faster magic airships, Loya still underestimates the remoteness of the mission location. It took 3 days to reach the town near a slat. Loya didn't complain, and the husband took Urza to a restaurant in town for a feast. After a delicious meal, Loya bought a map and quickly followed the route of the map to find the Aslat village in the deep mountains. Aslat village is no different from other villages, but it looks relatively deserted, and there are very few villagers on the streets in the center of the village. Entering the village, Loya and Urza didn't even take a few steps when they found his villagers coming out of the house one by one. "Are you a wizard of the fairy tale guild?" Although Loya looked a little young, he had already changed into a set of wizard robes when he went out, and also revealed the Black Fairy Tale Guild's crest on the back of his right hand. However, due to the young age of Loya and Lisana, the villagers were a little disappointed with the tender face too, but they still asked with some expectation. "Yes, I am the wizard from Fairy Tale. My name is Loya, and she is my companion Urza. Where is the village chief? I need to know the specific situation of your village." Facing the questioning eyes of the villagers, Loya spoke naturally. For those doubts, Loya didn't care. After all, his appearance is only 13 years old now, and he is a ghost without questioning. But even so, although the villagers believed it, their attitude was not as friendly as they thought. "What's going on? We have raised so much money, but we sent 2 little devils. Could it be that Fairy Tale is here to defraud money?" Asterisk. Chapter 28. Hearing this, Loya was not happy all of a sudden. Although the appearance of the two seems to be a little unreliable, it does not mean that the other party can be insulted casually. "Of course," he said impatiently. "If you can't speak, get out of the way and talk to someone else." "What the hell are you talking about?" When the voice fell, the villagers' reaction was very fierce, and they were about to rush over to do it. Chum! Urza drew his sword and slashed through the air. Next time, a silver-white slash poured out from the blade, leaving a deep mark on the ground. The villagers were so frightened that they retreated one by one. And then Urza said coldly, "We are the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild. Since we accepted the commission, we naturally have the trust of the president. If you question our strength, it is equivalent to questioning our president and our Fairy Tale Guild." Urza has always been straight, and it seems that with the awakening of the bloodline, the character has also changed a little, and the momentum is more inclined to the queen. Under such circumstances, hearing the words insulting the Fairy Tale Guild is naturally impossible. Hearing Urza's words and Urza's strength, the villagers felt relieved at the same time they were afraid. So, an old man who claimed to be the village chief came out and began to tell Loya the details of the matter. "The devil existed 3 months ago. Whenever night falls, there will be a huge sound of footsteps in the church in the village, and sometimes wandering in the village, which can be heard by almost all the villagers. At first, I thought it was a monster that broke into the village, so I arranged for the magician in the village to bring some drafts to solve it. But when they entered the church to investigate the situation, they found nothing. And when everyone was about to return, inadvertently, they saw the road outside the house through the window, and a tall black shadow appeared. Moreover, that black shadow actually stared at the villager with a huge blood-colored single eye. At that time, the villager was immediately frightened and shivered. He didn't even dare to make any sound to wake up the other villagers, so he just lay on the ground and watched the shadow devour everyone. Until the next day, the panicked villager told the others about this, and then had the task of driving away the demons. After that, magicians came several times, but these people all died without exception, so this task has also been upgraded to S-level commission. After listening to what the villagers said, Loya frowned and said, "Why does this event sound like a ghost story? I have 2 doubts. One is that since the devil appeared in the church, why didn't he do it directly, but hid in the church?" "This?" asked here. The words of the villagers began to falter, not daring to look directly. Seeing this, Urza said in a firm tone. We took over the entrustment, of course, to fight the devil and solve your troubles. If you don't even dare to tell us about the wall, we have the right to refuse to perform the entrusted task and get half of the bounty. The guild accepts commissions, not randomly, especially after reaching the level of S rank. In addition to requiring that the mages who accept the S rank entrustment have the strength of the S rank, they also require the client not to conceal any information. Otherwise, without knowing the accuracy of the information, the target of the entrustment is likely to be beyond the scope of the entrustment, resulting in a dangerous situation for the mages performing the entrusted task. It is an extremely irresponsible behavior. Therefore, once discovered, the guild has the right to get half of the bounty directly from the client. Judging from the reactions of the villagers, the magician who died in the demon before was probably also killed due to lack of information. We don't know this either. We have told everything we know. However, even so, despite Urza's warning, these villagers hesitated, as if they didn't want to say anything at all. Urza wanted to say something else, but Loya on the side was the first to speak. Okay, since Urza they don't want to talk about it, we don't need to force them. As for half of the bounty, it's fine. Judging from the poorness of this village, it is estimated that there is no bounty. Urza, let's go back. Loya, are you? Urza was also surprised. You must know that at the beginning, Loya was begging to perform the S-level commission task. Why did she simply choose to give up when she encountered a problem? But just as she was thinking about it, a thought rang out in her mind. Urza, don't worry, we'll leave first. But what about the mission? Did you just give up? The mages who accepted the entrustment before us, I'm afraid that is also because of this. They are so tricked by them. Urza answered in his head. The reason why these villagers dare not say that they must hide certain things. You are forcing them now, and they may explain it no matter what. Did you forget what you promised me when you acted? Well, it's all up to you. Urza was angry inside, but hearing Loya say this, she still agreed without hesitation. Everything is dominated by Loya, which was agreed before the two acted, and it was also the condition for the two to agree to Makarov. Sorry for letting you go for nothing. The villagers were annoyed when they heard Loya's words, but they were relieved when they heard that Loya was not forcing them to tell the truth and gave up half of the bounty. So, within a few minutes of their arrival, the two of them left the village under the watchful eyes of the villagers. Loya, even if they don't want to say it, we can still investigate, and we can find something with our ability. After almost a few hundred meters away from the village, Urza finally asked Denai's thoughts. It is too troublesome to do that, and even if we leave the investigation, do those villagers dare to do anything in the village? Urza froze for a moment. She really hadn't thought of such a question. Loya smiled softly. Urza, sometimes you don't just think about things from one side. You can observe from multiple angles, so you can sometimes find more. Since those villagers don't dare to say anything, and there is no need to rush to question them, we are absolutely sure that we are hiding in the dark, so that they can act with confidence. Won't we find out by then? Asterisk. Chapter 29. Sunset. The last ray of light disappeared on the top of the mountain, and endless darkness came in instantly, as if an abyss beast opened its bloody mouth and swallowed it. Dark clouds smeared the sky heavily, obscuring even a little starlight. Stepping into the night, Loya and Urza returned to the village, and this time they felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. The doors of every household in the village are closed. The house is pitch black. There is no light at all. There is no sound at all. And it does not look like a village where people live. There's something wrong with this village. Staring at the scene in front of her, Urza's eyes narrowed slightly. During the day, it was first to cover up and conceal information, and at night it was dark and no lights were lit. Well, it does. Loya nodded. The weirder it is, the more it shows that there is a big problem in the village, and the seriousness of the problem is even more serious than they imagined. Urza asked, what are you going to do next? Let's take a look at the advanced village and say that there may not be any discoveries. Loya's eyes flashed. Although the scene in front of him was very strange, in his magical perception, although the whole village revealed a bit of strangeness, in fact, the villagers did not leave and remained in the village. Take it, it will be used later. Loya raised her fingers slightly, took out 2 magic stones from the space, and handed them to Urza. What's this? Blocking the magic stone can isolate breath and sound. As long as we don't use magic power, no one can find us. Isolating breath and sound, isn't that quite the same as stealth? Urza looked slightly surprised. Why, I didn't know you made such a useful thing. This is something I just made the night before. Don't worry, I have already experimented last night, and even you didn't find it. Loya looked straight ahead and said casually, unaware that an increasingly dangerous aura suddenly appeared behind him. Urza narrowed his eyes and said, "Have you tested it on me? I spent last night packing in the girls' dormitory at home. When did you test it?" "Huh. Oops, missed it. Hey, it's almost 7 or 8 o'clock." Loya shed a cold sweat and said with a guilty conscience. However, before he could finish speaking, a fist had already hit him, and Loya flew straight out and landed on a tree in the distance. But at the moment of flying out, Loya's eyes were still able to see through the night, and he saw 2 red clouds floating on Urza's pale face, and said shyly, "I'm on a mission now. I'll spare you once." Loya breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second, Urza's words made him freeze again. "After the mission, don't think about me for a week. Do not. This is your punishment." Without waiting for Loya to say anything, her Lady Queen has already released the activation magic stone and moved towards the front. In desperation, Loya could only keep up. The magic stone was activated and turned into an invisible barrier to isolate the breath of the two. In this state, the two quickly approached the village. Soon, Loya found a clue. In the center of the village, several auras are in the house. Without thinking much, Loya brought Urza close quickly, stepped lightly, and landed on the roof of the mobile home. Under the dark night, most of the people at the entrance of the village were present during the day. However, in addition to the people during the day, these people also had a few more sleeping children. There are males and females. All the children have the same characteristics. They are yellow and skinny. They are wearing thin clothes and iron shackles on their hands and feet. They are being carried by the villagers as they walk into the church in the center of the village. Seeing this familiar scene, Urza's hard-earned memory emerged in Urza's mind. Urza's face began to turn pale, his fists clenched, and his body trembled as he said, This should be the secret they don't want to tell." Loya said in a low voice, "Demons wandering around, carrying their children to the church late at night, and thinking of the submissive responses of the villagers during the day, it is not difficult to guess that these children should be the reason why the village has always existed. It was used as a sacrifice, and it was given to the devil to enjoy in exchange for a chance to survive. Otherwise, how could it be possible to hide in the church with the devil's slaying nature and not do anything to the villagers in the village?" Loya's words were already clear. Hearing this, Urza's face here was completely gloomy, and he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and rushed out of the enchantment directly. This time, Loya didn't stop. He has no feelings for the people in this village, but he is really disgusted by these villagers. Withhold information, sacrifice innocent children, and worship demons. In any case, these villagers should be punished. You, why are you still in the village? Haven't you already left?" Along with Urza's actions, the villagers also saw Urza's figure. All the villagers were frightened for a while, and the children on their backs fell directly to the ground. But it is already like this, but the child still has no intention of waking up. This is drugged. Seeing Urza's heart burning with rage. Let's go, so you can do these dirty things? We also have no choice. In order to survive, we can only do this." A villager begged for mercy in a trembling voice, daring not to resist in the slightest. They have seen Urza's strength. The mages they recruited before were much stronger, but ordinary people couldn't resist at all. Therefore, after being discovered, they were fortunate enough to explain it. "Forgive us, we are forced to be helpless. We are just trying to survive." However, facing the villagers, Urza just said coldly, "But this is not the reason for you to conceal information. Even if you want to survive, you can move out of here and live in another town." She was angry. She used to be captured by Avatar's Black Mage to build the R system. But even so, she was barely alive. However, these seemingly innocent villagers sacrificed their children's lives without hesitation in order to save their lives, and even concealed information, which led to the subsequent erroneous prediction of the danger level. Not even a dark wizard has such a vicious heart. In the final analysis, It is just for selfish desires, not far from abandoning the family property here and bowing to the devil. Invisibly, a powerful crimson magic power rose within Urza's body. Under this power, the surrounding villagers fell to the ground one by one, their faces filled with fear, and some even lost their incontinence. Just when Urza was almost engulfed in anger, a warm hand grabbed her. "Calm down, Urza. Don't forget you're by your side, and I'm here." Asterisk. Chapter 30. Solutions, New Arrangements. Sometimes, things are not to be forgotten. In particular, the painstakingly remembered past will be like a scar, imprinted in the memory to accompany you for a lifetime. Loya knows about Urza's dark past. Seeing the evil nature of these villagers, it is unavoidable to be touched by the scene and recall the past again. A year and a half, talking short and constantly, talking long is not long. But even with the company of the guild's family, Urza still recalled the past from time to time and closed his heart under the armor. This is not what Loya wants to see, nor does she want her to forget the past, but more to face the darkness of the past. Urza is the real Urza when she overcomes the obstacles of the past. Sharpen yourself all the time, and then you can become stronger. Only a stronger mind can better grasp power. Therefore, he never spoke just now, in order to guide Urza's inner darkness and stop her at a critical moment. This is also what he promised the old man before he set off. If Urza takes action against these villagers, then she will lose her heart completely and fall into darkness. Feeling the warmth in Loya's hands, Urza's consciousness, who almost fell into hatred, also recovered a lot. Recalling what she did just now, a cold sweat broke out from her body. Loya, no explanation needed. Loya smiled slightly. If it was me, I would do the same, and you would be more ruthless. It's just that I don't want to let a miss become an irreversible regret in your life. Don't forget, we are partners, real partners. No matter what happens, I will always be with you. Even if it is the darkness of your past, I will help you bear it. Isn't this what we agreed on? Silently, the crystal tears flowed from the clear eyes again, but despite the tears running down his cheeks and falling on the road, Urza still didn't notice it, just looked at Loya stupidly. At this moment, she can no longer express her inner feelings. If the former Urza approached Loya out of admiration and the idea of becoming stronger, he was finally attracted by Loya's talent. So now she has completely fallen. Seeing Urza's reaction, Loya raised her hand to gently wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes. Okay, don't forget we're still on a mission, don't cry. Who cried? Looking at the hands wiping away his tears, Urza's neck turned red, but he didn't stop, silently accepting Loya's care. But just when she was moved, the next second, I saw that Loya's other hand had climbed up to the thigh under his skirt and was still climbing upwards, even rubbing it with 5 fingers. For a moment, Urza's body froze, and all the emotion turned into anger at this moment. What are you doing? Ah dash! A sharp voice resounded through the night. Boom! A loud bang. Loya was already lying on the ground, her head buried in the soil, while Urza, who was not far away, looked at him annoyed. Urza is furious, even more angry than before. Accident. Accident. A real accident. Urza. I don't know why the other hand reached out. Seeing Urza walking by and getting ready to start, Loya, who just pulled out his head from the ground like an ostrich, was so frightened that he stepped back a few steps, explaining as he stepped back. However, he didn't say it was okay. The more he said Urza, the more annoyed he got. It's rare that I was so moved, but in such a situation, I took the opportunity to take advantage of myself. Should I do something so unpleasant? Mingming is a little warmer, but it's not that he refuses to agree, etc. Promise? Why do you suddenly have such an idea? Do you already like Loya? No, who likes this guy? He is the same age as himself, but he is very lecherous, and he likes to tease people so much. Apart from the fact that his magic is stronger than himself, what good is this guy? Urza is confused inside. Finally, he glared at Loya sternly, but didn't attack. Sure enough, Urza still feels bad for me. Loya, who was worried, saw that Urza didn't make a move in the end, and guessed Urza's thoughts at once, so he leaned over with a hippie smile. This time, Urza rolled his eyes and didn't answer. However, because of this incident, the panic and anxiety in his heart have dissipated without a trace. Thinking of this, Urza's mouth couldn't help but raise some joy. It's normal. After the previous batch, when Loya stopped Urza from taking action, the panicked villagers fled in fright, but the children were left behind. Seeing the child completely asleep on the ground, Urza turned to Loya and asked, "Loya, what about these kids? Continuing the mission is impossible. The villagers can abandon the children to survive, but Urza can't." In desperation, she could only ask Loya for help. Loya can be rude at times, but even Urza can't deny his reliability. With him around, I can completely avoid thinking about the solution to the problem. Using the meditation method I taught you, condensing the magic power and reversing it, awakening their consciousness, I will use the communication magic device to contact the old man and ask him to find the magic council and let them take in these children. When things have developed to this point, in fact, it has completely exceeded the scope of the commission. Human sacrifice. This has touched the bottom line of the rules of the magical world. Even if Loya has the ability to solve the current situation, it is better to leave it to the people of the Magic Council to deal with it. It is impossible to bring all these children back to the guild. Although he doesn't like those self-righteous guys very much, it is undeniable that these children are better handled by them. Okay, Urza nodded. According to Loya's method, use his magic power to wake up the children lying on the ground one by one. Seeing this, Loya's fingertips radiated magic power and took out a medium-sized communication magic tool from the accompanying alien space. When he was thinking of taking action, Makarov might have used a medium-sized communication magic device to find him and monitor his actions, but now he has turned around and needs Makarov's help. With a chuckle, Loya poured magic power into the medium-sized teleporter. Under the urging of magic power, the medium-sized communication magic tool began to emit blue light, illuminating everything around it. After waiting for some time, the message was successfully connected, and a light and shadow was projected under Loya's feet. The moment the projection appeared, a loud voice came over. "Urza? Where's Urza? How's Urza?" Chapter 31. Good guy? As soon as he opened his mouth, Urza asked 3 times. He was clearly standing in front of him, but he didn't care at all. Loya said he was aggrieved. Therefore, he also answered in a bad mood. "Stop calling Urza. She's fine. Nothing at all." "What? I haven't had an accident in Urza yet. Why did you contact me?" "It's itchy again." When Makarov heard that Urza was not surprised, he was relieved, and his face became quite slow. A summons was suddenly sent in the middle of the night, which really frightened him while he was still sleeping. "No, it's rare, old man, that you don't even care about me at all." At this moment, Loya is doubting life. Even if it is discriminatory, there is no need to be so direct. After all, he is also a member of the guild, standing in front of him without even saying a word of concern. "Care about you?" Makarov's phantom glanced lightly, and then said lightly, "With your insidiousness, do you still need to be concerned? It's good that the devil is not killed by you. What's there to worry about? It's the first time Urza has performed an S-rank mission. Shouldn't she be the only one who needs to be concerned? Tear. This seems to be, well said. It's just that Loya doesn't feel right how he hears it. Isn't this turning around and scolding yourself for being more insidious than the devil? Okay, stop talking nonsense. What is there to ask me for? If you tell me you just want to chat with me, don't blame me for extending your ban for another month. Hey, don't worry, I'll say it now. 1 month was enough to make him miserable, and by extending the ban for another month, Loya assured him that he would go mad. Here's the thing. It took about a minute or two for Loya to tell Makarov the whole story of the day. As soon as he heard that a living person was sacrificed to the demon, Makarov's face that was mocking Loya quickly became solemn. There was no other way. Makarov couldn't calm down when faced with something that seriously triggered the bottom line, and said immediately, "I will contact the Magic Council. You wait and cooperate with them. They will take over these children. As for the entrusted tasks, we will temporarily suspend them. No matter what the result is, this time you have completed an S-level mission. Okay, I'll wait here." After explaining, Loya closed the medium-sized communication magic device. Although he was a little unwilling to this mission anticlimactic, Loya was also aware of the current complicated situation, and it was better not to interfere. The old man considered himself to have completed the task, and he was too lazy to continue his actions, so there was no need to waste time. As for the power of the devil, You can still encounter it in the future, don't rush it for a while. Anyway, the dragon-slaying magic and the space magic are enough to study it for a long time. One S-rank mission should be enough for 10 A-rank missions. The corner of Loya's mouth raised slightly when he thought that he would be able to go back to the underground library to experiment with magic. But just when he thought so, Urza's voice suddenly sounded. Loya, it's not good. Someone has already entered the church. What? Is there anyone in the church? Loya froze slightly. Turning to look, I saw Urza was holding a little girl with short white hair and said. The moment he saw the two of them, Loya's eyes froze for a moment, and he murmured subconsciously. Wait, why is she here? Could it be about the church? Loya, what's wrong with you? Seeing Loya dumbfounded, Urza reminded again. Hearing this, Loya also came back to his senses, stepped lightly, came to Urza's side and asked, What exactly is going on? Urza said anxiously. The elder sister this child said went to the church just now, saying that she was going to destroy demons. Her elder brother also followed in order to help her elder sister. She was deceived by the villagers because she wanted to find her elder sister. Stunned by the drug, the voice fell, and the girl who had just regained consciousness in her arms struggled to get up and looked weak, took Loya's hand and pleaded. Brother, sister, please, please save Sister Mira Jane, and Brother Elfman, please, I don't want to lose Sister Mira. Mira Jane? Elfman. It seems so. Hearing the little girl's words, Loya, who was inexplicably familiar, also settled down. That's right, the little girl in front of her is Lysana, a future member of the Fairy Tale Guild. As for the Mira Jane in her mouth, it is naturally the devil Mira Jane. Loya didn't expect that he would meet the three sisters and three sisters Mila in a village. In this way, everything is reasonable. Mage and Mira Jane, he was possessed by demons since childhood. Because of being possessed by demons, he was expelled from the villagers. In search of a solution to the curse, head to Fairy Tale and join a guild. Before, Loya was still thinking about why there were demons in this small village. Now that the three sisters and three sisters Mila have appeared, all the questions have been answered. From what it looks like now, tonight should be the time for Mira Jane's transformation. Don't worry, I will definitely save your sister and brother. Urza looked at Lysana with pity. Once upon a time, she also had a sister. The moment she saw Lysana and felt her worry about her sister, Urza couldn't help but recall it all at once. Naturally, she agreed repeatedly. But the moment she agreed, she kept her hand on Urza's shoulder. Let me come. Just stay and take care of these people. No, those villagers said that the demons in the church are very ferocious. Loya, I should go with you. It is better for us to join forces, otherwise it will be too dangerous. Hearing that Loya was preparing a demon to face the church, Urza directly vetoed. Not to mention what Makarov had just asked them to terminate the mission, she also heard it. After all, she agreed to this matter. She couldn't see Loya taking risks for her, and she stayed where she was, waiting for the result. Danger. Loya smiled slightly. It's not me that you really need to worry about. It's the devil. Urza, don't forget, it was me who taught you how to use magic. The voice fell. Between the invisible, the space is distorted. In the next second, Urza didn't even react, and Loya's figure had disappeared. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Village Center. In a matter of seconds, Loya had rushed to the cathedral. At this moment, scarlet blood flowed from the door in front of the cathedral, surrounded by a cloud of blood mist, exuding a strong smell of blood, and, one after another, hideous roar. Are you already fighting? After arriving, Loya didn't go in directly. Although he had promised Urza and Lysana just now, he wasn't nervous at all. Because it is inevitable that Mira Jane encounters the devil. A large part of the reason why the future Mira Jane is called a devil is also from this moment, and there is no need to worry about danger. In contrast, Loya is interested in demons. Thinking of this, he took out the magic stone and opened the magic barrier, isolating his magic power and figure, and then walked straight through the gate. Just after entering the door of the church, a snake-headed demon with hard scales all over his body and a pink snake letter from his mouth was brought into Loya's field of vision. There was a long tail dragging behind the demon, and the wings behind it were 3 or 4 meters wide. A gust of wind caused a gust of wind with a slight shock, and standing in front of the demon was a young girl. Same white hair as Lysana. The only difference is that the girl has long, smooth hair. She has a slender body, jade arms like snow lotus roots, and beautiful and round jade legs. Even if the delicate face under the pure white long hair is full of anger, it is difficult to hide its moving face. This girl is none other than Mira Jane herself. An elfman is lying on the ground in the not-far corner, completely unconscious, and it is only the devil who is injured. Looking at Elfman completely unconscious, Mira Jane was almost furious. Damn devil, dare to hurt my brother. I will never forgive you. Jia 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 jia. The snake-headed demon let out a harsh laugh, like a knife slicing through glass. Don't forgive me? Do you think you have that ability? Besides, your younger brother was sent to the door by himself, but I didn't take the initiative. What's more, the human lifespan is so short, and there is not much magic in the body. Being part of my demon Satan's body, you should be happy for your brother. Demons are cruel by nature. They like to slaughter humans, and they prefer to torture humans. It very much enjoys the pain and wailing of human beings in front of it, which can bring it a special pleasure. I won't let you continue to hurt my brother. Mira Jane's beautiful eyes were full of anger. She knew that Satan demons were provoking her. Normally, she had to restrain herself, but once her family was involved, her inner anger could not be suppressed. Very well, it should be like this. Only in this way can blood become more delicious. When the Satan devil heard the girl's words, his pitch-black vertical pupils shone with scarlet light, and a successful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. An accident left him seriously injured. In the 3 months since he came to this village, he devoured a lot of flesh and blood, and his injuries only managed to recover a small part of his strength. However, if she eats Mira Jane in front of her, she can quickly recover from her injury. Although he is young, the magic power he radiates is extremely pure. Devouring her alone can reach dozens of people, and even hundreds of human flesh and blood, or even more. Under the temptation of this magic power, it was almost unable to suppress the inner demon instinct, and immediately prepared to rush over. But in an instant, a strong danger enveloped its body. Under this pressure, the figure that had swung over abruptly stayed in place, turning its head and staring at the door with fierce eyes. "Who? Come out for me. Don't hide from me." The sudden roar made Mira Jane, who was preparing to fight, look sluggish, completely unaware of what happened. You must know that she is ready to take on the challenge, but she did not expect that the satanic demon would suddenly stop in place and yell at the door. However, she also carelessly kept her eyes fixed on the front, ready to deal with the counterattack of the Satan demon at any time. However, Mira Jane's wave of wits and bravery with the air did not let the Satan devil look in his eyes. His eyes were still fixed on the door, and the alertness of his eyes was raised to the extreme, and he said gloomily, "Are you planning to hide after being discovered? What's happening here?" Once was fine, but twice in a row, Mira Jane also subconsciously realized something was wrong. The strength of the Satan devil is not weak, otherwise he would not have been fighting with himself until now. There is absolutely no need to use such a mentally retarded measurement to make the Satan devil so fearful that real people are watching them from behind. Thinking of Mira Jane, she used the corner of her eye to follow the Satan demon's gaze and looked towards the position at the door, but no matter how much she observed, she didn't see a trace of existence. For a time, several question marks appeared in Mira Jane's mind, and just when she didn't know why, the Satan demon had already started, and a dark light appeared in the air, under Mira Jane's gaze, towards the door. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. At the moment of falling, the attack did not land, nor did it explode directly, but stayed in the air abruptly, as if the space was suspended. In the next second, it quickly melted into the air. As the black light beam disappeared, a sound came from the invisible space. The space began to shake violently, and the enchantment began to slowly disintegrate. "Huh, I thought you were just pretending, but I didn't expect you to actually find me. There are really people." Mira Jane's face showed surprise. In addition to being surprised, his face quickly became as cautious as a Satan demon. When she was fighting, she could unknowingly enter the battle situation in the church, but she didn't realize it at all, and the desperate situation of strength was beyond her imagination. At least, no one in such a powerful village has it. Mira Jane shuddered a little at the thought of an unknown person standing behind her unknowingly. However, this cautiousness disappeared with the disintegration of the enchantment, and his eyes fell into sluggishness again. Because, too young. According to her idea, it should be a powerful magician or a strange monster, but she didn't expect it to be a boy about her age. And it's surprisingly pretty. At least, Mira Jane had never seen such a good-looking boy. Especially the dark and deep eyes are particularly attractive, giving her the feeling that she can't explain clearly. So, Mira Jane asked Loya directly, "Who are you? Why are you here? And why are you hiding behind me?" Asterisk. Chapter 33. You seem to have a lot of questions, but I'll talk about them later. I don't have time for you, so be quiet first. Mira Jane's question, Loya answered casually, ignoring her further. The casual attitude and casual tone made Mira Jane frown slightly. I don't know why, when I heard Loya's words, I had an inexplicable feeling of wanting to punch him. Inexplicably hiding behind her back, she didn't let herself be quieter. If she wasn't worried about the demon beside her, she would have walked right past with a fiery temper. Loya didn't know about his simple words, and he had already made Mira Jane write it down in his notebook. At this time, his attention was all attracted by the Satan demon. His dark eyes were full of curiosity. I'm curious. How did you find me? And can you answer it for me? Loya was surprised. Although the enchantment set on the body is activated by the magic stone, under normal circumstances, unless the strength exceeds him by a lot, it is impossible to find his own breath, but this demon still found it. It is naturally impossible for Loya to think that the strength of Satan's demon surpasses himself. There is only one possibility. The other party has mastered some special ability and discovered himself with this ability. The Satan devil did not answer, but said coldly, "Human powerhouse, I don't know exactly what you want to do, but as long as you leave here, I promise not to continue to act on you. Otherwise, even if you die, you will die together." Mira Jane's eyes widened. Devil, are you afraid? Although Satan's devil's voice was strong, she could clearly hear the fear in it. Hours of dogfighting. Mira Jane knew very well how powerful the demon in front of him was. This power is not only about strength, but more about the body of a demon. The hard shell and the terrifying recovery ability can quickly recover even if she is hit by her magic power several times. This power has made her almost die several times. Such a powerful demon is afraid in front of a boy about his own age? Mira Jane's heart instantly set off a storm. Because Loya looks good-looking at best, with very distinctive eyes, the word powerful doesn't seem to have much to do with the whole body. In fact, Mira Jane is not a satanic demon. Sometimes being strong or not has nothing to do with appearance. Loya is strong. This was what the snakehead's demonic intuition told him. Even if it has not fully recovered, the instinctive intuition has not changed in the slightest. From the moment Loya appeared, the demon instinct kept reminding him. It looks very weak, but it brings a huge sense of oppression. The other party is very dangerous. It's more dangerous than Mira Jane. Even if he regained his full strength, he might not be able to guarantee victory. In the case of not knowing the strength of the opponent, it is a very dangerous act to make a rash move, and you can only try to use other methods to force the opponent to leave. However, Loya's expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, he sneered. Perish together? Do you think you have that power? The Satan demon's face turned gloomy. Do you have to fight me to the death? Judging from the girl's reaction, you probably don't know her. It's necessary to work hard for a stranger. You must know that human beings have always been selfish, caring for themselves and completely ignoring others, just like the people in this village who sacrifice their flesh and blood to me constantly in order to survive. Do you think it's still necessary for the people in this village to be worthy of a shot? During the confrontation, the Satan demon continued to speak. One is that it really does not want to fight Loya, and the other is that it delays time to recover the power lost in the battle just now. On the surface, it is fear, but it is really looking for the right moment to launch a sudden punch. It's a pity. How could Loya be fooled by this kind of trick that has been used for a long time? But he doesn't mind chatting with the devil for a while to see if he can get some useful information. It is true that there is no cure for the people in this village, but I am only interested in you. As for the villagers, I don't care about anything. If you want to do something to that girl, I will not stop it. For a time, Mira Jane's watery eyes suddenly widened. and she didn't expect Loya to answer like this. Although a little reluctant to admit it, when she saw Loya, she subconsciously knew that he, who is also a human, would be his own companion. Unexpectedly, a boy who looked unusually handsome at this time would agree with the devil-eating people. Not to mention Mira Jane, even Satan demons were taken aback by Loya. You sure? Of course. Loya spread his hands helplessly. Don't look at me being very casual, but as long as I promise something, I will never go back on it. In this sentence, Loya did not lie. This guy really isn't a good person. Mira Jane's face changed slightly, and the impression of Loya in her heart was a little bit worse. But in the next second, Mira Jane heard Loya's tone change again. But before that, please answer my question first. You haven't answered me yet. You must know that my patience is very limited. Loya walked over step by step. However, it is this simple approach, but every step seems to be stepping on the heart of Satan demon. The complexion of the Satan demon darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that he intends to watch, but in fact, from the perception range, Loya's power has penetrated the space and locked this area. It is conceivable that even if he says the answer, he cannot escape. Once he solves another girl by himself, the other party will definitely still shoot at him. No, you have to strike first. Otherwise, even if you kill the girl yourself, waiting for yourself is just a slow death. Boom! Black waves poured out of the Satan devil's body and covered his hands. With one foot, the floor cracks. The huge body of the Satan devil is like an arrow that goes off the wire, rushing out violently, heading towards Loya, with a ray of magic power bursting out of his mouth. Give me death. Inside the church, the most threatening one is Loya. Take him first, and the rest of Mira Jane will no longer be a threat. If you're lucky enough to devour Loya, maybe Mira Jane won't even need it. Hey, why are you so disobedient? Looking at the Satan demon who attacked him without hesitation, Loya sighed helplessly. Although I am a lot more wicked in my usual self, but I still keep the promises I have said, and now even the devil doesn't believe in me. Can it be said that I am really what the old man said? Is it more sinister than the devil? Asterisk. Chapter 34. Flash. When Mira Jane saw the Satan demon attack, she quickly reminded loudly. The booming sound echoed continuously in the church. After hearing Mira Jane's reminder, Loya's figure still didn't flicker, and she raised her finger slightly. Under the amazed eyes of Mira Jane and the Satan demon, ripples appeared in the space of the fingertips. The same miracle happened again. Like a black ray, the Satan demon's attack stayed in midair. It's just the next second, with a very strange gesture, it reflects out and rushes towards the Satan demon. What is this? Seeing the rebound of the attack, the Satan demon, who had no expected result, was horrified. However, a ray of mantra burst out in a hurry, and it collided with the reflected attack. Boom! Darkness and darkness collided, producing a huge explosion, bursting out a more powerful air wave, like a surging tsunami, spreading layer by layer toward the surrounding walls. For a time, under this collision force, the entire church shook violently. Under this force, Mira Jane didn't even react, and was directly hit by the air wave and hit the wall. The wind swept through, the smoke disappeared, and calm was restored in the cathedral again. The figure of Satan demon also appeared again. At this time, the body was dilapidated, a large number of scales fell down, and blue blood continued to flow out of the whole body. Wow! A mouthful of blood spit out from the mouth of the Satan demon. Feeling the severe pain coming from his body, his gaze towards Loya changed again, and there was a bit of fear in his eyes. In a short period of time, not only did he block his own attack, but he even increased the rebound damage. It had never seen such a method before, and it was not like what a teenage human kid could do. Judging from the situation just now, the other party didn't even use all his strength. It still underestimated the opponent's strength, and it's still grossly underrated. Oh, it's not dead. It seems that the structure of demons is indeed different from that of humans. It's much more interesting than I thought. After the rebound attack, Loya did not continue to shoot, and continued to look up at the Satan demon, looking like a studious child. However, in Mira Jane's eyes, who fell on the ground and raised her hips to a perfect degree, she looked like a real demon. With a wave of her hand, she directly defeated the demon who had been fighting with her for a long time. without even blinking an eye. This powerful strength has completely exceeded her imagination. However, if it is only powerful, it is fine. Looking at those dark eyes, he is not afraid of Satan's hideous appearance. On the contrary, he is very curious. It seems that I can't wait to dissect the Satan demon and find out. Just like a pervert. You are courting death. The satanic demon roared in anger. As a demon, it has never suffered such humiliation. I've always wanted to play with others. How can I be toyed with myself? If it weren't for the injury, it wouldn't have ended up in this awkward environment at all. In anger, Satan demons have no reservations. Boom! The black wave Satan demon kept appearing in his right hand, covering the sky above the entire church. In the next second, in the darkness, giant eyes appeared one after another, staring at Loya below. All the demon eyes burst into light at the same time and fell violently towards Loya. The speed is so fast that it is impossible to avoid it. The number was so large that it blocked Loya's body and firmly locked Loya's power. The Satan demon with blood flowing all over his body laughed madly. Damn human, let me fall in the curse of darkness. Dark curse, the strongest power of Satan demon. Unite the attack of sin and darkness. Under normal circumstances, Satan demons do not use this spell. The curse of the dark curse consumes too much power, and now it is still injured, and it will completely lose its power in a single blow. However, in order to survive, it has no choice. It turned out that it was right. Boom! With a loud bang, a powerful wave directly wrapped Loya's body, and the dark magic power devoured his power continuously. Under this force, the crumbling church could no longer support it, and it instantly overwhelmed everything, and it exploded continuously. The white walls and pillars were crushed into powder by the force, and it took a long time to stop. And as everything calmed down, the church had completely disappeared, along with Loya's magic. Seeing this scene, Mira Jane, who was not far away, was also dumbfounded. How so? Loya did leave a bad impression on her, but that doesn't mean she wants Loya to die. After all, the devil is the real enemy, and Loya is at most a passerby. Although she almost couldn't help but want to beat someone, she still felt a trace of sadness after all. After releasing the attack, the power of the Satan demon quickly weakened. I didn't expect that a low-level human race would cost me so much magic power. How many humans can I eat to make up for it? However, being able to push my demon Satan to this point is quite capable. Satan fluttered his wings and prepared to leave. You don't want to leave? Mira Jane realized that the demon was about to flee and immediately released magic to stop it. It's just that Mira Jane's magic power is strong, but it releases magic power directly, and it has no effect in the face of Satan, who has a higher level of magic. Little devil, thank the guy just now. If it wasn't for him, I'd have eaten you now. Next time I'll deal with you. Don't think about escaping. I've already remembered your magic. You can't escape my control. It took so much energy, not to mention devouring Mira Jane. It was not bad to be able to stand still. After regaining some power, it will not be too late to come back to devour these little ghosts. The only pity is that Loya was not devoured. Otherwise, its power may be completely restored. Damn it. Stay with me. Seeing that the Satan demon who hurt his younger brother was out of his attack range, despair surged in Mira Jane's heart. In order to kill the demon, she was ready to die, but she still couldn't grasp the chance that Loya had exchanged her life for. She couldn't accept such a result. However, just as the Satan devil was about to leave the gap in the roof, he hit his head and stayed in the air abruptly, losing control of his body and completely unable to move. What's happening here? In the sudden situation, both Mira Jane and the demon Satan were completely stunned. The next second, a familiar voice sounded again. The power of conjuration? Did you sense me just now with this power? Asterisk. Chapter 35. Within sight, the space swayed, Loya's figure collapsed out of the invisible space, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on the face of the Satan demon. Especially when he saw that there was no damage to Loya's body. As if he was struck by lightning, he froze in place. How is this possible? Your magic. It's completely gone, is it? Before he could finish speaking, Loya went on for him. Looking at the reaction of the Satan demon, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The magic of Satan demons is indeed strong and overbearing. This can be seen by smashing the entire church into powder, but unfortunately, no matter how strong the power is, it still has no effect. At the moment when the space fell, the space around him was directly distorted. In the case of being separated from the space distortion, unless he is also a space magician or has the power of transcendence, he cannot cause any damage to him. You're still alive. Then you shouldn't be a ghost, right? Only then did Mirajane react and said in shock, "Why? Are you still eager to die?" Hearing this, Loya rolled her eyes. "The little girl is very pretty. Why don't you have a brain?" "It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. It must be false. It must be false." No matter how hard it was to hide the shock in Satan's eyes, his spirit was completely collapsed. This is his proud spell. How could there be no effect at all? After spending all the remaining blows, it didn't even cause any damage. How could the snake-headed demon be able to accept it? "Since you're not ready to do it, let me do it." Looking at the already collapsed snake-headed demon, Loya didn't intend to continue the bad fun anymore. It took too long here, and Urza would definitely wait. And, within the range of his magic power perception, a large amount of magic power is already approaching. He didn't want to get involved with those guys. Just as Loya was thinking like this, a piercing laughter came from the front. "Jia jia 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 jia. Human, do you really think you have succeeded?" "Okay." The strange reaction of the Satan demon attracted Loya's attention again. "What do you mean? I laugh at you for being too naive. Even if there is no way to escape, do you think you can control me? If you want to blame you for underestimating the enemy." Boom. Under Loya's gaze, the demon that was originally fixed by the space actually burst into light, and then the whole body began to disintegrate and flew towards Loya. Demon possessed. The ability only possessed by high-level Satan demons. Abandon the body, attach to the body of the living body, and control it. The price of doing this is to give up its own demon body and greatly weaken its own strength. Although the price is very high, it can only do this in order to survive. Fortunately, Loya is strong enough. If you get his body, it will be a harvest. However, just when the satanic demon was about to be possessed, he was surprised to find that Loya had not responded at all, but was just sluggish, staring at him coldly. The satanic demon who turned into an energy body was directly sluggish. What's the situation? Shouldn't he logically stop it? Why stand still? The devil Satan is surprised, but no matter what the situation is, it has no choice in order to survive. In an instant, the Satan demon merged with Loya, invaded the brain, and prepared to fully grasp Loya's body. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying force erupted, preparing for the satanic demon to be suppressed in an instant. It's impossible. Why is your soul so powerful? At this moment, the satanic demon felt oppressed, as if it was facing a big mountain, and it was the dust in front of this power. Loya's strength is much stronger than he imagined. The strength of the soul is far less than that. With all kinds of remorse, the Satan demon's soul was suppressed and consumed, and it was completely integrated into Loya's body. Feeling the will in the brain disappear, Loya's eyes also flashed a ray of light. He understands that the power of Satan's soul has been successfully obtained by himself. It's really troublesome to finally attach myself, but I didn't waste so much time. Loya also sighed lightly, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. In fact, when he learned of the existence of the Satan demon, he set his sights on this power. After all, compared to learning strength from other people's strength, direct experience is the best choice. Due to the lack of information about demons, they did not rush to kill Satan demons, and could only push them to a dead end bit by bit. If the same situation is replaced by someone else, there may be a glimmer of hope, but unfortunately he made the wrong choice. Loya, who has an ultra-brain system, has developed 40% of his brain, and his soul is far more powerful than ordinary magicians. The behavior of Satan demons is no different from suicide. System. Loya thought silently, and a system panel appeared in the emptiness of the spiritual world. Superbrain system. Host. Loya. Brain development. 42%. Level. Holy 10th level mage. Mastered magic. Space magic. Light magic. Fire dragon slayer magic. Dark magic. Meditation. Magic circle engraving. Chanting magic. Psychic magic. Modeling magic. Phantom magic. Stun magic. ancient magic book, etc. After being possessed by a demon, there was also a demon spell in the original status bar. Click on the panel, and the data about the demon conjuration will automatically pop up. Dark spell, dark attribute spell, demon power, dark curse. The whole body is transformed into a Satan posture with extremely high speed, strong combat power, and a large amount of magic power, and has a very high immunity to toxins, and can absorb toxins from the outside world and convert it into its own power. Cannot be deduced. Is it impossible to deduce? It seems to have to collect other spells. Loya was not surprised when he saw the big characters unable to deduce. To a certain extent, spells are more advanced than ordinary spells, and although they have mastered a lot of magic, there are only a few magics that are truly valuable for reference. However, Loya is not in a hurry. When his strength reaches his part, there are ways to collect magic, and even spells are not necessarily impossible to obtain. There will always be opportunities. In contrast, he is looking forward to what kind of power will become after the dark conjuration fusion magic is deduced. Are you all right? Have you been possessed and turned into a demon? Just as Loya felt the thrill of absorbing the demon, Mira Jane looked at Loya with a suspicious look. Satan disintegrated and possessed Loya in just a few seconds. Although it happened quickly, Mira Jane also saw Loya being possessed by a demon. Looking at Loya for a while, he was also a little hesitant. She was thinking, if Loya is really possessed, what should she do? Do it? Still don't do it? Mira Jane was confused inside. You must know that the self just now was saved by Loya. She really didn't know what she should do. While Mira Jane was confused, Loya's ears moved when she heard this. The next second, I saw his eyes flashing with light, revealing white teeth, and he smiled gloomily. Nice body. This guy's power already belongs to me. It's your turn next. Oops. Worried things still happened. Mira Jane panicked in her heart and could only watch Loya, who exuded terrifying magic power, approached her little by little. You, don't come here. Forcing me to hurry, I will still do it. Do it? Do you think you have that strength? Mira Jane kept backing away. With a creak, she stepped on a wooden board, mistakenly thinking that she was attacked, and subconsciously prepared to release her magical defense. As soon as she made her move, she found that she, like the previous Satan demon, was completely unable to move. Next, it's over. Seeing that her body was frozen, Mira Jane's eyes showed a look of despair. Therefore, the self who was frozen at the moment could not even release the magic power, so she could only close her eyes in despair, but at this time, a voice sounded in her ear. Are you thinking of farting? Chapter 36. Mira Jane's helpless request. What? Mira Jane froze for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that he had been released from the control, and Loya was still standing there. Mira Jane stayed for a few seconds. Then her face flushed instantly, her black eyes staring at Loya. At this moment, no matter how stupid Mira Jane was, she knew what was going on. You fool me. No such thing. It's just for you to play. Wait. In Loya's shocked eyes, Mira Jane jumped towards him like a crazy rabid dog and bit his face. What are you doing? Are you a dog? Let go, don't bite there. I don't. Who asked you to deceive me? I'm going to bite you to death. Mira Jane was furious. Fortunately, she is still thinking about how to rescue Loya after being possessed by a demon. It turned out to be good. Everything was deceiving himself. Loya had nothing at all. You must know that just now she really thought that she was dead, and she had completely given up. Recalling that she was frozen in a completely resigned appearance, Mira Jane was almost ashamed to commit suicide. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and her mouth became sharper and faster. And Loya, who knows that he is wrong, is not good at using magic, and just covers his face with his hands. But this is nothing compared to Mira Jane, who already occupies a favorable terrain. In a short time, several teeth marks were made on his face, and a lot of breath was stained. But even so, Mira Jane was still not relieved at all, ready to go out with the anger just now. Just at this time, a surprised voice came from the front of the two. Sister Mila, are you all right? Okay. The two looked up and saw that the little angel-like Lisena had stood in front of them for some time, looking down at herself, her innocent eyes flashing with surprise. And behind Lisena, Urza was also watching them faintly. Being watched, Mira Jane also blushed and got up from the ground in panic. On the other side, Loya, who had regained his freedom, stood up quickly and leaned towards Urza with a smile. Urza, are you coming? Why? You seem to be very unhappy to see me. Is it because it disturbed your good things? The voice was full of resentment, and Loya could not help shedding cold sweat on her forehead when she heard it. As if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her whole body was chilled. Urza, you. Listen to my cunning. No, listen to my explanation. It was really just an accident. Accident? Accidentally a girl climbed on top of you and kissed your face? Urza said coldly. In a word, Loya was speechless in an instant. He couldn't explain to Urza that Mira Jane did that because she was just teasing herself for fun. That way, he'll die even worse, and he'll have to coax Urza in a different way. It's a pity that her lady queen was very angry and didn't want to pay attention at all. Although it was not stated explicitly, in fact, the relationship between the two has become more and more close within this year. Otherwise, Urza would not silently accept Loya's usual small actions without getting angry. In a blink of an eye, I saw the two lying on the ground making out, tear, bite, and kissed on the face, and it was a lot of times. How could Urza be able to bear it? To know such a bold thing, she has never tried it. Recalling that he just ran over out of worry, Urza is the kind of person who gets more and more annoyed the more he thinks about it. Compared to Loya, Mira Jane's side is not easy, not dangerous, but more troublesome. Sister Mira Jane, it's great that you're okay. By the way, which brother were you doing just now? No, nothing, just a fall. Being stared at, Mira Jane blushed and got up from the ground in panic, explaining at the same time. Wrestling, Lisanna tilted her head, puzzled. But what do I think of the two of you hugging each other? It was an accident. If you accidentally fell together, don't ask children more. Mira Jane blushed in reply, stopping Lisanna's further questioning for a short while. Lisanna was a little puzzled, but when she heard her sister say that, she didn't ask. The next second, she suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, what about Brother Elfman? Elfman, how did you forget it? After being reminded by Lisanna, Mira Jane also realized that Elfman, who was unconscious, was present. As if in response to her thoughts, a painful wailing sounded from the side. Mira Jane and Lisanna hurriedly followed the wailing and found Elfman in a hill. At this point, Elfman's situation is not optimistic. The body suffered a heavy blow from a Satan demon and fainted. It seemed that he had suffered some injuries in the battle between Loya and the demon just now. Sister Mila, is Brother Elfman dying? Seeing Elfman motionless, Lisanna was terrified and couldn't hold back her tears anymore, like pearls that were off the thread. 1, 2, 3. Mira Jane was better, but her moving face also showed panic, but it was useless to let her panic. She doesn't even know magic, let alone healing. Until, brother, sister, do you have a way to save Brother Elfman? Suddenly, Lisanna looked at Loya, and her little hand grabbed his palm and cried. A sudden voice wakes Mira Jane, yes. And he's here. The previous battles speak volumes about Loya's strength. And that fantastic magic. Maybe there is a way to save Elfman, but not sure. As if grabbing the last straw, the panicked Mira Jane also turned her head and grabbed Loya's hand, ignoring Loya's previous flirting and pleading. Please, save my brother. I can only save my brother. I will do anything, including me. At this time, Mira could not see the previous tsundere and toughness at all. Faced with Elfman's situation, even Mira Jane was completely out of ideas and couldn't calm down. Now she can only pin her hopes on Loya. It's still a little girl after all. Loya shook her head and sighed. Don't look at how tough Mira Jane was when she faced the Satan demon. It was more about the changes she made to protect her younger siblings. As an older sister, she had to stand in front of Elfman and Lisanna, and the people behind her would not allow her to become weak. This can be seen from the Beastmaster incident. After losing her sister, Mira Jane sealed herself off and could no longer use her magic powers. Don't look at how tough Mira Jane is. More changes are made to protect younger siblings as a sister. She must stand in front of Elfman and Lisanna at all times, and the people behind her will not allow her to become weak. This can be seen from the Beastmaster incident in the original book. After losing her sister, Mira Jane sealed herself and could no longer use magic power. Chapter 37. Help them if Loya can. Even though she has a lot of dissatisfaction with Loya's actions just now, Urza is still very rational in the face of right and wrong. And after observation, the situation is indeed not as excessive as I imagined. Well, leave it to me. Like a ray of light in the darkness, Loya rekindles hope for Mira Jane. Going forward, Loya squatted down and looked at the unconscious elfman, put his hand on it, closed his eyes and meditated in his heart. System, analyze his physical condition. Ding. In the process of analysis, extract the magic power of the object for analysis, combine the existing information, and start the data comparison now. After the analysis, the living body was injured in many places, and its life was in danger. It contained some magic barrier particles in its body, which were spreading inside and could sustain life. 48 hours and 30 minutes. Magic barrier particles? Loya frowned slightly. If a simple injury, Loya can continue to meditate on the guiding force, activate the magic power inside Elfman, and make it run and recover on its own. But there are a lot of magic barrier particles which can be easily removed. Magic barrier particles. The magic barrier particles composed of demonic power have the property of eroding life, and it is not easy to remove. Even healing magic cannot be removed. In this era, there is no so-called healing magic, and its rarity is even higher than that of dragon slaying, space, and time waiting. One can imagine the complexity of the magic barrier particles. However, he couldn't solve the poison on Elfman. It didn't mean that others couldn't. At least, in Loya's impression, Magnolia has someone who can deal with Elfman. Just take this opportunity to bring them back. Because of her own reasons, she robbed the satanic demon who belonged to Mira Jane, and it is reasonable that even if she doesn't know that Loya owes her a favor. Mira Jane, such a genius, has no reason to let her escape. Losing the Satan demon does not mean that Mira Jane cannot rise. He still has enough to find other demons for Mira Jane to receive. Thinking of this, Loya had an idea in his mind. System, can I suppress the spread of magic barrier particles with my current ability? Ding. Analyzing. The analysis is completed, but the magic power in his body can be activated through meditation, and the ultimate suppression can be performed to prevent the further spread of the wand particles and prolong the lifetime of double. Double the lifetime, almost 4 days. When it's time to travel and prepare antidote, it's a bit reluctant. You have to speed up the journey. After determining the method, Loya opened her eyes. Staring at his reaction, Mira Jane asked hurriedly, pulling him. How is it? Is there any help for Elfman? Well, still saved, but must return to Magnolia immediately to resolve Elfman's injuries. You mean Grandma Polyusica? Urza directly guessed what Loya was thinking. No one in the entire Magnolia mastered healing magic. Only Polyusica, who had always lived outside the city and knew special potions, had this ability. Okay, Loya nodded. Magnolia? Well, the two of us are mages affiliated to the Fairy Tale Guild in the Fortress of Magnolia, where we know a person who can solve Makarov's problems, and during this period, I will help him stabilize the injury in his body and prolong the time. The magic of Loya's palms pressed lightly on Elfman's brain, reversing the meditation. The magic power was activated, and the subtle magic power began to flow in Elfman's body, and the pale face became a little bloody. Seeing Elfman's improvement and Loya's words, Mira Jane didn't know how to thank Loya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What about those children? Those children are still inside the magic enchantment, Urza asked. After waking up the child, she waited in place for a long time, and because she was worried about Loya's safety, she let the child stay in the isolation barrier released by the magic tool left by Loya. Now these children are still waiting in place. Take those children away first and send them to our previous town. Wherever you leave the children, someone will take over them. Let's go as soon as possible. Magnolia is still a long way from here, and there's a limit to how long I can keep Elfman alive. Loya released his psychic magic, lifted Elfman's body with his magic power, and was ready to go. Okay. Listening to Loya's arrangement, Urza immediately went to arrange matters. Mira Jane nodded quickly, wiped her tears, and followed Loya with Lysana. In a short time, several people took their previous children and embarked on the journey. You go first. I will follow soon. I have some things to deal with. Just as he was about to set off in the small magic airship, Loya suddenly spoke for no reason. Urza was a little surprised, but given her trust in Loya, she nodded slightly. I see. Remember to follow quickly. Okay. Dash. The magic roared, and the magic circle emerged. The magic airship flew up quickly, shot straight into the sky, and sailed far away. When it had almost completely disappeared into the horizon, Loya slowly retracted his gaze and turned to look at the village behind him. In the process of turning back, his dark pupils faded little by little, and when he fell behind him, his pupils had already turned into indifference. Next, it's up to them. Lifting the palm gently, invisible power slowly rises, constantly accumulating space. The pressure wind from the compression of the space blew the ends of Loya's hair, pressing her shirt against her skin. In the next second, an invisible white light emerged, and the surrounding space pressure increased again and fluctuated violently. A wave of ferocious energy ripples surged out into the white light, and a loud noise like a muffled thunder erupted. Even the illusory air was blurred and distorted by the powerful energy. The villagers who were still in the village heard this voice clearly, and they walked out of the house to find out. And when they walked out of the house, they could see a streamer flashing quickly in the air, falling towards the center of the village. Boom! A huge roar spread out. Like the lake that was thrown into the boulder, ripples spread out continuously. At the moment of contact, everything collapses and drowns in the invisible, but all this is covered by a white enchantment, and no one outside can perceive it. The smoke filled the air and disappeared for a long time. The original village had completely disappeared, replaced by a huge pit that was invisible. In the blink of an eye, everything was completely wiped out. Looking at this scene, Loya sighed and turned around. To be honest, he doesn't like the feeling of destruction, even if he has great power, because it is much easier to destroy something than to create. The more he explores the origin of magic, the more clearly Loya feels the world and the essence of life. Anything, whether strong or weak, has its reason for its existence, and easy destruction is just to satisfy one's own desires, and these processes cannot be reversed. It's just, if he violated the boundary, even if he was helpless, he could only do it. There are some things Urza can't do. He will do it. Asterisk. Chapter 38. The Devil Carrying the Blame. Clear of the trouble, Loya turned away. After a while, the people from the Magic Council have arrived. The Magic Council members who came here were stunned when they saw the huge deep hole being blown up in front of them. Where's the village? Why did it disappear? Was this place attacked by a giant dragon? What a strong, dark atmosphere. The demon who caused such a big attack. I am afraid that it has surpassed the S level and reached the level of the 10th level. Look, there are marks left here. There seem to be a few lines left here. Although the village disappeared, the people of the Magic Council still determined the location by virtue of some characteristics and left a few lines on the side. The general content is that there is a more powerful forbidden demon Loya and his party have avoided in advance, and the child has moved to the next town, so that the people who come to receive it as soon as possible. Seeing these words, the people who came to the Magic Council looked at each other. If I remember correctly, it should be 2 fairy tale wizards who accepted the commission. I didn't expect to escape from the hands of the devil. Let's not say anything else. Report the situation first, and the lawmakers will deal with it. Magnolia. Although the small magic airship is small, it is very powerful in terms of performance. Under the condition of knowing the direction, the full operation, on the contrary, the time of the return trip has been shortened by twice, and the destination has already been reached. Considering Elfman's injury, the small magic airship did not land in the town of Magnolia, but went directly to the eastern forest outside the town. On the way, Loya used the medium-sized communication magic device to inform Makarov to wait in the tree house in the eastern forest. Polyusica has a withdrawn personality. Even Makarov, a longtime friend, doesn't have a good face. Without Makarov, even Loya couldn't persuade Polyusica to rescue people. After falling, Loya took Elfman and Makarov to meet in the treehouse, and it took a long time to send Elfman in for treatment. Loya did not forget to make the magic barrier particles and keep them well, and let Makarov go in together, so that the anti-venom serum can be directly made. Stinky boy, you know how to call this old man from day to night. Sooner or later, you will be tossed to death. Walking out of the tree house, Makarov, who was scalded with blood, came out with a face full of resentment, and when he saw Loya, he didn't have a good face. But having said that, Makarov looked at Loya without the slightest reproach, but with a look of relief. For a long time, Loya hid in the underground library all day and rarely communicated with the outside world except for the people in the guild. Makarov had also worried about whether Loya's heart would be distorted in the study of magic, and now it seems that he is worried too much. Loya did a great job, even better than he imagined. Regardless of whether things were right or wrong, his willingness to save people was enough to reassure him. At least, he doesn't have to worry about the abyss of Loya's fallen wizard. It's too much work for those who can't. The president will grow up. Loya leaned over with a smile on his face, and Makarov looked at him with a chill. Don't talk sweetly. Your words are of no use to me. I'm thankful that you can stop bothering me a few times, so that I can live a few more years. After some chat, Makarov's face returned to normal, looking at Loya, and said, "What the hell is going on with the devil? Didn't you stay and hand over to the people from the Magic Council?" The incident happened suddenly, and Makarov didn't have time to ask about many things, and he remembered it in his spare time. Hearing Makarov's questioning, Loya then recounted everything. The two-village thing was naturally changed by Loya into a two-village with more powerful demons. By the way, this demon still claims to be from Tartaros. What do you know, President? Finally, Loya did not forget to add a sentence. The matter of two-village is beyond the rules of the magic world, not to mention the mages of his regular guild. Any leak of news will affect the reputation of the fairy tale guild. In any case, he has to hide it and rot in his heart. The best way is to pass the buck off. Tartaros, one of the 3 major union guilds of Balam Alliance, is also the most mysterious guild, but as long as you study and read the history of the magic world a little bit, you can know that Tartaros is actually a group of guilds composed of demons. Pushing the cauldron of two-village on them this time was the most appropriate. Loya believes that after learning about Tartaros, no guild wants to make contact with him. Just as Loya thought, after learning the 4 characters of Tartaros, Makarov's face also changed, and his eyes instantly became cloudy. Unlike ordinary wizards, with the status of 10 wizard saints, Makarov has access to many unknown information, including Tartaros. Makarov knew that this guild was made up of demons, and each demon was extremely powerful. The thought of Loya and Urza coming into contact with Tartaros' demons gave Makarov something to fear. No matter Loya or Urza, he was cultivated as the main core of the future guild, and he could not accept any mistakes. Makarov thought of this and said in a deep voice, "Recently, the 2 of you should not go out. You should also stay in the guild, and don't cause me trouble all day. I see, by the way, the old man has one more thing. What else is there? How many things have you caused this time?" Makarov said angrily. "This time, I was annoyed by Loya. Going out to do a mission has caused so much trouble all at once, and in order to save people, he has also provoked Tartaro's demon." He suddenly regretted that he had asked Loya to take over the S-rank commission. Seeing Makarov's impatient appearance, Loya put his hands behind his head, leaned against a tree behind him casually, and sighed. "Ah, isn't it? Since that's the case, then I won't talk about it. Originally, I brought back a magic genius this time. It seems that you don't have the same. Magic genius? Where is it? Let me be healthy." Before Loya could finish speaking, Makarov interrupted. The eyes that were still extremely disgusting before were completely invisible, replaced by those shining eyes. Loya did give him a headache, but even Makarov couldn't deny Loya's ability to find genius. For example, Urza contains the blood of the dragon in his body. Even he didn't know about this, but Loya discovered it and even activated the power of his bloodline. How can Makarov not be excited if Loya can call him a magical genius? And most likely he is a good seed like Urza. Asterisk. Chapter 39. All along, since the second-generation president took over the guild, Makarov plunged headlong into the guild and didn't even have time to take care of his grandson. So he worked hard to make the fairy tale guild rise and become the strongest guild. When he first accepted it, the second generation left. His former companions Rob and Goldmine set up their own guild. Yajima entered the Magic Council. Rob disappeared, and he died when he heard the news again. There is only one guildarts in the entire guild who can do it, and the remaining guild members are either unbearable or they become idiots and give up their efforts. In desperation, Makarov could only travel around, looking for potential orphans and bringing them back to the guild for training. He brought back Loya, Urza, and Natsu, while Gray joined Guildarts because he admired Guildarts. It is not difficult to imagine that when they grow up in the future, the guild will usher in a new peak. But even so, how could Makarov despise his mages too much, let alone a cherished magic genius? There is no guild president who will foolishly push out geniuses. Makarov immediately changed his face and didn't care about the things that Loya had been annoying to himself these days. The appearance of this picture made Loya contempt for a while, but he completely forgot that he was just like Makarov now. But at this point, Loya was fortunate to say straight to the point. Don't say anything else. How does this mission count? Is it enough to lift the ban on the underground library? Although Makarov completed the mission this time, just in case, Loya felt that he had to agree in advance so that the old man would not turn his head and regret it. Success, your ban is lifted. Makarov didn't hesitate too much. Not to mention other things, he originally promised Loya that the mission was completed. An S-level mission is enough to top a dozen A-level missions, not to mention a ban. A ban for a magic genius. In the end, he still earns. Seeing this, the corners of Loya's mouth could not help but bend slightly. It took so much effort to study magic. Everything in the mission is fake, and the insight brought by the improvement of magic can bring him enough happiness. I brought it back. It's on a small magic airship at the edge of the forest. It's my sister who is being treated. If you cultivate it well, you may not be weaker than Urza in the future. Not weaker than Urza? Makarov was instantly overjoyed, but the next second he was distracted by something else. By the way, when did you have a magic airship? Loya subconsciously felt that something was wrong, and turned around and prepared to run ahead of time. But unfortunately Makarov had already taken the first step in front of him. Where are you going? Don't forget that you haven't led the way yet. Infinite sorrow emerges on Loya's face. This expression did not dissipate until the two came to the airship. Yes, this magic airship is very good, but it's a little smaller, or if it's bigger, the whole guild can travel together. Makarov caressed the hull of the airship with joy in his eyes. Hey, it's hard to get this. Loya said angrily. I didn't rob you. It's rare that you think that as the guild leader, I will rob your guild members. Why are you scolding and getting excited? Makarov dismissed it. Excited? Can this be exciting? In the past 2 or 3 years, are there still few PR*ST******** from here? You must know that he spent a long time customizing this magic airship. When I was ready to travel in my spare time, I took Urza and the two to travel together, flew to a high altitude, and watched her wear the swimsuit I gave her, and come to a 2-person world. If it wasn't for the mission, he would be too lazy to take it out. But now it's too late even for Loya to regret it. Being stared at by Makarov, he will definitely cling to him. Brother Loya, is Brother Loya back? An angel-like voice came from the cabin, and then Lysana could be seen running out of it. Hearing the sound outside, Mirajane and Urza also rushed out. The moment they saw Loya, Mirajane rushed forward and asked with a moving face full of panic. Elfman, how's it going? It's all right, because there's a small sample of demons, and the antidote will work out quickly, Elfman. Until now, after hearing the news, Mirajane's heart was finally able to let go, and Lysana took Loya's arm with her soft and boneless little hands, crying with a heartbreaking voice. Great, Brother Loya, Brother Elfman is saved. Seeing this, Mirajane slowly turned her head to look at Roy. Although she didn't speak, it was not difficult to see her gratitude to Loya from the glittering eyes in her beautiful eyes looking at Loya. I heard from Loya about your situation. You don't have a place yet, so why don't you stay in Fairy Tale for now? At this moment, Makarov stood up and said, You are. Makarov was waiting for Loya in the treehouse. Mirajane and Lysana didn't know Makarov at all. Hearing this, Makarov clenched his fist and coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Introduce myself. I'm the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov. Fairy Tale? Is it the Sorcerer's Guild where Brother Loya and Sister Urza belong? Lysana's big round eyes flashed brightly. Okay. Urza walked away slowly, squatted in front of Lysana, rubbed her little head, and said with tender eyes, The people in our guild are very good and will definitely accept you. Then can I learn magic? The same magic as Brother Loya. Longing flashed in Lysana's jewel-like eyes. This time Loya's magic left a great impression on her, and she would like to learn magic if possible. Makarov said with a smile. Okay, there are a lot of magics in the guild's underground library. Loya is the magic that he learned in it. There are probably hundreds of kinds of magic in it. Hundreds. Hearing Makarov's answer, Mira Jane cried out in surprise. Even though she has mastered such a powerful magic power, she is born with it to a large extent. She doesn't know anything about magic at all, and the underground library has so much magic, which makes her not shocked. Mira Jane's eyes flashed, and she said, I want to join a guild and learn magic. Is that okay? What happened today has had a huge impact on Lysana, as well as Mira Jane. At the moment when she was cornered by the Satan demon, she couldn't help but wonder if she could change the ending if she was stronger or mastered magic. This thought has remained in my mind until now. After hearing that the goblin has so much magic, this thought can no longer be stopped. Ro. The smile on Makarov's face grew wider. To know that he is waiting for the sentence. As long as he can win Mira Jane into the guild, he will agree to any conditions. Chapter 40. Chapter 40 of the Super Brain System of the Fairy Guild Fairy Tale Guild. Ride the magic airship. The group soon arrived at the guild by the sea. Loya looked at the guild in front of her with a hint of relaxation in her eyes. Although it took less than 10 days from taking the mission to the end of the mission, it was like a year for him. Sure enough, there is no point in fighting at all. It's good to stay in your kennel. Anything, never do it again. During the period of time away from home, I don't know if I haven't come back in the past few days, whether other people are thinking about themselves. The other side. This is our fairy tale guild, the best wizard guild in the kingdom of Fiori, and the best wizard guild. As soon as they landed, Makarov couldn't wait to introduce the benefits of the guild to Mira Jane and the others. Wow, it looks so good, Lysana said excitedly. In the past year and a half, the guild has also been renovated and repaired, and the old wood has been replaced. From the facade to the streets outside the guild, the entire guild has a new look. Can we really live here in the future? Mira Jane is also looking forward to being able to come here. From now on, this is your home. I believe you will like it here. Walking at the forefront, Makarov had a gentle smile on his face, like a kind elder, walking in front to open the door. Boom. The moment the door was opened, a bench door flew out. Without any precautions, the bench slammed directly into Makarov's bright smiling face. His eyes went black, and he fell straight to the ground. Natsu, you hanging-eyed guy, how dare you sneak up on me when I'm not paying attention? Don't run. Humph. Who attacked? This drooping eye is obviously the one who made the first move. It's open. It's open. It's open. Who wins and who loses in the battle between Natsu and Gray? Come and bet. The odds are 1.2 to 1.3. I bet 5,000 J Natsu wins. Gray, I'm optimistic about you. Teach that kid Natsu a lesson. Don't lose. I put a lot of pressure on you. Gray, what's the matter with you? So cowardly, call back. Okay, everything is a familiar taste. Missing yourself doesn't exist at all. Loya didn't feel anything, but Mira Jane and Lysana who followed behind were completely stupid when they saw this scene. In Makarov's description just now, they originally thought that Fairy Tale was a very good guild, and all the members should be the kind of gentle and polite wizards. But when she really came here, she found that it didn't seem to be the case at all. These bastards. Makarov grabbed the bench and crushed it, and the veins on his forehead jumped. You have to know that you only introduced the advantages of Fairy Tale to others, and now you can't get off the stage in a blink of an eye. Where does this make him put his old face? Good luck to you. Seeing the old man's extremely angry appearance, Loya put on a play-like appearance, because he knew that the old man was ready to love and love them. However, what happened next did not go in the direction Loya expected. You still don't stop me. You are not allowed to fight in the guild, and you are not allowed to destroy in the guild. Have you all forgotten the rules of the guild? The familiar voice spread, and the people in the guild were like a mouse meeting a cat. They were so frightened that they immediately stood up straight, hooked each other's shoulders, and pretended to be friendly. To make them have such a reaction, who else could it be but Urza? Wait, Urza, it's all a misunderstanding. Our relationship is very strong. How could we possibly fight? We are discussing. Yes, discussion. Okay, Urza is back. And Loya, are you back so soon? At this time, because of Urza's appearance, the guild's old and unscrupulous companions noticed Loya and others at the door. Huh, Loya is back? Didn't they go on an S-class mission? There was an accident, and the mission ended early. Loya walked into the guild gate and said helplessly, "So that's the case, I'll just say, how can S-level tasks be completed so easily?" Hearing this news, many people were relieved. Loya's wisdom and Urza's strength have made people very desperate. If they complete the S-level commission task at the age of 12, it will also put a lot of pressure on them, the old people who have been in the guild for many years. Yo, that's okay, Loya. I thought the only thing I could be interested in was magic. I just left for a few days and brought back 2 girls, not bad. At this moment, Wakaba, the old smoker, saw Mira Jane and Lisana, and joked in a joking tone. As for the other male members of the guild, there was an expression that a man could understand. Lisana, who was pure at heart, didn't know what they meant, but Mira Jane and Urza knew very well, so their faces were even more ugly, especially Urza's face became dark. Although for the sake of the overall situation, Mira Jane has not been investigated for sitting on Loya, but it does not mean that she has forgotten. Urza, who was only going to give a warning, flashed a gloomy look in his eyes. It seems that you are really itchy, and even the newcomers' jokes have to be seen. Boom. Boom. Ah. With 2 heavy punches, Natsu and Gray, who were at the front, were directly knocked out, slammed into the table and chairs beside them, and fell on the wall, causing a puff of smoke. This time, no matter how they explain it is useless, in the guild, there was another flutter of chickens. Are all mages like this? Lisana looked at the scene in front of her, which made her a little frightened. Seeing Lisana's cowardice hiding behind Mira Jane, Makarov couldn't help but be a little embarrassed and quickly explained, "Cough. Don't look at them like this. In fact, they are all people worth relying on." However, Makarov's words did not make Mira Jane and Lisana drop their vigilance. On the contrary, their eyes became more defensive. It turns out to be a newcomer. So, at this time, after Urza's physical education, everyone knew that Mira Jane and Lisana were newcomers to join the club. After learning that the newcomer had joined the club, everyone present smiled, and then focused their eyes on Makarov. Their eyes were self-evident. Cough, cough. Makarov coughed a few times, pretending to be deep. Mira Jane and Lisa, who didn't know the reason, were also nervous for a moment. Little ones. Oh, we have a banquet to welcome the 2 newcomers. With Makarov shouting, the cheers soaring to the sky suddenly sounded in the guild, almost overturning the entire guild building. Afterwards, the entire guild started to operate quickly, preparing various rich delicacies and fine drinks. Although the members of the Fairy Tale Guild have different personalities, use all kinds of strange magic, and usually have very different hobbies, they all have an extremely strong interest in the word banquet. The wizarding world is a dangerous world, but also a free world. Mages are born to be free, and they should be unfettered. If you can't live free and unrestrained, what's the point of being a sorcerer? Asterisk. Chapter 41. Cheers. The banquet began, and the joyful laughter never stopped, and the guild hall was filled with food and barrels of wine. Introduce myself. My name is Loki. Please give me more advice in the future. With a beautiful purple ponytail and long braids, Loki, who was wearing a lady's magician's robe, came to Mira Jane and Lisana with a glass of white apple juice and introduced them enthusiastically. Hello, my name is Max. And me, Loki, we can play together later. My name is Levi. Many guild members who were the opposite of Mira Jane leaned forward and showed happy expressions. Amid the crowd, the unease in Mira Jane and Lisana's heart gradually dissipated. For a long time, they all live in a remote village. They lost their parents and did not receive assistance from the villagers. Even because of their young age, they were often excluded and oppressed. But here, they feel the warmth of home. This is different from the original village. Although everyone's enthusiasm still made them uncomfortable, they could feel the kindness of everyone in the guild. Introduction. My name is Urza, and we will be guild companions from now on. At this moment, Urza raised the glass and came over. Although she was very dissatisfied with the previous actions of Mira Jane and Loya, but no matter what, she was also happy for Mira Jane and Lisana to join the same guild. And she also likes Lisina very much. Her innocent and cute appearance reminds her of her former brother and sister. In a way, she looks a lot like Mira Jane. By the way, what kind of magic are you using, Mira Jane? Kana said while holding a wooden barrel cup. Magic. Mira Jane froze for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know magic yet. I can only release magic power. In fact, I joined the guild to learn magic. What? Still can't do magic? Mira Jane's answer caused many people in the guild to be surprised. Okay. With that said, Mira Jane unleashed her magic. Boom. The magic power surged, and the powerful force shook the entire guild. Many people who didn't respond almost overturned the drinks in their hands. Until after the magic power was removed, the guild regained its calm again. Another monster. Some guild elders looked at Mira Jane with a hint of shock in their eyes. In the moment just now, they could feel a magical pressure on Mira Jane. Such a sense of oppression was only felt on Urza before he awakened. Even if you haven't learned magic yet, you have such a powerful magic power. If you learn magic, your strength will probably go further. At this time, everyone could already see the rise of the third new generation of S-rank mages after Laxus and Urza in the guild. It's a bit worse than Urza. Well, it's not as good as Urza, but it's strong enough. Urza? Is she strong? Mira Jane asked. Very strong. She is currently the strongest female mage, good at using dress-up magic, one of the candidates for S-rank mage. The strongest female mage? One of the candidates for an S-rank mage? Mira Jane was a little surprised to hear that. On the way of the magic airship, Makarov also explained some guilds to her, including the S-rank mages who were second only to the guild president. In the battle against the demon, she knew that Loya was very strong, but she didn't expect that Urza, who followed Loya's side, was actually so strong. For a time, the competitive spirit in her heart was drawn. Although her younger siblings have been suppressing her all the time, she has a rare opportunity to learn magic, so she naturally does not intend to lose to others, especially a girl about the same age as me. Seeming to sense Mira Jane's competitive spirit, Urza's eyes looked over. Invisibly, there seemed to be a fiery spark between the two of them. This is the challenge oath launched by the latecomers to the Forerunners. However, although she is very competitive, Mira Jane also knows that she, who has not learned magic, can never be Urza's opponent at present. She is competitive and does not mean that she has no brains. If you want to challenge Urza, at least wait until you learn magic. By the way, what about Loya? How is his strength? Is he an S-class mage? In the previous conversation, Mira Jane knew Loya's name, so she called out the name directly. In view of the various powerful means of Loya's actual combat, Mira Jane subconsciously thought that Loya's strength was still above Urza. Loya? S-class mage? If he's S-class, I'm 10 wizard saints. Gray, the #1 black fan, was immediately dissatisfied when he heard this. It's no wonder that Loya joined a year earlier than him. He had just joined and did not move at all. He had been harassed by Loya the most, and for the longest time. Besides, he was cheated again a few days ago, so he was naturally very dissatisfied with Loya. Immediately, it was sneering. He's not S-class? Mira Jane was a little surprised. She has seen Loya's strength with her own eyes. Even the devil can't help him. If Loya is not S-rank, what kind of strength is S-rank? Mira Jane couldn't imagine it. She was full of shock. Not exactly. But not everyone is black just for black's sake like Gray. At least Levy is a pretty sensible person. If there is a single round of IQ, Loya is undoubtedly S-rank, and the IQ is terrifyingly high. At least I have not seen a person who is smarter than Loya. If it is not for his special magic, it is too complicated and too complicated. It is estimated that he is already an S-rank mage. He has read a lot of books since he was a child. Levy is not a genius, but he has much more knowledge than ordinary people. He has read enough books to fill the small attic. But in front of Loya, Levy still feels ashamed. Because if the book he is reading is a small attic, then the knowledge that Loya has mastered is like a grand plan, completely incomparable. Simply a moving encyclopedia of magic. By the way, his magic tool refining level is very high. Currently, he is a famous magic tool master in the entire kingdom of Fiori. The magic tool he makes casually is several million J. How many millions of J? Mira Jane was truly shocked. If the world of mages is very far away from the previous one, The existence of magic tools is closely related to the life of ordinary people, even in remote villages. Mira Jane clearly remembered that in her original existence, there were only a handful of magic tools, and most of them were shoddy. But even so, the cheapest ones are several thousand J, and I have never seen a magic device of tens of thousands of J, let alone a magic device of millions of J. Asterisk. Chapter 42. Brother Loya is amazing. After hearing these words, Lysana's big eyes looked at Loya, who was eating to replenish her energy, with a look of admiration. Well, that's all. This price is all speculation, and it's only a few 100,000 at most. Seeing such a cute little loli's clean and pure eyes, Loya naturally couldn't resist. Putting down the food in his hand, he picked her up and placed it on his lap. His little thumb hooked Lysana's little nose and smiled lightly. But that's amazing. We don't have a magic tool in our house. Lysana shook her head, her eyes still full of admiration. When she was young, she couldn't distinguish so many things. In her cognition, the village only had one or two pieces. Whenever she wanted to see it, she was kicked out. She naturally admired Loya, who knew how to make magic tools. With such innocent eyes and the voice of admiration, Loya was both delighted and distressed, lightly stroked Lysana's little head, and turned her hands to take out two small rings from the space. Here, since Lysana likes magic tools so much, I'll give this to you as a gift from my brother to you and your sister. Tear. Seeing the ring that Loya took out, the people around took a breath. Because what Loya took out was nothing else. It was the most cherished space magic tool, and it was two at once. Is this thing very high? Mira Jane also noticed other reactions around her, so she asked Kana curiously beside her. It's not just expensive. That space magic tool can't be bought with money. The entire guild. No, it should be said that there are not many in the entire kingdom of Fiori. Unless such a magic tool is someone he likes or owes favor, Loya will not give it away easily. Your luck? Kana looked at Loya holding Lysana with envy and said, the strength is average, but the person is handsome and rich. It would be nice if it was her boyfriend. It's a pity that Loya is not interested in anything other than magic. The only girl in the entire guild who can really approach him is Urza. Otherwise, Kana wants to work hard again no matter what. If it really doesn't work, just cook the rice with raw rice, and don't be afraid that Loya won't accept it. That guy. Hearing this, Mira Jane instantly realized how precious the ring in Lysana's hand was, and looked at Loya with complicated eyes. Although it is said that Loya teased himself more and made himself very annoyed, it is undeniable that Loya has also helped him a lot. Dealing with demons, helping to save Elfman, and still giving Lysana a precious magic tool, and not forgetting to give one to herself. Mira Jane also felt a little touched. Especially when I heard the words behind Kana, I even started to think a little crazy. Like someone, or owe a favor. Mira Jane knew very well that Loya didn't know her crowd, but she owed more favors. Excluding the debt of favor, then there is only one possibility of liking. He shouldn't have a crush on himself. Mira Jane's heart grew more and more panicked. But just as she was thinking wildly, Loya's voice came suddenly. Don't think about it. I just gave it to you for the sake of Lysana's cuteness. Otherwise, if I give her only one person, she will definitely be tangled. Okay, I was wrong. This guy is still in a asterisk hole. Mira Jane's teeth tickle. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would have jumped over and killed Loya again now. Even though the two are already from the same guild, but they are still angry with themselves, can't they just say it? Mira Jane's eyes burned, but Loya ignored it. At this time, he was holding Lysana's small body, and the two were laughing and joking like brothers and sisters. Brother Loya is so nice. Shall I be a bride for Brother Loya in the future? Lysana's childish words are without restraint. Okay, Lysana is so cute, my brother likes it, but I have to wait until Lysana grows up, drink more milk, eat more papaya, but my brother likes girls with big moon breasts, so you have to grow up quickly and change more than your sister. Don't teach bad Lysana. Boom. Boom. Before Loya could finish speaking, Urza and Mira Jane punched at the same time, and the tacit understanding was completely synchronized. However, the reasons for the two were different. Urza is embarrassed Loya is always flirting with other girls. Mira Jane is embarrassed that Loya is teasing herself. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, just as the guild was noisy, The sound of the bell tower came from outside the guild gate. The bell? What's the situation, and is it part of the banquet? After Mira Jane heard that, she looked at Levy and asked. The guild isn't that fancy yet, so it's no surprise that the uncle is back, Levy said. Uncle? It's Gildarts, and he's the only one in the entire guild. The Gildarts are back. The Gildarts are back. The people in the guild suddenly became noisy. Mira Jane asked curiously, Gildarts? Are you also a member of the guild? Well, he is the only S-rank mage in the guild, and he is also a super S-rank mage. He is much stronger than the average S-rank mage. Gildarts once solved more than a dozen dark guilds by himself, and he can directly penetrate the mountain with one blow. He is currently the strongest magician recognized by the Fairy Tale Guild. Urza answered for Mira Jane. By the way, this is my father, Kana said proudly. Since joining the guild, Loya has made Kana's story public, allowing the father and daughter to recognize each other. Kana's father punched the mountain with one punch. Is this true? Mira Jane looked at Kana in shock after hearing that. Although she knew that some mages were powerful enough to move mountains to reclaim the sea and crack mountains, she didn't expect them to exist. Well, it's true, but Urza said behind, looking at Loya, who was still lying on the ground. Gildarts is an S-rank wizard, she admits, but if it is the strongest, it is still open to question. Unlike others, she knows very well how far Loya has come on the road of magic, but she just devotes herself to studying magic. If she really uses her full strength, she cannot be sure. Monster. By the way, why are everyone so excited? Mira Jane wondered. Because he hasn't come back for a whole year, Urza said. In the year and a half of her joining the guild, she was fortunate enough to meet Gildarts and come back once. Otherwise, she would know nothing about Gildarts like Mira Jane at this time. Hasn't come back for a year. Did he go there? Going to work, of course. Loya got up from the ground and looked out the door with anticipation. The guild will provide guild members with entrusted tasks, which are divided into levels according to the difficulty of the tasks, ordinary tasks, S-level tasks, SS level, and SSS level. This time to solve the demon is an S-level task, and what Gildarts has done this time is a higher level 10-year mission. A 10-year task is a task that no one has completed in 10 years. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Attention residents of Magnolia. Attention residents of Magnolia. Suddenly, the sound of horns blared over the town of Magnolia. Now please all residents to speed up and get ready to activate Gildarts mode. Repeat. Now please all residents to speed up and get ready to activate Gildarts mode. After a few horns, the entire town of Magnolia began to vibrate violently, and through the gate of the guild, houses and buildings could be seen moving up and down. After a while, an unobstructed avenue leading to the Fairy Tale Guild appeared. This is too exaggerated. Gildarts uses smashing magic. Anything it touches will become smashed, and if you are not careful, the residents' houses will be damaged. How stupid this is. Mira Jane couldn't understand, but she was shocked, and she was a little curious about what Gildarts looked like. Mira Jane is not the only one who is looking forward to it. Loya is also looking forward to it. When he first joined the guild, Gildarts would bring himself some gifts such as monster horns every time he came back from a mission, which was undoubtedly a great surprise for Loya, who has been staying in the underground library. If Loya were to be his favorite, it would be Gildarts. It is precisely because of this that he took the initiative to tell Kana's story regardless of the possible troubles of exposing the information, and solved Gildarts' regret for forgetting his daughter. After a while, under the gazes of everyone, a tall figure walked on the spacious road and kept approaching the guild. A few minutes later, the figure walked into the guild. This is a middle-aged uncle in his 30s and 40s. His body is completely wrapped in a black cloak, his face has a little stubble, and he looks sloppy, like a homeless man. But everyone at Fairy Tale recognized it immediately. It was Gildarts. Welcome back, Gildarts. After Gildarts walked in, the crowd cheered at the same time. Gildarts was still confused, looking at Urza, who was standing in front of the question and answer. Miss, I remember that there is a Fairy Tale Guild here. It's here, and I'm Urza. Are you Urza? You've changed so much. You've become a little beauty. Oh. It turns out that the guild has been renovated. There are so many new faces in the guild. Hey, my baby girl Kana. Finding Kana in the crowd, Gildarts rushed towards Kana. ignoring the dusty cloak, and hugged him tightly. I haven't seen you for a year, and I don't miss my father. Excessive intimacy instantly aroused Kana's anger, especially when she was watched so much. She pushed Gildart's head away with both hands. Go away, you be asterisk 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 d-dad. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the disgusted Gildarts, everyone in the guild burst into laughter. Gildarts is very strong, but he is also a famous daughter slave, and Kana alone made him in the entire guild. You are Gildarts, right? I'm Natsu. I just joined the guild. If I defeat you, I'll say the strongest wizard in the guild. Without saying much, Natsu threw a fire fist, but before he got close, Gildarts bounced off a finger. Gray said admiringly, Uncle is still as strong as ever. Gildarts, you're back. Makarov walked out of the crowd slowly. President, long time no see. How about the 10-year mission accomplished? Gildart's face suddenly darkened, and the hearts of the guild members were lifted by their throats. Before they could say anything, they saw Gildarts make a victory gesture. Of course it's successfully completed. Oh, Gildarts is still the strongest. As expected of an uncle, I have completed a task that has not been solved for 10 years. At this moment, the already noisy banquet was pushed to its peak again. If Makarov is the grandfather role in the guild, then Gildarts is like the father role to all the new generation of the guild. Even in front of Loya, who has lived for 2 lives, it is relative to his uncle. Powerful and invincible, he is the true idol in the hearts of all guild members. Their idols have completed tasks that no one has completed in 10 years, and these ordinary members are also honored when they go out. But even so, in Makarov's eyes, Gildarts is also a problem youth. But after hearing that the task was completed, a smile appeared on his face. Uncle, long time no see. While laughing, Loya leaned forward and said. At this time, Kildis also noticed Loya in the crowd and Mira Jane beside him. Yo, I haven't seen Loya for a long time. I haven't seen him in a year. He has grown a lot taller. After a year, it's okay. Besides Urza, he has another girlfriend. As soon as he spoke, Mira Jane by Chuan's face flushed instantly, and she retorted. Who? Who is his girlfriend? I'm not. Don't get me wrong. This is a newly joined guild member. Loya also had a cold sweat on her forehead, because at that moment, he could feel the real murderous aura behind him, and quickly talked about it. Uncle, have you received the letter I sent you? Gildarts rarely comes back, but Loya keeps in touch with him by letter, and by the way, asks him to help collect some goodies. By the way, I have received the letter and package you sent. The space magic tool is very useful, and I brought back the things you asked for. Of course, don't forget to exchange 10 magic tools. In order to help you, I spent a lot of effort, and I didn't even do the task, so I made a special trip. Gildarts said, leaning forward and winking. Suddenly fell the eyes of many newcomers. 1 second he was a dashing and unruly prodigal son, and the next second he was a wretched and snobbish uncle. Should this change be so fast? In contrast, other guild elders responded well. After all, they still understand Gildas' character. Sheik in freedom will not have any pretensions because of strength. He is the freest wizard in fairy tale. But then again, when I heard this conversation between Loya and Gildarts, I was a little curious. It took a lot of effort to make the powerful Gildarts, and even the 10-year mission was thrown aside. Thinking about it, it should be a good thing, and the members of the guild turned their attention. No problem, as long as you bring that thing back. I promise you all the conditions. With a wave of Loya's hand, Gildarts agreed to all of Gildarts' requests. Something to bring back. Not to mention 10 magic tools. He made 20 magic tools, and he did it seriously. Success. Just wait for your words. Under everyone's attention, Gildarts raised his hand to reveal a space ring, and with a flash of silver light, it appeared from a photo book of a cover bunny girl. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened, and their eyeballs almost fell out. Nanny, is that the good stuff? For a time, everyone looked at Gildarts and Loya with weird eyes, especially Urza looking at Loya with eyes that could almost kill people. Mira Jane also used a look of disgust. But before they could say anything more, Gildarts swiftly put the item in it. Hey, I took the wrong thing, it's mine. Everyone, asterisked. Chapter 44. Stinky Dad. What are you doing? Kana also felt a blush. Hey, it was just an accident. I forgot to sort things out. Gildarts, who was scolded by his daughter, scratched his head, and laughed. The guild members were also speechless for a while. Gildarts is good at everything, unassuming and powerful. The only thing that is bad is lust. When he was young, he was a famous prodigal son. He especially liked to provoke girls, and he shed a lot of romantic past. Looking at Gildarts, Mirajane suddenly understands why Loya always likes to tease girls. Except Loya loves to read books. These two are simply printed from the same mold. All color embryos. Here's what you want. After searching for a long time, after groping for a long time in the space magic tool, Gildarts finally took out something. It was a few palm-sized white scales, and a huge horn 2 or 3 meters long. When these objects were taken out, a special magic power emanated from these objects, illuminating the entire guild hall. What is this? For a moment, all attention was on what Gildarts had taken out. Although they don't know what it is, they can feel the terrifying magic power contained in the scales and giant horns, as well as a little strange power. Urza and Natsu are no strangers to this power. Especially Natsu, when he felt this magic power, his eyes widened, and Urza also cast a questioning look. Shouldn't this be? That's right. Loya nodded and said, taking the scale from Gildart's hand. These are dragon scales and dragon horns. What? Dragon scales and dragon horns? The voice fell, and there was a burst of exclamations in the entire guild. They can see that these things are not simple things, but they have no idea that these are actually dragon scales and horns. Dragon. This race has always been a powerful symbol in any world. Natsu also said that his father was a dragon when he joined the guild, but most of the guild regarded it as a joke and didn't care. But now, in fact, they have to admit it. Loya, are you coming here to make a magic tool? Urza said. The two have been with each other for a long time, so they know each other best. Urza knew that there were not many things that could interest Loya. One was magic books, and the other was making magic tools. It was immediately obvious what Loya's plan was. Well, I plan to make all of these into magic tools, and create my own magic tools. Loya nodded. Although Loya has always made magic tools, most of them are made of materials purchased from the magic market. Many of them were made of expensive materials, but there was never one that really satisfied him. For this reason, I asked Gildarts to collect materials a long time ago and prepare to build my own exclusive magic tool. And looking at the whole world, the most valuable container material is undoubtedly the skeleton of a dragon. Dragons are born strong, the strongest creature that held the world 400 years ago. In addition to its powerful magic power, its body as hard as a mountain is also a great killer. Although this race has withdrawn from the world stage 400 years ago, there are still many things left. If the Dragon Slayer Crystal, Heel, Dragon Horn, and so on. Its dragon scales, which can dissolve magic power, are used to make armor and shields, while dragon horns and keels are suitable for magic wands, magic swords, and more. Loya only needs dragon horns. As for the dragon scales, Urza can make armor for Urza, and Urza who activates the blood of the dragon is perfect. Thank you, uncle. With a wave of Loya's hand, he tucked everything into his space and thanked Gildarts. What's the matter? Just forget your magic tool. Gildarts shook his head and said indifferently. In fact, regardless of whether Loya will give him a magic tool or not, he is from the same guild, and Gildarts will definitely help with things that he can help. Of course, Gildarts will take it if they can. Even he couldn't deny that the magic tool that Loya made was too convenient. The magic crystal that can automatically flow out hot water, the heat that isolates the breath, even he can't refuse. The space magic tool alone saved a lot of magic for his journey. Loya said, Okay, anyway, you are not in a hurry to leave when you come back this time. If you have any requirements, you can think about it first, and then mention it to me. Gildarts came back this time not only because of the completion of the mission, but if nothing else happened, it should be related to the next S-rank mage assessment. The fairy tale S-level assessment generally has a chief examiner. The chief examiner is the president or an S-rank magus, who is responsible for reviewing the qualified candidates. Passing the test of the chief examiner can become an S-rank magistrate, but none of these things concern him. Becoming an S-rank mage is certainly a very prestigious thing, but in his eyes it means trouble. If you have the time to participate in the S-level assessment, it is better to use this time to learn 2 more magics. Stop talking, let's have a drink. Cheers to Gildart's comeback. Oh, The banquet went on for a long time. It didn't end until late at night. A rare banquet Loya couldn't shirk, and it was another carnival. Although not the protagonist, Loya, who seldom participates in banquets, attracted a lot of attention and was also poured into a lot of wine. It was a rare time to be so happy. Loya also drank a lot, and his face smelled of alcohol. Almost everyone drank and got down. Mira Jane and Lisana, who were new members of the guild, stayed in the girls' dormitory under Urza's arrangement. As for Loya, he found an opportunity to return to the room of responsiveness in the underground library. It's still comfortable here. What's wrong with staying at home? As soon as I returned to the familiar environment, an inexplicable shingen came to me. Before the break, he had one more thing to do. That is to make magic tools. It is rare to get such a rare material. Loya doesn't have time to wake up. Even if he stays up late, he has to make things. Run the meditation method to disperse the alcohol in the brain. After a while, the alcohol smell completely dissipated, and a magic crystal was taken out to replenish the magic power, and Loya's state was almost restored. Opening the space, Loya took out the dragon horns in the space, planning to start with his own magic tool and put Urza's armor first. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Come to the workbench. Loya's mind was concentrated to the extreme. His eyes were always on the dragon's horn, ready to start the first step of forging the container. Although the dragon horn is powerful, the huge shape is not what Loya likes. The large horns 2 or 3 meters long will attract people's attention, which is completely inconsistent with Loya's style. Therefore, he needs to rebuild and create a look that he likes, which is more suitable for him. As for what kind of magic tool, Loya still has no clue. Sword? No. Close combat or something. It's too troublesome. Magic wand. It's a rotten street. There is no sense of novelty at all, and it is too troublesome to hold a long dragon horn in your hand. Loya thought about the form of the magic tool that suits him. However, rather than thinking about the form of the magic tool, it is better to think about his future magical path. The existence of the system has given him super brain power, so he can master a lot of magic, and it will get better and better in the future. Considering the above point, the exclusive magic tool is best suited to this point, which is more convenient for oneself to perform and experiment with magic, and more convenient for one's own research. It is best not to use a single magic, to be able to release multiple magics at the same time, and to be able to freely reorganize magic, so as to truly reflect the advantages of magic. The usual magic tool form didn't suit him. He needs a more unique magic tool. Thinking of this, Loya gradually had some ideas in his heart, as well as the prototype of the exclusive magic tool. While thinking about it, Loya's eyes suddenly fell on a few magic stones on the table that were used to create light and lighting, and it was also the first magic tool he made at the beginning. Even if it is dimmed and almost useless due to the passing of magic, its existence has a special meaning to Loya. Looking at these magic stones, the corners of Loya's mouth raised slightly. He already has an idea. Maybe this is what suits me best. Gently raised his palm, released the magic of space, and gathered it into a knife, falling straight towards the huge dragon horn. In the next second, the dragon's horn burst into a burst of brilliance, offsetting the space blade. Is there still some consciousness left? Loya wasn't surprised. The dragon has been dead for 400 years, but there is still a possibility that there is a trace of soul remaining. Even after the baptism of the years, this will still maintains the pride that is due to being a dragon. The dragon's horn is the symbol of the dragon, and it is also the strongest part of the dragon's body. Its strength is far greater than that of any other part. But, Loya paused, the space blade still falling. If I lived 400 years ago, I would not be your opponent, but you who have been dead for 400 years have no right to resist me. The light effect of electric sparks and terrifying air pressure burst out between the space blade and the brilliance of the dragon horn. This is the collision of dragon power and space power. The dragon's horn is constantly releasing its brilliance, but it is already a dead thing after all, not comparable to Loya's continuous magic. After holding on for a while, the blade of space passed through the brilliance and landed on the dragon horn, submerging into the bones of Sunbai to divide it in two. But at this point, Loya did not withdraw his magic power and continued to drop the knife to divide the dragon horn. In Due to the huge consumption of maintaining the space blade, Loya released the psychic magic to absorb a few magic crystals and put them on the side, replenishing their own magic power at any time. In about a moment, the dragon horn has been divided into 7 pieces of almost equal size by him. After the cutting is completed, the detailed carving of these dragon horn blocks begins. First, cut off the water chestnuts of these dragon horns to make them rounder and smaller. The scrap loya that was cut from the dragon's horn is also discarded and properly preserved. The rarity of the dragon horn, even if it is as strong as Gildart's, it is difficult to obtain, and it is enough to attract countless people to compete. Its value has already exceeded 100 million J, and the smallest piece is several million J. Such a rare material cannot be wasted at all, and adding it to other magic tools can greatly improve the performance of the magic tools. It took about another few hours, and 7 spheres of the same size with dragon patterns were placed in front of Loya, and each sphere was about the size of a palm. At this point, the step of making the magic tool is complete. The next step of imprinting the magic circle is also the most critical step. This step is related to the strength of the magic tool. This time Loya is going to imprint all the magic that he has achieved. At present, Loya has a lot of abilities, but there are only 2 that are really worth taking. A light magic, a space magic. Among them, demon conjuration and dragon slaying magic are also good choices, but the time to acquire these 2 abilities is too short, and they have not been analyzed and mastered in detail, and they are far inferior to light magic and space magic. Considering compatibility, Loya first engraved the space magic seal on it. Space magic has the characteristics of tolerance. It is most suitable for the first engraved magic, and it is easier to be compatible when the remaining magic is engraved. The engraving of multiple magics is a delicate job, and it can be said that the entire magic world can do very little, let alone something like Loya. This is the ability the system gave him, focus. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that Loya completed the construction of 7 sets of space magic circles. Each magic circle is extremely complex, with hundreds of magic patterns, each of which represents Loya's mastery of space, and each is connected to each other. As the space magic circle on the last keel ball was engraved, he carefully placed the group space magic circle loops through the tube to form a hole. Magic power is injected. The magic lines are lit up one by one, and the brilliance belonging to magic blooms in this room of responsiveness. As the last magic circle lights up, 7 keel balls form 7 spaces. Under the influence of magic, these 7 spaces are independent and connected to each other. Under the control of Loya's mind, space magic is automatically released around the body freely. The most important thing is the activation method, which can only be activated according to the conditions set by him. Loya smiled contentedly. Until now, all the keynotes are finally done. The only thing left is to continue to imprint the magic circle on it. First, nature is light magic. Compared with the space magic array that needs to connect multiple spaces, it is undoubtedly much simpler to imprint the light magic array, and it only needs to be imprinted separately. Thinking of this, Loya is increasingly looking forward to the result of engraving multiple magics. As for the name, he had already thought of it. Directly called the empty magic ball. Space is the base point, and the free magic ball is created. Asterisk. Chapter 46. For the next 3 days, Loya just couldn't extricate herself from the happy magic engraving. Immediately after the empty magic ball was engraved with magic, Loya started Urza's armor making. Due to the characteristics of the shape, the production of the armor is undoubtedly much simpler. It only needs to engrave the magic circle on it, and it has the characteristics of dissolving magic power without reshaping the shape. The easiest and strongest, the most suitable Urza. On the other hand, the dragon scale armor can also activate Urza's dragon power, which is more effective than any armor. Although the magic imprint is very boring, but invisibly, it adds some insights on dragon slaying magic. And while Loya was making the magic tool, he was called out by Urza. The reason is simple. There was a major announcement in the guild that required everyone to be present, including those who went out to perform tasks and were all called back. In desperation, he could only obediently follow Urza out of the underground library. When she walked out of the underground library, there were already a lot of people in the guild, including Mira Jane and Lysana, who had just joined the guild, and Elfman. "What is this doing?" Elfman asked. After a few days of recuperation by Polyusica, his body has almost completely recovered. Hearing that both Mira Jane and Lysana have joined the guild, he immediately made the same choice. He just joined the guild today, and he didn't know anything when he first came. "I don't know, but something big should happen, but it shouldn't have anything to do with us." Mira Jane replied. She's been setting up a new home these days and bringing back Elfman, so she doesn't have time to learn magic, let alone get involved in other things. "Brother Loya, sister Urza." Lysana saw Loya and Urza, who had just come in the crowd, ran over and said hello. Loya, who was originally listless, suddenly lit up and hugged Lysana in his arms, showing an extraordinarily intimate relationship. "Lysana, how is it? I'm used to living in the girls' dormitory." "Yeah, the people in the dormitory and the guild are very good. Lysana likes it very much," Lysana said in a milky voice. "That's good. It's only been a few days. Why are you so kissed? It'll be fine if you go down in the future." Seeing that the two were so close, Mira Jane was a little bit appetizing, knowing that she was the real sister. "Never mind. Loya is just that kind of person." Urza walked up to Mira Jane at some point and looked at the two laughing. "Only when you meet someone you like will open your heart and make jokes at will. If you don't like someone, it will be a waste for him to say more. The person who knows Loya best, if you have to choose someone. Then there is no doubt that even Urza. It is true that Loya is a person who is extremely troublesome and also extremely fond of magic. In normal times, he also likes to play pranks and tease others to finish the guild's companions. But he is also the person who likes the guild the most. The real guild regards it as its own home and regards its guild companions as its own relatives. He would not suppress his inner feelings and face the guild's companions with the most candid emotions. It is precisely because of this that Makarov tolerated Loya's mischief again and again, and was even willing to take the initiative to help him take the trouble. People who approve, people who like. Mira Jane murmured Urza's words, thinking back to how they met in the first place. This is indeed the case. So, did he recognize himself when he flirted for the first time? Mira Jane's gaze towards Loya has changed somewhat, with a more complicated look, as if it was the first time she knew Loya. But the next second she noticed another problem. "How do you know so much? You seem to know him well. It's rare that you like him." A girl's intuition is always sharp. According to what she has learned in the past few days, she also roughly knows that Loya is a person who specializes in magic. He seems to be of the same age, but he spends most of his time hiding in the underground library to learn magic. Even if he looks handsome, with such a nerdy personality, he should have little contact with girls. Who likes him? Suddenly, Urza's thoughts were disturbed by this question, and she didn't expect Mira Jane to ask such a sudden question. Bai Chuan's face turned red all of a sudden, and his words became a little flustered, but it also convinced Mira Jane to believe in his own thoughts, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "What's the matter? Why are you so panicked?" Who panicked? Faced with Mira Jane's attack, Urza was almost helpless, and when he was about to be cornered, Makarov came, and everyone began to cheer. Oh, President. Wait for a long time. Hurry up and announce it." "Who the hell is this year?" Macau and Wakaba held their hands on their chests and prayed silently. "There must be me. There must be me. If there is no me this time, there will be no chance in the future." Macau and Wakaba are the backbone of the current guild. The previous S-level assessments were also successfully nominated for qualifications, but unfortunately they all failed. It stands to reason that the more times you fail, the richer the accumulated experience, and the higher the success rate of the S-level assessment that you will participate in later. In the past, Macau and Wakaba also thought so. Therefore, the two of them have not been too worried about anything all the time. They should eat and drink, and they will go to work when it is about the same time. But this time with Mira Jane, they felt the crisis. In addition to Gray, Natsu, and others. Once they grow up, the probability of them becoming S-rank will be greatly reduced. There is only one chance, and if you lose it, you may not have much hope. As for Loya, they weren't worried at all. One is that Loya is not interested in S-rank mages. Second, if you want to participate in the S-level assessment, you need to perform entrusted tasks. Loya has been hiding in the underground library and has not done tasks for 2 or 3 years. The most recent one was an S rank some time ago. They would still be worried if they passed it, but the result was a failure. Naturally, it was impossible to qualify. Cough, cough. Makarov cleared his throat, and the guild fell silent. This year's S-Class Mage exam is held as scheduled, and I am now officially announcing the list of S-Class Mage exams. Oh, it's finally here. The guild members cheered, with excited expressions on their faces. It's finally announced. Let's announce it soon. Loya yawned. The engraved magic circle that had not rested for several days was a little sleepy during the waiting process. When I was ready to announce it, I went back to the room of requirement and took a nap before continuing to make magic tools. Asterisk. Chapter 47. At this point, Makarov continued. In the past year, I have witnessed the growth of your strength, heart, and will. I selected 3 of you at the beginning. 3 people? So few places? The crowd exclaimed. No wonder they had such a reaction. Although there are currently 3 places, 2 places have been confirmed by Laxus and Urza, and there is only 1 remaining. Number 1, Laxus. As said before, everyone reacts normally. Although they were disgusted with Laxus' actions, they couldn't deny Laxus' strength. And if it wasn't for Makarov's permission, Laxus would have been an S-rank mage already. Second place, Urza. Congratulations, Urza. Congratulations, Urza. In the same situation, Urza is also well-deserved. Not to mention the awakening some time ago, Urza's growth during the 1.5 years after joining the guild is obvious to all, worthy of this place. Of course, it's not just strength. Courageous, strong, and brave, Urza conquered everyone with her unique charm. Next is the 3rd place. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were raised, hoping that the last name was themselves. Makarov paused and said the last candidate as everyone watched. Loya. What? It's actually Loya. What's the situation? I remember that he didn't complete the mission. The last one turned out to be him? Like a drop of water falling into it, the hot oil instantly aroused a violent reaction. No one expected this result. Not to deny Loya's strength, but it's too surprising. Don't say it's them. At this moment, even Loya was dumbfounded, and his drowsiness disappeared. What's the situation? Are you still selected? What happened to the old man? Why am I still selected? Loya squeezed forward and hurriedly said, others want to participate in this quota, but it does not mean that he is the same. S-rank mage looks good, but it's just trouble. It's not as easy as being a mage. Facing Loya and everyone's questions, Makarov answered calmly. I know you're all surprised by this result. It is true that he has not completed the task this year, but I forced him to end the S-level task some time ago. The reason is very simple. The content of the entrusted task has exceeded the scope of ordinary S-level tasks. In addition, Loya's contribution to the guild this year is also solid. This time, Makarov didn't mean to target Loya. This result is after his careful consideration. Although the S-level commission mission was aborted, he did see Loya's wisdom in the mission and his mastery of handling the situation. If it is an ordinary demon, it can still pass with a high probability without any accident. In addition, because of the identity of the master of magic tools, the guild has already been exposed, attracting more attention, obtaining more quest sources, and improving the economy. Even if it is a little weaker, the identity of the magic tool master can make up for this gap to a large extent. Reasonable enough to get a spot. Maybe I can take this opportunity to get Loya back on the right track and concentrate on practicing magic instead of learning and specializing in new magic every day. After Makarov said this, the doubts in everyone's mind were eliminated. But even so, Loya still had a face on his back. But I don't want it. Can I not have this place? You don't have to, Makarov said angrily. Not to mention that he had thought deeply about the quota this time. Last time, he was dragged out of the underground library in the name of punishment, and he was allowed to slip back before he had been properly educated. This time, it is impossible for Loya to continue to fish in troubled waters. Makarov did not forget to warn. Take a good part in the assessment for me. If I find out that I am a fool, don't even think about entering the underground library. But didn't I just lift the ban? As long as you perform well, isn't it all right? Could it be that you really intend to fish in troubled waters? Loya, does the little devil really think he can't cure you? Glancing at Loya proudly, Makarov continued to read the results. The above are all the participants. You have a week to prepare, and you will gather at the harbor in a week. Publish the combination. Makarov turned to leave, leaving behind the noisy crowd. And Loya, who has no strength at all. Hey, I just took a few days off, and now I have to go out again. Can't I stay there for a few more days? Loya said she was innocent and helpless. This appearance immediately aroused the hatred of many people. If you don't want it, others still want it. Especially Macau and Wakaba almost want to cry, but they have been preparing for this opportunity for a long time. Loya didn't think that he was joking before, but he actually let you choose it. It's a waste for you. If you don't let Freed, he has a much higher chance than you. Just as Loya groaned, Laxus led Thor out of the crowd with a disdainful smile on his face. Laxus, so, are you ready to find fault now? Makarov frowned and said, Laxus, the quota has been set and will not be changed again. I'm just helping Loya see the truth. Laxus said indifferently, his eyes filled with deep disdain for Loya. And if a guy who relies on a magic tool to fight becomes an S-rank magician, it's a shame in the guild. Laxus cannot deny Loya's intelligence. However, Rual was very disgusted with his behavior of engraving the magic on the magic tool and urging it on his own. In his opinion, if everyone uses magic tools, why do they need magicians? Become a tool person who fills the magic tool? I don't agree with that. Loya, who was still passive before, slowly stood up. He could ignore Laxus' childish provocation on the old man's face, but denying his own magic way in public is not something he can accept. Magic is like this. Only through continuous experiments can progress be made. If it is unacceptable, then it can only be eliminated. You're so narrow-minded. Isn't it rare that your vision is so small? What did you say? Being ridiculed for being narrow-minded, Laxus' anger suddenly rose, and thunder and lightning also appeared around him with his mood swings, exuding terrifying magic power. However, in the face of such magic power, Loya is not weak at all. I don't mind saying it again if you don't understand, and I feel the need to wake you up. Laxus said in a deep voice. If that's the case, let's duel in advance. It doesn't matter to me, but a simple battle is still a bit too boring. Why don't you add a little more bet? The loser, hand over all the magic you have mastered. Loya raised his eyes slowly and said calmly. The fight to stop everything. Asterisk. Chapter 48. Laxus challenges Loya. By the way, they haven't fought since they joined the guild. Laxus is a mission madman. As for Loya, who has been in the underground library every day for the past few years, how could there be a chance to meet each other? It's been a long time since I saw Loya fight seriously. Like a thunderclap on the ground, Laxus' declaration of war made everyone in the guild talk about it. Especially Loya's strong attack on Laxus was deeply surprising, and even took all his magic as a bet. For a long time, he rarely shot. So many people forgot that when Loya was not banned by Makarov, he used to find someone to fight and experiment with magic every day. Now more impressions are of Loya, who studies magic every day. Okay, I bet. Under such stimulation, can Laxus still be called Laxus? Without any hesitation, he chose to accept it directly. The arc circles around, falling to the ground and sputtering sparks. Isn't it enough? Laxus. At this time, the unbearable Makarov roared angrily. Suddenly, a thick palm rests on Makarov's shoulder, and he turns his head to see that Gildarts doesn't know when it has appeared. Don't be angry, President. Shouldn't young people have such an unwillingness to admit defeat? Only when there is an opponent will they fight each other. No matter who loses, these two people will recognize their own shortcomings. Isn't magic just collision to produce brilliant sparks? But I just agree that the battle should be kept in the assessment. It's still a little early for the battle. Since the uncle said so, then this battle should be reserved for the assessment. Laxus said coldly. Laxus didn't agree with the old man or others, but only Gildarts, the strongest wizard in the guild, couldn't be tough. Anyway, from his point of view, it doesn't matter what the assessment is now or in the future, it's just a matter of sooner or later. How about you, Loya? Gildarts looked at Loya. I do not mind. Loya spreads her hands. At this point, the dispute has stopped, but more people began to look forward to the next S-level assessment. Of course, there are some people who are worried about Loya. Having been focusing on magic research and the production of magic tools, it is hard to imagine how much Loya's magic power has improved. After the crowd left, Natsu, Gray, Lisana, and others also came over. Loya, are you really sure? Grace said, "Should we both beat him to the ground with our hands?" Natsu waved his fist just as the two like to fight Loya on weekdays, but they hate Laxus even more. Loya said, Hey, what are your eyes? Do you think I will lose so soon? This battle is a personal participation, and even if you come, you have no choice but to hold me back. Damn it, don't underestimate me. I also practice magic well. Ignoring Natsu, Loya looked up at Urza and Mira Jane, who were walking together. What about you? Are you also worried about me? Who is worried about you? It's just that Lisana was worried about you, so she came with her. Mira Jane blushed directly and habitually said a hard sentence. Can't you be a little more serious? Urza also gave Loya a blank look. The squinting Dr. Tooth matched the temperament of the queen, and every move was full of charm. Hey, am I used to it? By the way, Urza, I made a new set of armor. Armor? Dragon scale armor. Urza's heart moved slightly, and he said, hearing this, other people's attention rushed to the next battle and left it behind. Dragon scale? The armor made by Dragon scale before. Come out and show me. Several people's faces were very excited, especially Natsu. As long as things related to dragons, he always maintained a strong curiosity. That's right, but it's not done yet. It'll be done in a few days, and you all have a share. Loya said and finally reminded, we have to? Natsu and the other's eyes instantly lit up. Even the big eyes on Mira Jane's pretty face were full of surprises, and she obviously didn't expect to have a share. It's a small experiment. The effect is not as strong as the armor, but it's not bad. Immediately, Loya took out a small bead about the size of a thumb and bordered by a white frame from the space. This is an armor ball, made with scraps of dragon scales and a little bit of keel. Now it is fused into the magic crystal by me. After activation, it can automatically release a light shield, which can reach the powerful blow of an S-rank magician. What? Such a small thing can resist the attack of an S-rank mage. Mira Jane was a little shocked. I never thought that such a small ball could have such a powerful power. Mira Jane didn't think it was necessary for Loya to deceive herself, not even if she did. For a time, Mira Jane had a new understanding of Loya's magic tool. However, holding the ball, Mira Jane felt a little complicated in her heart. She was silent for a while and then pushed the thing out. I'll give it back to you. I can't use this thing. You should use it for the assessment. That Laxus looks quite strong. If possible, can I ask you to teach me magic? Admittedly, such a prop was tempting, but Mira Jane couldn't accept it comfortably. Since joining the guild, she has received too much help, but if possible, she would like to rely on her own strength to protect her younger siblings. The demon incident made her aware of the need for her own strength, and she was more inclined to learn magic than magic tools. And in the entire guild, the person who can teach magic the most is undoubtedly Loya. Although some reluctantly pleaded with Loya who had molested her, she had no choice. Magic? It's not impossible. Loya put her chin in one hand and said thoughtfully, really? Mira Jane's face lit up with joy. The next second, I heard Loya say this again. I'll teach you how to meditate first, and other magic should wait until the S-level assessment. At present, I still have some things to do, and the next thing is the S-level assessment. Saying that, Loya looked at Mira Jane with a slightly meaningful gaze. This is my unique meditation method. I will teach you how you plan to repay me. Why don't you promise me? What? When Mira Jane heard this, no matter how hot she was, Bai Chuan's face suddenly turned red. I didn't imagine that Loya would suddenly say such a sentence in public, and his eyes became a little flustered, and he didn't know how to answer. But as soon as he finished speaking, Loya was directly sanctioned by Urza. Have you had enough trouble? Urza's beautiful face was full of anger. The last time I didn't fix it, it was fine. I thought it had changed when I gave me a new armor this time. I didn't expect to flirt with the newcomer in front of me in the blink of an eye. Do you really think she's not there? After dealing with Loya, Urza turned to Mira Jane. Don't pay attention to this guy. He is like this. He will teach you later, and you will put away things. Well, thank you very much. Hey, shouldn't you thank me? Shut up. I don't have your share of words. Asterisk. Chapter 49. Time passes little by little. Soon, a week has passed, and the S-rank mage exam has officially arrived. The location is naturally Sirius Island, the holy land of the fairies. Due to the existence of the bet, many good people in the guild could not hold back their curiosity and requested to accompany them to watch the battle, but they also knew that the President Makarov would not accept their request. I went directly to Gildarts, who was a good talker, to help me. I couldn't hold back so many requests, and Gildarts agreed to do it. Great. Uncle is really the best. After getting an accurate reply, everyone in the guild immediately rejoiced, and everyone's faces were filled with excitement. The group took a small magic airship at the port of Magnolia and headed to the holy land of Sirius Island. The clear blue sky, the wide sea, in the eyes of everyone's excitement, Makarov selected the rules for the examination of the S-rank mages. The content of the S-level assessment this time is very simple. It is a game of passing the level. Breakthrough game. Many people are at a loss to understand what this survival game is all about. That's right, it's a simple game. Now there are 3 passages in the island style, one of which is filled with monsters with strength close to S rank, and the other 2 passages are connected. Only by defeating the opponent can you advance to the next level. The 2 who passed the first level fought against Gildarts respectively. By breaking through the Gildarts test, you can become an S-rank mage. Wow, does one person have to be eliminated directly in each level? So at most one person will become an S-rank mage this time. And the last level is still the Uncle. This is not to be wiped out. Uncle is a super S-level wizard who can pass his level. Gray was taken aback when he heard that the last level was Gildarts. After hearing Gray's reaction, Makarov smiled and said, "If you don't pass, then this time the S-rank mage exam will be like that." The selection method of S-rank mages differs from one guild to another. Among the many wizard guilds, the Fairy Tail Guild is undoubtedly the strictest, and any S-rank wizard can handle it alone, surpassing the average S-rank wizard. For a long time, there were only a few S-rank mages in Fairy Tail. Just like in the next 6 years, Natsu and Gray clearly have the strength of S-rank, but they are still ordinary wizards. The reason is that S-rank entrustment is often accompanied by a strong crisis, and because he is worried that he is still there, Makarov would rather raise the threshold of S-rank mages and select them strictly, and will not easily qualify them as S-rank mages. It's not that easy to become an S-rank mage. Of course, in the last level, Gildarts will approach at his own discretion. The assessment begins now. Choose for yourself. Wish you guys good luck. On deck, Loya, Urza, and Laxus line up. Hearing the start of the assessment, Laxus rushed out impatiently. Before rushing out, he didn't forget to turn his head and sneered at Loya. "Loya, just pray that you won't meet me in the first level, or your trip to the S-rank mage assessment will probably end here." "Ignore him, let's go." In the face of Laxus' sarcasm, Loya didn't bother to pay any attention, turned his head to Urza, and said, "Although this exam is a game of passing levels, no one knows the connection of the channels, but with the idea of starting and ending early, Loya still intends to pass first." "Okay." Urza nodded and followed behind Loya. All 3 set off, each entering a passage. Makarov also followed in the Zeppelin, ready to watch the battle from above. It's just the beginning of some already excited discussions. "By the way, who do you think will meet whom in the first level?" Lucky asked. "I don't know, but no matter who encounters it, it should be able to see a fierce battle," Macau said. Wakaba nodded. Both Laxus and Urza are strong men in the guild. Loya is also a master of magic tools, and he has a lot of magic tools and cannot easily be defeated. Although it was said that the loss this time made the 2 very disappointed, both of them were natural optimists and quickly accepted the facts and began to analyze the whole situation and act as commentators. Mira Jane asked, "Why are you so disapproving of Loya?" Obviously, Loya is also very strong. Although the analysis of Macau and Wakaba is very objective, she can still be so far behind that both of them are not very optimistic about Loya. But in the case of demons, she witnessed Loya's power with her own eyes, and she could easily suppress even the demons who were as strong as she needed to fight hard. Although Laxus gives people a strong sense of oppression, it is far less oppressive than the sense of mystery that Loya gave her at the beginning. If she had a choice, she would choose Loya over Laxus without hesitation. "That's right. Brother Loya will definitely win," Little Angel Lisana said with great conviction. Elfman, who also believes in the same. "Right. Big Brother Loya will definitely win." After recovering from his injury, Elfman also learned from other people that he was rescued by Loya and naturally chose to support Loya. Forget it. At this moment, a disdainful voice said, "You who just joined, you don't even know magic. So how do you understand the terrifying strength of Laxus? Laxus must have won this test." Several people looked in the direction of the voice and saw two men and one woman approaching, and the one who spoke was a man with green hair standing in the middle. "Freed, Evergreen, Bigulith. Please call us Thor. We have become followers of Laxus." Freed said proudly. That's right. The three people in front of them are the Thors of the original Laxus. When performing tasks within the guild, mages occasionally choose to team up to complete the task. Its purpose is to exercise the cooperation between the wizards, form complementarity, and better complete the task. However, the significance of the team of Freed, Evergreen, and Bigulos has clearly exceeded the expectations of the guild. Now they are working hard for Laxus to become the leader of the guild. Laxus is bound to become an S-rank mage. Loya is just relying on foreign objects, and he will never be Laxus's opponent on the real battlefield. Laxus' victory is inevitable. Biguros agreed. "Shut up, newbie, just take a good look." Evergreen covered his mouth with a look of disgust. However, what did you say? In the next second, a powerful magical pressure rushed straight past. The powerful magic made Evergreen froze for a moment. In the new generation, who can possess this magic except Mirajane? Asterisk. Chapter 50. What? Do you want to fight? Jet black magic power emerged, wrapping around Mirajane's body. Under the beautiful white hair, a pair of smart eyes looked at Evergreen with anger. Mirajane also intends to provoke others, but if she feels bullying her family, she will never endure it. "You, what are you doing?" The sudden burst of magic made Evergreen, who was about to say something, sluggish for a while, and the folding fan in his hand froze. He did not expect that a newcomer who had just joined had such a strong magic power. Not to mention her, no one including the others would have imagined that Mirajane's magic power would be so strong. Especially Makarov. He could clearly feel that Mirajane's magic was stronger than before. During this blank time, Mirajane did not sit idle, and practiced every day after learning the meditation method from Loya. In terms of magic power, both the control power and the degree of purity have been greatly improved. Seeing that Mirajane was about to make a move, Makarov stopped. "Enough. Do you want to fall down when you fight at such a high place? The fight is about to start. Give me some peace of mind." Hearing this, Mirajane snorted coldly, glanced coldly at Evergreen, and chose to stop. It seemed that Evergreen got away with it, but at that last glance it was obvious that she had already remembered the hatred. At this time, the three passages lead to different paths. Is it such a coincidence? Met so soon. Walking out of the stumbling dark passage, Loya walked out of the passage for a moment, and a figure walked out of the passage no more than 20 meters away from him. And the owner of this figure is not Laxus, who just let go of his cruel words. It seems that the goddess of fate is not on your side. Loya, this time you have stopped here, and by the way, I will give you back your past failures. I'll wake you up completely this time. The moment he walked out and saw Loya, Laxus also showed a hint of surprise on his face, but the next second he was shown a hint of success. Know that he has waited too long for this opportunity. What? Loya and Laxus ever fought? The flying height of the magic airship is not very high, and Laxus did not deliberately lower his voice, so all the magicians who were present heard it at once. There was a look of disbelief on Freed's face, as if faith had collapsed. They never knew that Laxus fought Loya. Not to mention them, even the other guild elders were surprised. In their knowledge, they could not remember any intersection between Loya and Laxus, let alone fighting. How could they not be shocked when Laxus suddenly revealed that he had lost to Loya? That was a long time ago. Suddenly, Makarov's voice suddenly came. "Dad, do you know? Loya really defeated Laxus." Gray asked in surprise. "Well, that was before you joined. I didn't expect Laxus to remember it until now." Makarov sighed and closed his eyes. Was he really not looking at Laxus? The answer is definitely no. He has been watching Laxus grow. It's just more of a desire for recognition. Long before Loya joined, the born powerful Laxus was the real protagonist in the guild, never putting others in his eyes. But with the addition of Loya, all that changed. The entire guild occurrence center was transferred to Loya. As soon as he joined the guild, he immediately mastered more than a dozen kinds of magic, and his amazing talent was called a real magic genius for a while. In order to regain the glory, the two broke out into a private battle. That battle Laxus used his proud dragon-slaying magic, while Loya used light magic and all sorts of other magics. With the understanding of magic, Loya defeated Laxus with great ease and shattered Laxus' faith. Still, this is what really makes Laxus unacceptable. What really made Laxus unacceptable was that after that, Loya turned to research and started making and researching magic tools, no longer performing tasks and fighting people, and hiding in the underground library all day. Therefore, Laxus has been improving his strength since then, but he has not challenged Loya again, and began to perform the mission desperately. Loya is also the type of person who likes to show off her past. I thought this past was over. Unexpectedly, Laxus still remembers it. I see. After hearing Makarov's explanation, everyone understood why Laxus said the word, "wake up," and why Laxus targeted Loya many times before. It turned out that the two had such a grudge since the beginning. Everyone also began to understand Laxus' heart. From heaven's chosen lost to a newcomer. Of course, when he was chasing after him bravely, he looked back and found that the person who defeated him gave up his magic practice and began to learn to make magic tools instead. Even if the strength becomes stronger, there is no reason to challenge. If it was them, it would be unacceptable. Sure enough, everyone in the guild has been harmed by this guy, even Laxus. For a time, the positions of everyone on the magic airship began to change. At this moment, it seems that Laxus is the righteous one, but Loya has become the villain, the one who deserves death. But they don't know, and Loya doesn't really want it either. At the beginning, Laxus challenged him, and he just thought that the challenge was just a challenge. If he knew that he would borrow so much grievance, he directly chose to admit defeat. He should be the one who really wants to cry. I didn't expect that it's been 3 or 4 years, and you still remember it. Loya sighed silently. Stop talking nonsense. This time we will defeat you in an upright manner, and you have no chance of winning. Laxus grinned. Boom! The thunder roared, golden arcs wrapped around his hands, and the light shone on Laxus' face, eager to prove himself. Lightning gun. The voice fell, and the arcs condensed together into a thunder spear that burst into golden light. With the wave of the arm, it fell violently towards Loya's location. The speed was so fast that it only appeared in front of Loya in an instant. Space shock. With a lift of the index finger, the magic stone fell from the void space. Blue magic power flows over the lines of the magic circle, and rune after rune is lit up. When the runes are all lit up, the magic circle is activated directly, and the magic stone bursts out an energy wave that hits the space in front, sending out waves, like a barrier, blocking the lightning strike in front. Brush. However, at the moment when he thought it was blocked, the thunderbolt oscillated directly through the space and landed behind Loya. Boom. Asterisk.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.